Testing. Yay! Okay. Hi, everybody. I am Maral, aka Sarcasm Hime. I have been cosplaying since the dinosaurs roamed the earth when we didn't have Warbler or YouTube. I like to make things fancy. It's a problem. So yeah, trying to make things not fancy is always a struggle, and I usually fail. So if you also would like to make things fancy, you're in the right place. One of my favorite things to do with cosplay is like with a lot of designs, especially for anime, it can be very simple. Like if you just translate it literally, it can look very clean, but if you want to add more texture and visual interest to your costumes, then surface embellishments and some of the things I'm going to be talking about are great ways to sort of add a little bit of oomph to your costume. And in my opinion, a good judge will never mark you down for something that is well thought out. And if you have a good reason and it suits the costume and it elevates it as opposed to distracting, that is like always a plus in my opinion, because it also makes it your own. Because like you can have a sort of a spin on that design that nobody else has done exactly that way. And so learning that this panel is going to teach you sort of a broad overview of what your options are for making those decisions. And I'm not going to tell you which technique to use. I'm just going to give you the sort of pros and cons of different techniques, and then hopefully give you the tools you will need to be able to look at your costume designs and be like, okay, I think painting is going to work best for this section, or I think embroidery is going to work best, or et cetera, et cetera. And also like budget and how much time you have are things that are going to come into that as well. Okay, I guess we'll get started. First slide. So yes, here are our overviews. So you will see these are the things that we're going to be talking about. This is not completely comprehensive. There are going to be things that we gloss over, things that we miss out, because I literally do not have enough time. But I'm going to touch on the major points of things that I have done or people that I know closely have done, and give you an idea of what you can use to make your costumes fancy. Okay, next slide. And if you guys have any questions at any point, just like I will clarify. If you need us to pause so you can screenshot something, let me know. Okay, so how to choose what you want to do. A lot of it comes down to what you are putting the embellishments onto. Some fabrics have different weight and different drape, and so depending on what you want to add to it, you have to take that into account. So if you have a very soft, flowy fabric, if you want to put something very dense and detail heavy onto it, it's going to affect how that fabric moves. So you might have to change your plans of like what you want to make that design out of. So those are the things you have to keep in mind. Also, how big is the motif that you're trying to do? If you have this huge area on your sleeve that you want to embellish, but the sleeve is chiffon, you're not going to make that motif out of beads because it's going to weigh a ton and it's going to mess up your chiffon. It's going to drag, it's going to look like crap. So these are you have to evaluate where this is going on your costume, how big it is, how much time you have, because I have spent 2 years embroidering a costume, but I don't recommend it. How closely is it going to be seen? Is this meant for stage? Is it meant to be only seen in photo shoots or up close? One of my first fancy costumes, I hand beaded all of my hems in tone-on-tone beads that were exactly the same shade as the dress and looked great from 2 feet away, but you couldn't see any of that detail on stage at all. So think about that, how far are people going to be able to see this? Is any of your work going to be visible? Because you don't want to spend hours and hours and hours on something that nobody's going to be able to see. How much money do you want to spend? Because that is, we are all poor right now. So you want to spend your money wisely. Again, want to focus your attention and time and money on the things that are going to give you the most bang for your buck, the things that are going to make you happiest, because I do not recommend spending hundreds of hours on embellishments if you don't enjoy it. I enjoy it. I find it very relaxing, but I realize that is not the case for everybody. So again, if some techniques are faster or less of a hassle for you and you find that more fun, go for it. Do not force yourself to spend 500 hours beading if you don't like beading. There is no magic bullet for this is how to win a contest. And like I've seen people, say, well, I spent, so many hours on this embroidery. I'm like, okay, but A, it didn't turn out very well. And B, did you enjoy it? No? Okay, well then why? So you want to be smart about your choices of how to execute the designs that you want to do. And I've been sort of waffling about writing a book about this, where I would make samples of the same motif in all these different materials, just to like as an example of what it would look like. Like if you do this in HTV, if you do this in paint, if you do this in embroidery, if you do this in applique, just like as a comparison, because I think that would be valuable? Question mark. But in my copious spare time. Okay, next slide. Okay, so if you are doing any kind of embroidery or beading, it is going to be a whole lot easier if you get decent frames or supports. So the round hoops, those are the ones you can get at Michael's or pretty much anywhere. Those are your basic tools. They are great, but your life is going to be a whole lot easier if you wrap one of those hoops with something grippy like bias tape, twill tape, anything like that, because you will find that fabric tends to slip when you have them in the hoops, especially because right where the tighteny thing is, there's less tension there. And the other thing about hoops is it's hard to keep the fabric on grain, because fabric stretches on the bias, and you're trying to stretch it evenly, but it's always going to be shifting a little bit when you have it in a round hoop, which is why I personally prefer to use rectangular frames like the slate frame over there. That's the kind of frame that you use for tambour embroidery. So you don't have to use it for any kind of embroidery. There are a lot of things that you can just do in a handheld hoop, and handheld hoops are really great for projects that you want to bring with you wherever you go. You have a long-term project, you can just bring it on the train, on the bus, you can, do it wherever, just put it in a little bag and carry it with you. I love those kinds of projects that keep your hand busy. So the round hoops are really, really great for that kind of project. For larger projects or for tambour embroidery, I prefer the slate frame, because the way that the slate frame works is that you see it has those the wide pieces of bias tape, of twill tape that's stapled onto those wooden stretchers, and so you basically baste your fabric onto that twill tape, and then because it's basted onto the fabric on the grain, it keeps it exactly on the grain. You don't have any stretching, and you can also get a much tighter stretch on your fabric, which is what you need for something like tambour embroidery. So if you have the money, highly recommend. I think they're not that much. They're like maybe $30 or something like that for the slate frames. One blade, I think I forgot to put it at the end, or maybe it's at the end, we'll find out. But where to get those slate frames is Lacis. That's one place, LACIS. They have tons of embroidery supplies. They are really, really great. Their website looks like it's from 2001, so don't worry. But and the quilting frames in the middle, those are really great to get they're also really good for portability because they come apart. So if you don't need something under super high tension, they are good for carrying around projects, and you can just snap them together and snap the thing on and then go. Okay, next. So here's an example of when I was working on a giant embroidery project where you can see that on the right side of the first image, that's where I've basted the fabric to that twill tape, and then The other end is the twill tape has been wrapped around the stretcher and basted to the fabric, and I did that so that I could move it further on because the piece was, it was a skirt piece. It was really, really big. So I just basted it, did all the embroidery, and then took it off and then rebasted it for the new section. You can also pin in a pinch, but with the pins you have to be careful to not, while you're working, to not stab yourself. So that is how you can, and this was like stretching my frame to its limits, but there's only so big that you can work before your arms cannot reach. So you don't want to make your frame bigger than you can reach with your arms because there's no point. Okay, next. Okay, so when you're embroidering, stabilizers are not always necessary. Like for timber embroidery, you're not using any stabilizers. But if you're doing any kind of dense embroidery, and this is mostly talking about hand embroidery because I have not yet dipped my toes into machine embroidery, so I don't know a whole lot about it. But there are different types of stabilizers you can use. They work differently. Some you remove with water, so obviously if you're removing it with water, you need to, your embroidery and your fabric need to be able to be washed. Another really good tip for stabilizing that is not a stabilizer is if you have a very soft, shifty fabric like chiffon, flavorless gelatin. You just dissolve some in water, dip, swish your fabric in it for like half an hour, or just let it soak, and then let it dry. And it will stiffen up the fabric just enough to make it no longer shifty and horrible, and then you can rinse it out when you're done. So a lot of the time for things like gold work, I will basically just I'll frame up a piece of like muslin or like a stable plain weave cotton and then embroider on top of that. That is another thing you want to keep in mind when you're doing heavy embroidery motifs. You usually don't want to do it on your actual garment if it's like really dense because it's going to pull on the fabric and it's going to distort your fabric. So for really heavy embroidery and gold work, I usually like to do as an applique. So you do it first and then you put it onto your fabric. And that also means that it can be removable if you ever need to like wash your garment. Okay. Next slide. Oh yes, so like I said, I haven't personally done a lot of machine embroidery. I just recently got a machine that can do embroidery, so when I gain my copious spare time, I need to figure out how that thing works. So with machine embroidery, you have to use stabilizers. You need to do test runs. Things will mess up, and from what I understand, broken threads are a fact of life. It can be expensive, but it's the pro is that you can get really fancy things that are not going to take you 2 years to embroider. So I really enjoy the process of embroidery, of hand embroidery, but I still am absolutely going to use the machine for things where I want to have something done in less than 2 years. So this is an example of a 18th century jacket, waistcoat pattern that has been machine digitized and sewn. Okay, next slide. One fun thing you can do with machine embroidery is freestanding lace. There are patterns that you can download for this. You can design your own patterns as well, but you have to be really careful with the design of those patterns because the thing about freestanding lace is that the stitches have to really overlap and intersect with each other, like really, really sturdily, because it is the stitches, that's all that's holding the thing together once you rinse out the stabilizer. So you're stitching onto wash away stabilizer, and then once you wash away the stabilizer, the stitches, if they're not really well interlocked, the whole thing will just like dissolve into a pile of threads. So you really want to make sure that the design is very, very structurally sound. But you can do really, really cool things. Yes? Yes, please. Yes. That's a really good idea. because in a lot of cases it doesn't actually have to be freestanding. If you embroider onto like tulle, it's going to be almost invisible anyways. So yeah, absolutely. Okie doke. Next slide. So yes, as mentioned, hand embroidery can be very relaxing or tedious depending on your personality. One thing that a lot of beginners don't realize is when you get the embroidery floss at Michael's or the craft store, as you buy it, it is usually not meant to be used just like that. It has multiple strands in it, and you're meant to divide those strands and use them as like however how dense or thick the stitch you're trying to do is. So usually you're not going to use all 6 strands at the same time. You're going to use like 1 or 2. If beyond the standard cotton embroidery floss, you're not going to be able to find a lot of supplies locally at Michael's or other stores. If you're lucky enough to have a store that specializes in embroidery stuff, you know, good on you, but most of us don't. So a lot of the tools you're going to have to buy online. You don't need a lot of expensive things to do hand embroidery, fortunately. If you want to embroider with silk, obviously that's going to be a little bit pricier, but you can embroider with almost anything. You know, sadly, I don't know if we have any spots left in the goldwork and couching workshops, but one of my favorite things to do is couching, which is where you can lay a cord on top of the fabric and you're stitching it down onto the fabric, and you can do that with almost anything. I love to use a lot of really inexpensive craft cords that are just glittery, and you know, I just get those from the craft store. They don't cost a lot of money and they look really, really nice. And so like anything that looks cool, if you lay it onto the fabric, you can often couch that down, layer different trims and things for a really fancy effect. And I think it's the Royal School of Needlework has a stitch bank online where they have like a list of like hundreds and hundreds of different embroidery stitches. Once you get started, there's so many different stitches. I don't know even a tiny fraction of them. And most of them you're probably not going to use in cosplay. Like a lot of them are very specific for like making a particular type of flower, but it's still cool to experiment with. So this on the right, that was my Princess Leia Bespin dress. That was, I think, my first really big embroidery project. I put that in a bag and carried it with me for 6 months. And that's all done. It's mostly done in chain stitch, I think, if I recall correctly. Chain stitch is extremely useful. Next slide. So here we go, yeah. So here are some basic stitches. There are, like I mentioned, there are a million, so you will not learn all of them, but these are some really, really useful ones. Chain stitch on the top left, that is a really good outlining stitch. It's also good for filling. For tambour embroidery, what the tambour needle is doing, it's basically doing a chain stitch through the fabric, but with a little hook. So it's kind of like crocheting and chain stitch at the same time. I mentioned the couching on the bottom left. So you can see in that photo, the gold cords have been stitched down onto the top of the fabric. And so a lot of things that won't pass through easily through the fabric, like a lot of metallic cords and threads are a pain in the ass if they're passing through the fabric a whole lot of times, because the metallic coating is going to strip away and it's going to shred and it's going to tangle. So any any threads or cords that are a pain in the ass to put through the fabric, you can just lay them on top and couch them down. And then long and short stitch, this is really good for thread painting, creating ombre effects. I think if I recall correctly, the next slide is probably talking about satin stitching. So long and short is good if you have an area that you need to fill. Basically, you don't want your stitches to be too long if you're doing something like that, because they'll be loose and they'll catch on things, anything that can snag. So if you have to fill a larger area, you want to do something like long and short so that none of the individual stitches are going to be super, super long. Okay, next. Yes, here we go. Exactly. So One thing I see a lot of when people are just starting out with embroidery is people assume that they have to do a satin stitch. Satin stitch is not the be all and end all. And again, you don't want to go over too large of a space with one stitch, because it's not going to stay in place. It's going to shift. It's going to look messy, and it's going to snag. So you want to break up your motifs. If you want to do satin stitch, you want to break up your motifs and have maybe like a dividing line down the middle, like the one on the top right. That's got a dividing line down the middle. And also, a lot of these look better with padding underneath. You can use felt. You can use cotton cord. Or you can just do some like, say, chain stitches underneath and then do the satin stitch on top. So this, again, a lot of this stuff takes practice. It takes a lot of practice. Do not be discouraged if your first attempts look like crap, because that's normal. Okay, next. So couching cords and gold work. Again, this can be expensive if you get the real the stuff that has actual gold content. You do not have to. I don't. I usually get all my gold work stuff from India. It is 100% mystery metal. It will, all gold work materials, just as an FYI, will tarnish over time. That is the nature of the beast. You want to keep it away from humidity. You want to keep it away from sunlight. Store it in a good place. Over time, it will tarnish. That's just how it's going to be. But all these things, like anything that is too textured or heavy to go through the fabric, again, you can couch it on top. Okay, next. So here are some brief examples of goldwork materials. So this one on the left, the pearl, this is often used for outlining. It is, a lot of these are springy, but this one is, it's like a spring that's kind of stiff. And so you basically pull it slightly to stretch it a little bit before you couch it down, so your stitches can go in between those little coils. The passing thread or Japan thread, we saw that earlier, where it's like a cotton core with a metal sort of wrapped around it to make it shiny, and then you stitch it down, you couch it down. The one on the bottom right, it's a technique called or nuée, which means shaded gold. And so you're couching it down, but instead of trying to make your couching stitches invisible, for where the flower is, they basically used colored silk threads to couch the gold cords down and create a motif just using those couching threads. So it's sort of stitching it down and creating a picture at the same time. Okay, next. So metal threads, there's a million of them. A really good overview of what the types are and what they're used for, you can find at Berlin Embroidery. At the bottom there it says berlinembroidery.com. She's in Canada. She also sells a lot of these. I don't necessarily buy a lot of her stuff because she mostly sells the actual gold stuff, so it's a little bit pricey, but she's a really, really good resource. Oh, yeah, and as mentioned, if you're going to do goldwork motifs, again, you're going to usually want to do it as an applique that you can put on your garment, and I would not recommend heavy goldwork on like flowy hems, because it's not going to look good. So you want to put it on like cuffs, collars, anywhere that has some structure already. Okay, next. And this is the kind of thing, again, that you see on military uniforms, on religious vestments. That's, like, because things already have some structure, that's where you can put a whole crap ton of gold on there and it's going to look nice. And one thing when planning your goldwork motifs is ideally, you can see here these ones, there's a lot of variety of texture and different types of threads, because we saw there were some that are smooth, some that are sparkly, some that are rough, and different shades. So you don't want it to all be the same. You're going to have a much more beautiful effect if you have variety of, like if you alternate a shiny and a dull one to give a bit of visual interest. or like on this uniform here, you see some of the leaves are shiny, some of them are not shiny. You've got some that have sequins running down the middle. So you get like a lot more visual interest that way. Okay, next. And as mentioned, my beloved super cheap glitter craft cord. All of this is done with glitter craft cord that's couched down to silk. So, you do not have to break the bank to get really fancy effects. So yes, that's just craft cord and beads for all that, because the original design had this ridiculous lace that does not exist in reality. So I'll just embroider it. Okay, next. So once you have couched things down, what do you do with all this nonsense on the back? It is a pain in the ass. I hate it. It's my least favorite thing. I didn't bring my tool with me. So traditionally, you use a hefty needle with a hefty thread, and you may just make a lasso, and you yank all those cords to the back. So the one in the middle, they've finished those rows, and they're going to have to yank those to the back. And then the top right is basically you need to stitch all those cords onto the back, and it is a pain in the ass. It needs to be done, but it's not fun. Okay, moving on. Next. So machine couching. You can also couch by machine. If you don't have all the time in the world. Also, one thing that to keep in mind when you're doing your embellishments is, again, what your fabric is that you're working on, and what the weight of the thing that you're applying to it is. So working by hand, you have a much more fine control of tension. So a lot of times if you have, say, a trim that's kind of stiff, and you're trying to apply it to a fabric that is less stiff, it can be really tricky to get the tension right if you're doing that by machine. So for situations like that, I usually like to hand sew it, because there's less problems with it puckering and pulling. Like you can do it by machine, but often you need to baste it first anyways, so I just like hand sew the sucker. But for fabrics that are more stable, then you can often get away with machine couching and machine embellishing, and it'll work out fine. Like like cotton twills and things like that, or like a cotton velvet would probably be fine, or like a more medium to heavyweight polyester. You could probably, or again, if you are using stabilizer behind, you can often do like machine couching, and it's going to be a lot faster. So you can get couching feet, which you see here, where you can basically run your cords or trims right through the foot, and you can just zigzag over it. And there's also like decorative stitches you could do over top of your trims. You can layer trims, put them like 1, 2, 3 next to each other for a really cool effect. So you can see, like on the bottom right, there's some really cool details you can get to just beef up your costume instead of just having a plain trim. Okie doke. Next. So beads and sequins. Again, this is a whole process. You will need a lot of practice. Here you can see there's 2 different ways at the top right of stitching rows of beads onto your costume. You don't want to have too many beads in between each stitch, because then it's going to sort of sag and shift out of place and look messy. So my favorite is usually back stitching, but it's tedious. Faster is tambour embroidery. If you can get the hang of it, you can lay down beads really, really quickly. But again, that is a whole learning process. If anybody here has tried tambour embroidery and has struggled, that is normal. It takes a while to get the hang of the movement, and then it takes even longer to get any kind of speed. So that's fine. But once you get the hang of it, like some of the videos I've seen of like the Indian embroiderers, where they're just like, they're so fast, it's like watching a sewing machine. It's insane. But you can also, if you can get strung beads, you can just couch those down, like we did with the gold cords. Slung sequins, you can get sequins that are already stitched into a row, and you can just apply those by machine. Combining big beads with smaller beads is usually going to look better. Like if you have just like one big bead by itself, it tends to look a little goofy. So you want to plan your motifs so that like if you have like a big pearl, you might want to have like a little circle of like small gold beads around it or something like that to just make it blend with the rest of the thing better. Again, because like in anime or in manga, they're just going to draw a big pearl. And like that looks fine when it's illustrated, but in real life, it tends to look kind of clunky. So you want to modify the design that you're recreating in a way that looks nice in real life, and that looks nice to you and is scaled to your body, because these are all things that we have to think of when we're bringing something from 2D to 3D. So like if you need to make the size of the details bigger for you or smaller, or if the placement of that like patch of that fancy embellishment on the belt is a weird shape or weird size for you, it is absolutely fine to make it look good in real life, because you want your costume to look good on you, because none of us are 9 feet tall and a size quadruple 0. So okay, next. So here's an example of poor life choices. So this costume, this is a replica of a costume worn by Sid Charisse in Singing in the Rain. And I made it out of spandex. And I beaded and sequined spandex. Do not recommend. Well, because like the dress needed to be spandex. And then I was like, well, it needs to be exactly the same color for all the details. So I interfaced the spandex. So all of those tabby things, those are all interfaced, but it was still a pain in the ass. Also, one thing to keep in mind when you're using bugle beads, the bugle beads are those, the tubey ones. They're like little tubes. Most bugle beads, there are some that are like the Miyuki Japanese brand that are super high quality, and they're very precise and they're less sharp. But a lot of the Czech bugle beads, they're basically just a tube of glass that has been cut. And so the edges of that tube are very sharp. So your thread can, over time, the edge of that tube can cut your thread. So what I recommend when you're doing, if you're going to be working with bugle beads, is basically take a seed bead, because those are rounded, then a bugle bead, then another seed bead. And so just apply them like that, so that the thread is going to be rubbing on the round seed bead, and it's not going to be rubbing on the edge of the sharp bugle bead. That's going to help a lot with the longevity of your beadwork. I did not do that here. Guess what's happening? Okay, next. Here are some more examples of cool, fancy shit. You can see a really nice combination of gold work and sequins on the right. As I mentioned before, it's not just all a solid gold blob. We've got a lot of texture, we've got a variety of materials, and that's what makes it really pop. Okay, next. Here we have individually sewn sequins, because she's a crazy person. So again, these are different ways of interpreting this. She could have also interpreted this as, say, painted and then sequined, or you could interpret this as embroidered or applique. So this is one way of interpreting this fire motif. And if you want maximum sparkle, this is how you go. Next. Okay, tambour embroidery. So it's called tambour because drum in French is tambour. So the fabric needs to be drum tight. It is done in India as well with the name Ari. And the difference with the French and Indian techniques is French is worked from the back of the fabric and Indian is worked from the front of the fabric. With the French method, you have your beads or sequins already threaded onto the thread, and you're basically bringing them out from underneath. And you can it allows you to lay down beads and sequins really, really quickly, but you can't swap them out because they're already threaded onto the thread. With the Indian method, they put the beads and sequins on the needle itself, and so they have to keep reloading their needle constantly, but it means they can swap it out, so there's a lot more versatility. So both methods are 100% valid, and they're really both good for different things. Yes? Oh, yeah. I think the thing is, okay, if you're doing Indian method, if you're doing the Ari method, I haven't checked the sizes. I probably don't think you can go any smaller than 11, maybe even 10. But if you're doing the French method where it's strung on the thread, it's like there's no limit because it's not interacting with the needle in any way. And so, yeah, normally with tambour, you're going to be working it on a sheer fabric like silk organza or tulle, and then you're going to cut it out and apply it as an applique. You can also just, if you have like a sheer section of your costume, you can do it like, you can tambour embroider on chiffon. Again, don't recommend, it's a pain in the ass, but if you stabilize it with the gelatin, it's not too terrible, but like because chiffon is a lot less stable than a tulle or an organza, it's like hard mode. So the other thing that I learned on the French style needle, that's the one on the top where it has a little screw. I prefer that type because the screw tells you usually line up the screw with the hook. So when you're working with it, it's really important to know where the hook is because otherwise you're going to snag your fabric. So having the screw lined up with the hook makes your life easier. The Indian styles have no screw, so you just have to know. And so that takes a lot more experience to get those working. So I would start for beginners with the French style, unless you want to make your life harder. Okay, next. So here's some examples of what you can do with tambour embroidery. As you can see, it's it produces chain stitch. So basically on the on the side that you're working on, you're going to get the chain stitch, and on the side that you're not working on, like the other side, it's basically looks like a running stitch. So you can choose which side to work on it, depending on what effect you want. Next. Okay, applique. So applique just means a thing that is put on top of another thing. And so any fabric can be appliqued. You can create your own fabrics and then applique those on. I really love applique because it can be best for large areas where you want a different color or different effect. You can layer things, and if you're not using a fusible to glue the fabrics together, it's not going to change the hand of your fabric, which can be very useful. Like if you're doing shears or very soft fabrics, fusing things is going to make it stiff, and that may not be what you want. So if you can applique one soft fabric to another soft fabric, it's not really going to change the hand very much. As long as, one thing to keep in mind when you're doing applique, you want the grain of your fabric to match up. This is very important because if you have one fabric off frame from the other, it's going to pull weirdly. So keep that in mind when you're planning your appliques and cutting them out. Have I always done this? No. Learn from my mistakes. So there's different ways to finish appliques. Hand sewn applique, you can just fold the edge under and stitch it with tiny invisible stitches. If you have a synthetic, you can just cut it with a hot knife. One of my favorite things to do for appliques is actually painting with a small brush the edges of where my applique is going to be cut out with either a matching or a contrast color of fabric paint, and then just cut along that edge. So the paint is going to seal the edge of the fabric, and then I'll just I'll just machine stitch or hand stitch that down, and it doesn't stiffen anything. It finishes the edges, and I really like to do that for a lot of things. A lot of people will machine satin stitch appliques. It creates a very smooth, finished edge that often works for a lot of anime costumes. But the downside of machine satin stitch is, again, you're doing a lot of stitches in a very small area, and so it can stiffen your fabric. So for fabrics that are already have a lot of body, it's not a problem. But for things that need to be flowy, that may not be your best option. Yes?
Just adding for machine satin stitching, it can also really mess with the fabric depending on the choice that you make. I did machine satin stitching on a very slippery,
Yeah.
very drapey, and it would like skip.
Yeah.
And I had to take the time to take like cotton broadcloth and fuse it to my satin in order for it to embroider properly.
Yeah.
It was beautiful, but it was an extra step I didn't need to take. I made bad choices.
We all make bad choices, let's be honest. Okay, next. Oh, yes. I can't see you. Uh, Depending on, so if it's a gold work applique, if it's on like a muslin or something, I usually just fold the edges of the muslin under and just like do a little tiny stitch along the edge, like applique stitch. If it's a tambour embroidered motif on tulle or something, I just usually just trim it close to the edge of the thing and just whatever is going to be the least visible. Yeah, there's no specific stitch. So here we can see some examples of totally different types of appliques. We've got fur with rhinestones. We've got pleather that's been top stitched, and then we've got satin with machine satin stitch. So like the one on the right, this works really well because that sleeve has a lot of structure already. So the machine satin stitch is totally fine for that application. So you want to tailor what method you're using for your applique to what fabrics you're using. And also, one other thing about appliques, it's really great for if you need large areas that are like a solid color, but you can also applique multiple, like a fabric that's like multi-hued, or you can, again, make your own appliques out of beads and sequins. So the limits basically are no limits with applique. It is one of my favorite things to do. Okay, next. Here's another really cool, this is heat cut and machine top stitched just along the edge. So because it's a synthetic and she used a hot knife, she didn't have to worry about it fraying. And so again, similarly to the fabric paint trick, if you're doing something to stop it from fraying, then you don't really have to go to the extra step of spending a million hours machine satin stitching it if you don't want to. Okay, next. Appliquing on sheer. I love this. It is really fun. So here we have some vinyl applique to organza. The one on the right was for my my Hades costume from Hercules, where it's silk crepe appliqued to a spider web netting, because I wanted to sort of like the hem to be like fiery with just little bits sticking out, and I was racking my brain how to make it so it would lay nicely when I'm standing still. I'm like, oh, I can just applique it onto something that's almost invisible. So highly recommend doing that. Also, for applique, you want these tools on the right. You want some wee scissors, and these are my favorite things. Those little pink ones, it might be hard to tell in that photo, but they're curved. So they're wee scissors that have a little bit of a curve, so you can trim around your appliques without worrying about cutting the fabric underneath. Those ones on the right, they're similar. I think they're called duckbill. They have like a little thing to basically hold the fabric out of the way while you trim. So everybody who's doing any kind of applique, you want some little wee scissors like that. Okay, next. Another thing you can do is layering fabrics. Layering shears creates such a beautiful effect. You can get so many variations of tone and texture and color. So here we have these beautiful pieces by Jacqueline Ward, who's a fantastic costumer, and she is like a master class in textile manipulation. So here you can see she's got all these different like shimmery fabrics and then layers of organza on top of them to create these gradations. So like just, let that percolate in your brain for when you need to do something that has like, an ombre effect. You don't have to dye it. You can dye it, but you can also do it with layering fabrics. Next. That's what I did here for this costume. It's kind of hard to see in here, but again, poor life choices. I layered multiple different shades of organza on top of a beige lining, and then I appliqued leather on top of that, like a smart person. As you can see in that second photo, I had to pad stitch the entire thing because the organza was very shifty. So yeah, I had to pad stitch the whole thing and then take all the stitches out later, but it can be done. So if you're going to be layering many, many layers of organza together, you're going to need to baste that sucker. Yes, next. Again, another project. So this one is the trick with drawing the outlines of fabric paint. So I drew all the scale patterns onto the gold fabric in fabric paint, and then I stitched down all of those lines onto the organza underneath, and then trimmed away some of the scales after stitching. So you have some areas that are translucent and some that are opaque. Next. HTV. HTV is, similar to fabric applique. It, can do similar effects, but it also is better for some things and not for others. So if you need something that is flat, there are some like 3D HTVs, but a lot of them are mostly flat. If you need something that is flat and is like all the same color, HTV is super great for that. It is super great for sci-fi type costumes. If you need like small lettering or motifs, things that have super clean edges, HTV is really great for that. If you need something that looks more organic or grungy or weathered or whatever, then HTV is probably not the one that you want to go for. But if you want something that looks really clean and crisp, HTV may be your best bet, and it's a lot faster than hand appliquing. Okie doke. Next, yeah. So you can see on the right all the little text designs would be a pain in the ass to paint by hand, but with HTV, it is much easier. One thing, you want to make sure that when you're designing your motif, it is mirrored, because the way that you look at it is not the way it's going to apply. So that's a easy mistake to make, it, and you end up with things backwards. So just keep an, yes.
But also make sure you read carefully the instructions on the specific
Yes.
using, 'cause every now and then
Oh my God.
one that doesn't mirror.
Wow, amazing.
Yeah, it's fantastic. These sporty ones don't like to stick to fabric. They just don't.
Oh, great.
It's great. That's great.
And I haven't used HTV a whole lot, but from what I understand, like some brands are super wonderful to use and some are hot garbage. So like be very careful when shopping, get recommendations, do tests before putting it onto your final costume, because you may end up with a type that just is not working. And also some fabrics are going to be way easier to apply HTV on than others. Like I imagine there probably is a way to put HTV onto velvet, but I wouldn't do it personally. The vigorous head shaking.
May or may not work with some vinyl every once in a while.
Okay, next. Foils. So basically, if you want something that does look more organic and grungy, doing foiling is probably, and you want it to be fancy and shiny, this is the way to go. These transfer gels you can use it with heat or without. And you can also use, like, there's 3D glues that you can get. So if you want, like, sort of your foil shiny outlines to be a little bit more dimensional, you basically just put down the glue and let it get tacky, and then you put your foil down. And so you can get really cool organic effects that way. Next. Fabric painting. Oh, God, running out of time. Fabric painting, you want to use good paints. I recommend Jacquard brand. Cheap. You can turn any acrylic paint into a fabric paint by using a fabric medium, but you want to use tests. And also, cheaper paints tend to have less pigment, so you're going to have less coverage, and so you may have to put many, many layers, and that's going to stiffen your fabric. So again, do tests. Some fabrics will just soak up paint like a sponge. Others, the paint will lie nicely on top. Things like crepe can be a pain in the ass to paint because the texture means that the paint goes on unevenly. So, do tests. Most fabric paints require heat settings, so you need to be able to you put an iron on it without it melting immediately. For flowy or stretch fabrics, we have an example we'll just be seeing in a second. Jacquard brand Dynaflow, or in Canada, G&S Liquid Colors. It's kind of a cross between a paint and a dye. So it brushes on and is liquidy like a dye, but it doesn't bleed. So it's really, really good for things that are going to stretch. So next slide. One thing you could do with puff paints is you can do imitation embroidery for a fraction of the time. You will end up with a permanent claw on your hand from gripping the puff paint bottle. But the collar there on this costume that's all little dots of gold puff paint. And the cape is all fabric paint as well. Next. So here we have spandex and silk cotton voile that have been painted with the liquid colors. So for something like this, unitard where you want to paint it, but it needs to stretch, those paints are a godsend, because that unitard was originally white. Okay, next. Batik and tie-dyeing works best on natural fabrics. You can do polyester dyes and stuff, but again, you're going to need to do tests. Dyes work differently on different fabrics. You want to make sure the thing about dye is you need to really be careful with your measurements. You need to do a lot of tests. It's chemistry. Some dyes will work really quickly. Some dyes will work slowly. And you want to use the right type of dye for the fabric that you're using, so do your research. Batik is really good, again, when you want a sort of crunchy, organic effect. And sometimes it's just not going to work. Years ago, I was trying to do a batik on a fabric that was supposedly 100% cotton. It would not take dye, so I'm sure that it was not 100% cotton. Sometimes you're just going to have to do a bunch of tests, and maybe you might have to buy different dye, buy different fabric. It is a learning process because it's chemistry. Okay, next. Stenciling. Similar to, it goes along with fabric painting, so you can freehand paint or you can stencil. You can get a nice clean effect. This is pre-HTV. One quick and easy way to make stencils is with freezer paper, because it has that waxy surface on it. So you can basically just iron it to your fabric and it will stick temporarily. So you can make a stencil out of freezer paper and stick it down and then paint. It's like a one-use thing. You can't keep reusing it. But that's a quick and dirty way of making a stencil. Do a test though, because on some fabrics, the freezer paper will leave residue. I found that happened on when I was doing an applique onto that wet look spandex. So the freezer paper left a sort of white residue on the wet look spandex. So just do some tests. Next. Lace. Oh my God, I'm running out of time. Okay. Don't be afraid of Frankenstein lace. You can do anything to lace. You can cut up into little pieces. If you can't find the right lace, make your own. Just buy little bits and piece them together, paint them, dye them. Often when you're trying to recreate a character, the artist has just made up the lace out of their brain. If you can't find that exact one, make it work, because chances are it does not exist in real life. Okay, next. So here's some examples of laces that have been modified. So you can see really cool, the ones on the right are all hand painted and pieced together. Next. Crystals and stones. E6000 is toxic. Wear your PPE for the love of God, please. I'm on some Facebook groups for like people, for working with spandex, there's a lot of dance moms and skating moms, and all the time they're like, "Oh, I keep getting so dizzy whenever I'm stoning. It gives me a headache." Yeah. Personally, I love Gemtac because I live somewhere where I can't open the windows for half the year, so I'm not using E6000 most of the time. So yeah, Gemtac. Gemtac does get soft when you immerse it in water. It does not let go completely, but it does get soft. So, I wouldn't use it for like synchronized swimming costumes. But otherwise, it's great. Glass stones are sparklier, but resin is cheaper. Glass stones are also heavier. So if you are doing if you want to put a lot of sparkle onto something that is very sheer and lightweight and flowy, then you want to be careful. Like, you're not going to be using like the big ass stones and settings all along your hem because it's going to drag it down. So choose where you're putting the big ass stones somewhere that isn't going to be like just dragging on your costume. Next. So yeah, here we have, my dress form often looks like some kind of pincushion. So I have appliques that it's mesh on mesh, and then I use the rhinestones with Gemtac to basically just glue down the appliques. So on the one on the right, I tacked down the stones with Gemtac and then stitched them down just for security because they're glass and so they're going to be pretty heavy. And next. Texture. I love texture, it's the best. So you can do a lot just by folding, ruching, manipulating. Huge visual interest. These are sheer fabrics that were, hand tacked down to create pleats and gathers. Next. Pleating. You can either buy a pleater board or make one. That thing on the left there, it's basically a little it looks like one of those window thingies, and it's like window blinds, but you basically just tuck the fabric into the little louvers and then press it. And so you can make your own or you can buy one. Highly recommend if you need to make 1 million pleats. And once you have your pleats, you can also gather them, like I did in this skirt because I needed 1 million things. Okay, next. Here we have some smocking. So that's the dragon scale type smocking that you see on Game of Thrones. We've got some quilting with the decorative stitch to make it even fancier. So your textiles do not need to be flat. You can get really fun with them. Next. Here we have some more smocking. So the one on the left, she's got the smocking on the bodice there. The one on the right, I made my snakes using the dragon scale smocking technique and then added some beads inside all the little thingies just because it was fun. Next. Quilting. Here's Jacqueline Ward again, the queen of quilting. This is it's just really cool. All of her stuff. And, oh, by the way, that costume on the left, the thing, all that came off and there was another costume underneath. Next. Combining techniques, because why use only one? So this one on the left, I forgot that HTV existed, so I appliqued metallic lycra like a smart person. It would have been way faster and easier with HTV, but it's fine, it's fine. So I've got applique, I've got couching cord, I've got sequins, I've got gold work, and similarly, those are both for the same costume, so I'm using a whole bunch of different things here. Next. Here we've got some Game of Thrones deliciousness with smocking, embroidery, and beading. We've got some extremely 3D embroidery on the right, which is really delicious. Next. This is a fun one. So this was a budget way to get a lavish look. So this is just layered applique with fabric paint. There's no embroidery here at all, but it looks like embroidery from more than like a foot away. So if you don't have the time to do years of embroidery, that is a really, really good option. Next. And here we've got, you know, like a combo of HTV ribbons and sequined appliques. And on the right, we have HTV. And then basically she sort of beefed up the HTV by chain stitching around the edges so it doesn't look quite so flat. That's another option. So you get the shine of the HTV, but if you want it to have a little more texture and dimension, then you can just, you know, add things on top. I love to, for appliques, I like to edge my appliques with a couched cord just to like have a little bit more 3D effect. Next. And the Lutavia's costume here has got like literally everything and the kitchen sink. So we've got appliques of all those piecework to create that sort of stained glass effect. We've got batik, we've got shibori, we've got sashiko embroidery, gold folding, it's everything. And like just the visual impact and texture is so cool. Next. So sometimes things don't work. My good friend Lenore on the right there, she used HTV for the gold on the hem of her skirt, but unfortunately she discovered that that skirt, the rayon, was extremely flowy and soft, and so the HTV combined with that very flowy rayon just did not react the way she wanted it to. She ran out of time, so she didn't have time to like redo it, but if she were going to redo it in the future, she probably would do like an applique or something like that of a similar type of fabric just so it would flow better. So yeah, all with any of these, you want to test out first, and if it isn't working, just stop. It's okay. I like the whole thing is like sunk cost fallacy. You're like, oh, but I've spent so much time in this already. I have to keep going. No, you don't. Sometimes you can just abort and say this is not working and then try something new. So that is absolutely valid. You have my permission. Okay, next. I'm writing, I have no time. Okay, so just take a screenshot of this. All these have different skill levels, different cost, different difficulty. Your mileage may vary depending on your skills, so you are the one who's going to make the decision for what's best for you. Okay, next. And here are your resources. A very small list, but these are things that I recommend. The Art of Manipulating Fabric by Colette Wolfe is one of the best books of all time. It is so good. It will make your mind expand. Like, it's real good. Okay, has everybody got it? Everybody got it? Okay, next. And we're done. Just a couple minutes over time. Thank you, everybody. If you have any questions or need to pick my brains about anything in the future, you are free to message me. I am Sarcasm Hime. Yeah. Yes. So because it's you basically you like take it off the frame, so you unstitch from the frame, and you just baste it back onto the frame in a new space.
Okay.
And like ideally, and because you're basting it, it's not going to really damage the embroidery that you've already done.
Okay.
Because it's not like there's some where like you're rolling it, so you don't need to roll it or anything.
Mm-hmm.
So I just like unbaste it and then baste it in a new spot because like there's only so big that I can.
Yeah.
Like I know that the places in India or in France they have like a whole room, but I do not have that.
Nope.
Sorry guys.
Oh, you're fine. Oh, it's just a standard USB. This tablet here.
Where do you want to sit? Maybe we should have brought mine.
I he's still, yeah. Well, we just need the PowerPoint first, and then we'll do top down towards like the middle. And plug it in here? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Have a chair.
There are so many chairs. Is there a panel this large?
I do not know.
Do I gotta play distractor? It's usually the game.
At least introduce each.
Okay, well you figure out that. He's busy, I don't need it. Hi! So this is the How to Build a Build Book panel. I see many familiar faces. So we are Last Minute Cosplay. This is technically Mew Sakura's panel. I'm just looming. I am Toma, but we make up Last Minute Cosplay. You got it?
Yeah.
Hey, I don't even have to distract that long. Hey! She is one of your judges for the contest this weekend. I am your contest coordinator. So if you've entered and you've emailed me, this is now the face. This is a quarter of the face that has been behind all the emails. So yeah, we hope that this will help you develop your build books for your contest pieces. And we have examples of stuff that we've made before that we'll be able to share with you with different types of build books, whether we've been super lazy or super like
Super
ready to go. So we have many examples for you as well. So.
Okay. All right. Can you hear me on this one? Yes, perfect. All right. As she said, I'm Megan, or Mew Sakura Cosplay. I'm a connoisseur of build books. I love reading them. I love making them.
It's a build book snob.
I am a build book snob. She is right. I have edited many of her build books, and
I give her a blank sheet of paper, all of a sudden it's got colors and borders, and I'm like, why?
I think of a build book as a piece of art that goes with your costume. You can make it as fancy as you want, or you can make it really simple. It really just depends on what you need to suit your needs. So, as Toma was saying, we're going to talk about some build book basics, and then we have a lot of examples, because I could talk to you about how to make a build book until I turn blue. But I think that showing what we've actually done, and a lot of these are award-winning costumes, so you can kind of see the detail behind it. All right, so first of all, what is a build book? Has anyone here ever made a build book before? Yes? All right, we got some good hands. So basically, for those of you who don't know, a build book is a collection of documentation of how you built the costume. Okay? So you can include construction details, progress photos, character references, material lists, honestly, anything you like that you think is going to complement your costume. Build books are very important because it shows the judges the work it took to construct the costume. For me, I use it as a tool later on because inevitably, if I'm going to wear this costume again in a year, I might forget what pieces go with this costume. So I actually use my build book to keep track of what goes with the costume as like a packing list. So later reference. And you can also use it to keep track of costume progress and what's left to be done. So you can literally, if you start on day one on your build book, you can use that to keep track of what you've made and what you have left to make on the costume. And as much as I hate to say it, it's also proof that you made your costume. There was some discussion in the cosplay community a little while ago about people not actually making their costumes they competed in. So if you make your own build book, you have that proof that you made the costume.
There was discussion of like including a selfie of you with a piece of your costume.
Or your cat.
I always
or
have
your
a cat.
dog.
My animals are always in my build book, at least once.
At least once, yes. So, build book requirements. Always check the contest rules. I always say, read the rules regardless of if you have ever competed in that costume contest before, because they can change. Looking through a bunch of contest rules, not a lot of them state specifics for build books. Usually they'll just ask that you bring a reference photo, but it's better to have that documentation with you and them not ask for it than not have it. Because at the end of the day, if you have a very short judging and you give them that build book and they have time to review it later, that's extra that they get to see from you that you didn't get to share earlier.
I mean, case in point, exactly. Like last week, we got 2 minutes to do judging. And my costume had probably 15 different techniques to it. And I got through about 5 before the time ran out. But my build book, literally this build book, was in their hand. And later on, I saw them flipping through it. And they mentioned after they gave me my award to the audience, because of this build book, we were able to see everything that she was able to do despite the 2 minutes. So this is not just something that gets looked at in that moment, right? They might not look at it at all in the moment because they're trying to look at you. But after the fact, this could be your lifeline.
And I also like to review my build book before I go into judging as another way to remember what I did and what I want to talk about. If you are like me and you get nervous before you go into a judging room, I mean, I can just sit there and review and I know exactly what I'm going to say. So that definitely helps me. So some contests do mention page limits, reference images, and progress photos that they specifically want. The C2E2, the Crown Championship, this is directly from their website, stating what they want when you submit for the contest. So you need to know that ahead of time to make sure you are prepared when you go to submit. Dragon Con is another one that if you do the Friday night contest, they actually require you to submit documentation. And they want photos that is the front, the back, and the side of your costume when you submit. And that's before you ever get to con. That's like I want to say about 2 weeks before is when you have to submit that. So it's always good to know what you need to have prepared when you sign up for the contest. And it also gives you a deadline of, hey, I need to have this costume done in 2 months, and hopefully not just 1 week. And then, as Toma was saying, will the judges have time to review before you're judging? At Dragon Con, most of the time, they do review your build book before you ever walk into the room. And so you don't have to go and talk about every single point. Usually, they're asking you questions about a single thing. You know, they're like, oh, well, I saw this in your build book. Can you elaborate on it? So they already have prior knowledge of your costume, and then you can just add on to that conversation. And in some cases where you're bringing your paper build book in to the judging, they review it after, like with Toma's. So that's another thing to think about is there going to be time beforehand, or is it going to happen after? Yes?
They don't really require one prior. You will just have to, it's better to have it when you go into your judging. There's no like length limits or anything. Those judges are going to be very fluid with whatever you hand them.
Yeah, pretty much the only thing from competing there is they have asked that you have your reference and then you have some kind of progress photos. They're not very specific with you need to have a build book or anything. They just want to see, did you make the costume? If you're entering in the certified
The
category.
only one that asks for craftsmanship.
And then the only one that, the uncertified where you didn't make it yourself, the creator has to be on a call. They have documentation about that in the rules, but other than that, they don't have like specific guidelines.
I think for them, it's basically a proof that it was made by someone, either you.
I can't say personally because the judges do change, but I
Yeah.
will tell you, you will not get it back.
Yeah, you will not.
if you leave it with them.
It'll be
a lot
theirs.
a lot of contests will try and give you back your build book. Like here, if you bring us a build book, you will get it back if you come to feedback. We'll make sure you get it back if you want it. But some contests will say that if you bring one, you will not get it back. So
Yeah, so you don't want to go too fancy for one like GalaxyCon where you're probably not going to get it back. But unless you're just like, yes, have this book that
Yeah,
I
just take it.
published for you that I never want to see again. Like, no, don't waste the money. But yeah, cons like this where we have like a designated feedback session and you know you're going to get it back, yeah, go put it in a nice plastic
Yeah,
thing.
we'll talk about like the finishing and how to present it and everything later. But how to get started and, decide on your cosplay. That's the number one thing of how you're going to get started. Once you decide on what cosplay you want to make, however you decide that, you're going to want your reference images, materials, and to decide on what parts you're going to make of the costume. Every costume is going to be different on what you're going to do, what your time limit is, but everyone decides on how to make costumes differently. So however that works for you, that's how you'll start. And pick a contest or convention. When is the deadline? Make sure you have enough time. Don't be like us. Don't be. We are last minute cosplay for a reason. And then choose a program to use. Microsoft Word, PowerPoint, Publisher, Canva, Google Docs, etc. Honestly, it doesn't matter. You're going to get the same results from all of these. It just depends on your preference. Toma likes to use Canva. I've seen a lot of people use Canva these days because there's a lot of different fancy things you can add. I personally use Publisher just because I have access to it. But when I first started making costumes, I just use Word. It's very annoying to put pictures in there, but you can do it. PowerPoint works great too. So whatever you have access to, you can make it work. Start early.
Why do you keep telling them to do things we don't do?
Do as I say, not as I do. Take pictures from day one. If you're going fabric shopping, take pictures. Collect your stuff. Because you can't go back and take progress pictures. If you're in the middle of sewing something, take a picture. Because once you're done sewing, you're not going to be able to get that photo of you putting on decorative stitching or anything like that.
She yelled at me last year because I didn't have enough pictures for watching.
I sure did. I was like, well, you better take pictures of something. Make it work. This is a picture of my background. Anytime I think about a costume, I make a folder and I make a publisher file to make my build book. Does that mean I'm starting on it? Not necessarily, but it's there. So as soon as I take a picture or think about something, or buy fabric or patterns or anything like that, it's going to go in that folder, and I'm going to put a little note in the publisher file. It's not going to be pretty, but it's going to be there. If you have a hard time remembering to take photos, have an accountability friend. In our group chat, there's just random photos. I don't expect a comment. I'm just like, here's what I'm working on today. Continue whatever other chat we're having. But they're there. Because I use Facebook Messenger, I can literally go and just download all of them after the fact when I'm going to build my build book. But they're there. If you have friends that you're in a group chat or you're making a group costume, use the group chat, toss your photos in there. This is what I'm working on at. Or if you're good at social media, unlike me, you can post on your stories. And then that way you know you have this collection of photos that you can use later on when you go to make your build book. And then take notes as you go. You can either do a notebook or add it directly to your document. It doesn't really matter because sometimes you will end up with pictures you don't know what they are. What did I take a picture of? Why is this here?
Me staring at it like, what did I do?
What was I working on? You'll probably figure it out in the end, but you can make your life easier. But yeah, so every costume, right there. Are these going to get finished one day? Hopefully. But they're there. So this is my folder for my Sakizo Marigold, which was my, what year was it, 2021? Whatever it is. Best in Needlework for the Ultimate Cosplay Championship. So when I was making my build book, I started sorting all of my pictures where they belong. So as I was using them, I put them in the folder. So I knew where they were going to go and what I was going to use them for. And then I have my miscellaneous, just whatever. But the more organized you are, the easier it is, I promise. Simple versus stylish. I like really pretty build books. Toma doesn't really care if they're pretty or not. the most the most important thing is that, you know, you have everything you've made and your details in there and it flows well. You can make it pretty later if you want to.
Me caring a little bit, not caring at all.
If you don't have time, then there's no time to make it pretty. That's okay. You're never going to get judged on a build book being pretty versus being functional. It's extra, like a build book is always going to be extra. It's never going to subtract from your score. It's always extra. And then I put this in here of active versus passive voice. I come from a scientific background, so I was always taught to write in a very passive voice of the wig was styled in pigtails, like not putting myself in there. I mean, it's understood that I did this, but some people write as, you know, I styled the wig. It doesn't matter. Whatever works for you, however it works for you. I just put that in there because everyone's writing style is different, and mine is very different from my friends. So when I'm editing their build books, I have to be like, let me not try and change their own wording.
That's what you do anyway.
Because I will. So however you get your point across, that's fine. Okay, so the very first thing I learned when making build books many, many years ago, and maybe I'll bring out my very first build books because they are very different than what I make now, is remember MAB. So you're going to want to list the things you made, you altered, and you bought. So every contest has a percentage number of what you made in your costume. And sometimes it's like, well, how do I determine this number? Well, right here you can use MAB to figure that out. You're going to list everything that you made specifically, like 100%. Like if you make your bodice or, you know, your underclothes, whatever, that's made. Altered is things that you've modified, like your wig, your shoes, accessories, anything like that. And then bought is things that are just purchased. If you don't modify it at all, that's going to be your bought. Like shoes is most frequently what it is in my case. So, all right, here's my Sophie, and you can see that listing. So I made my hat, my bodice, skirt, the boot covers, corset, and petticoat. Then I altered the wig and bought nothing because I made my boot covers. But, you know, depending on the costume, that list is going to change. You go first.
Do judges like care like about zippers, buttons, any of that? Like, do you list that kind of thing?
No, you don't have to list notions because, yes, parts of the costume, because you're going to use those notions in creating the pieces.
I mean, if you want to say what fabrics you used, yes, but they don't care if you use 12 buttons or 2 zippers. They don't have time for that.
Yes. So I'll speak about like towards 3D printing. So if you are printing it yourself, I would put it in the made because you printed it, finished, whatever, and then when you go to that page where you talk about that prop or whatever, you will put the file name and who it is from. Like credit that person. You know, I bought this file from here. And, you know, depending on, you can do a link. But if you printed it, put in the work you did. So I 3D printed it with whatever filament or whatever, and then how you finished it. So you're going to still talk about what you did to that item, but you're going to give credit to the file. Same thing for like embroidery. If you buy a digital file for embroidery, but you have your own embroidery machine, you embroidered it, you went through that effort, but you still need to credit the designer of who made that file. Now, if you made the file yourself, you're going to
definitely want to talk
you're
about
going to
it.
talk about how you made the file. Yes. So if you are altering a jacket, you can say, I bought this jacket, you know, this is how I modified it. And then that would go in the altered category because it was a pre-purchase piece and then you altered it. You didn't make it from scratch, you altered it. Okay?
Would that be worth putting like a before and after picture of
Yes.
Yeah.
how much you altered?
Yes, absolutely. The more you alter, the more it's going to be your work. So list out all of the things you did to alter it.
Yeah, especially if it's something that you like. Say you bought it and it started out blue, and then you ombre dyed it to a blue-black, and then you like ripped out all of the sleeves and put something that, like, the more
Yeah.
you altered it, you definitely want to show that progression in the book.
In the back? So
So if it starts like a t-shirt, but it ends up as a hat, I would say you made that.
that would be made because it's not the original item. So if you are completely taking something apart and making something completely new, that's made. But if you are just altering the fit, the color, that kind of thing, that's altered. Okay? Any other questions on this one? Okay. I also sometimes will put techniques used just as like a highlight. You don't have to do that. I just think it's a little fun thing to just be able to point out real quick. You know, I made my hat. I used millinery work, so that's not something you see. I don't list everything. I just list the things that, like, you don't see very often there. Keep the flow. Use bullet points. A paragraph is hard to read, and I will tell, even if judges are reading this after the fact, they still need to be able to review your build book quickly. So if they have to read through a whole paragraph, it's going to take them a bit of time. And then try and keep the pages in the order that you're going to talk about in judging. I personally usually go head to toe, but you can also go toe up just to keep your flow of, like, what you're talking about. It helps set the pace of, like, oh, I made my hat, and then I styled my wig, and then keep going down. Sometimes things don't fit into categories. That's okay. You can kind of fit them in where you need to. And don't be afraid to rearrange the pages as you go. I do that all the time. Okay, what not to add. Build books are your own thing, but some things just to keep in mind for, you know, time with judging is if you want to add a story, make it short, just because time is always an issue. And don't purposely add what went wrong, okay? Anytime you go into judging, never point out, this didn't work, this looks bad, because there are, you know, situations where we're not going to notice it. Talk about the positives. I want to know the good things. What were you successful in? Highlight that. So if you used a technique and it didn't work well, but you figured out some innovative way or just a second way that worked, talk about that. Talk about how you learned, because we love to know what you learned making this costume. You know, did you find a new technique? You know, like they were saying in the previous panel of the HTV didn't work for that specific flow. And so they thought about a process that would work instead. We love that. I was dyeing Thomas fabric as an ombre, and it's not quite dark enough, so she ended up airbrushing it to make it a little bit darker. So we're not going to talk about, oh, well, you know, we dyed the base fabric, but it wasn't good enough, so we did something else. Well, Toma learned how to airbrush, so we're going to talk about she learned how to airbrush to match that. So make it into a positive.
Now it looks like silk painting. It's much cooler.
It is much cooler, okay?
Yeah,
so,
cat.
Only what you leave out, what you put in. All right, now, so you've got the Sophie costume, have the hat box by the door, you walk out and you leave it.
Forgotten costume pages.
So, well, you need to see it in the build book. What's probably going to be a decision maker?
I would still talk about it as something you made. It is hard because the judges can't physically see it, but you did put the work into it, so I would still leave it in there. Now, if it's a part of the costume that it doesn't really matter, you can take that page out and just do what's in front of you.
I did that. I forgot a piece at AZ one time, and I started to walk to judging, and I went, oh my God, my front panel. And I went, open build book, tear out page, stuff in pocket, onward we
Yeah.
go. Don't talk about it, doesn't exist.
Yeah, so if your build book allows for that, you can do that. My friend Mina forgot her big back bow on one of her costumes, and she did the same thing. She just took the page out, didn't mention it. I mean, we got best group.
Yeah, I mean, in
So-
some cases too, like even if you don't talk about it, but you leave that page in,
They may not
they might
realize
not even
you-
notice it, and
Yeah.
they'll be going back through like, oh, I wish I had seen that. Like,
Yeah.
but yeah. So in some cases, if you don't talk about it, and it's there, they'll kind of be like, oh, that's a thing.
Yeah.
So it comes
It could
down
go
to
either way.
Yeah, it could go either way. So it really comes down to personal preference, how you want to go about it. If it's like a small piece that you think might have just not been noticed, just let it go. If it's a major piece, you might want
I want
to.
to talk about that.
Yeah.
Yes, I didn't forget this piece. I just left it at home.
We will say, so sad.
So sad. Yeah. Yeah. We judges understand. As somebody who
We've done it.
has literally left a major part of my costume at home, and my mother had to meet me halfway to bring me said parts. We have all been there.
Last year,
La-
AZ. Yep.
Yeah.
She still won Best in Show, by the way.
Thanks, Mom.
Mom wins trophy, yay!
Mom does have the trophy. So yeah, it's really going to depend on the costume, on the contest, how you feel. You know, if you need it or not. And some things, there was a discussion in one of the like cosplay support groups about less important things that judges want to hear. And so I was kind of reading through that and adding some of those is like cost. The judges were talking about how, you know, some people have more resources than others. So cost, it's really going to be up to you.
Yeah, no one really cares that you spent $200 on 100% silk for your costume. They don't want to think about it. You don't want to think about it.
Where I will say it can benefit you. So when I made this Sophie costume, I used everything that I already owned. So it was a goal of mine to not buy much for this costume. So in my story, I only bought 2 bottles of Rit dye to make this costume. And the reason I put this is because that shaped the techniques I used to make the costume. Because I used a polyester voile for the skirt. And so the flow is not like a chiffon that most people use to make this outfit. But when I went into judging, I was talking about these are the techniques I used based on the materials that I had. So if you can shape it like that, talk about it.
I love telling them it's a stash build.
Yeah. So if it shapes the techniques you use, definitely add that in. Time spent making the costume, depending on your skill level, things may take you longer. Or you may be really quick like Toma is, and you can pump out a costume in a day. Everyone's going to be a little bit different. So if you're really proud of something and you know you want to talk about the time, you can, but don't make it a huge like focus. Focus on the parts that you did and just
Yeah.
talk about the background of it.
I don't know who actually sits there and counts how many hours it takes to make something, but it depresses me when I think about it.
Yeah, I did in my Seraphim's Blessing, when we get to that, I did
over here
put the embroidery time because I did all of the machine embroidery on that costume. So I did put the time just to show this is how much time I spent embroidering on this costume, and this is how much I saved from doing it by hand. As something for me, do the judges care about that as much as I do? Probably not. But I thought it was neat. So if it means something to you, add it in because this is your build book. Okay? Yes, question.
Something like an interesting thing for like printing time for like, oh, this took 4 days.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you want to just throw a little note like that in, that's a fun fact. I love fun facts, but you don't have to make like a whole, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, well, it took
Yeah.
it took an hour to do the outer wall and the infill was that doesn't matter. But if you want to say, "Oh, it took 4 days." Yeah, that's great. And character background. So unless it relates to the costume and the decisions you made, you don't really have to add that in. Just like you don't have to like be in character when you go to judging. If you're doing a Dr. Stone cosplay and you're using like rough spun fabrics because the time, mention that. That's
Yeah,
decisions you made to make the costume.
Yeah, if you made specific choices based on the character because of what is in the series or in the book, like we chose silk because it's ancient China, like that kind of stuff you would include because you have a specific reason for doing what you did. But if you go into, well, Dr. Stone was born in this and he then like nobody cares. Like we ain't got time for the whole series rundown. So leave that part out.
All right, and then going back to submissions. In-person costume contest, please bring a printed copy. In color if you can, just because technology can fail.
Sometimes FedEx happens.
Sometimes FedEx happens. We have definitely printed build books at a convention. If you don't have a printer, that's okay. The library is great. If you cannot print a build book, you can always email the director and see if you can submit it that way, or bring your phone in. We had one person at one contest actually have a tablet, and they had their build book. But do keep in mind that means we can't review it after the fact. We have to look at it right there while you're there. And a lot of times we really want to look at you and not just the tablet. So just keep that in mind. You can also do handwritten build books. If you want to just print out a bunch of pictures and then just kind of write in, I did this, I've done that. My Mau Mau build book is literally all just pictures, and then I just wrote a few notes. If you don't have time for all that, just throw your pictures on there and call it a day. And then for digital submissions, please submit it as a PDF. It's so much easier than a PowerPoint file or some other kind of file that people may not be able to access. And you can also condense the size of a PDF for the digital submissions. I know I had an issue with that with Dragon Con because my build book had so many photos.
Too big.
So watch your file size. And I guess we can talk about making them fancy or making them simple. If you're
What do you
gonna, yeah.
I got all of them. I got them.
Yes,
I have
question.
chaos.
What are some of the best cons for this type of competition, craftsmanship? Like, I know a lot of them have them, but like, which one's really good, really technical?
Oh boy, you getting diving in some deep right there. Ours. No,
Yes. We appreciate.
I mean, as far as like, if you really want to go like hardcore craftsmanship, top of the level, you're talking your Crown Championships, your, NYCC, all of anything Reed Pop that throws money at you. That's where you're going to get your top costumes. The Crown Championships, they run qualifiers. So there's like C2, E2 in Chicago. There's one on the West Coast. I think Florida's got one of them at MegaCon, I think it is. Or maybe they're the other one. I don't know. There's so many like... Yeah, MegaCon is Fan Expo. Okay, yeah. So there's so many like higher level competitions now that you kind of have to like really search it out. But that's like your top tier. That's where you get like the people with the massive builds.
Actually, I want to do like really nice, professional looking stuff,
Yeah.
but I don't. I've only done really galaxy.
Yeah, your top tier is going to be your C2, E2. I think that's the one that's most well known. And they, like I said, that's the Crown Championships of Cosplay. That's the one that has like 4 qualifiers around the country, and then the finals happen at C2, E2, and you compete against other countries. Like every country has a qualifier for this, and they all meet at C2, E2, and that's the finals for the world. As far as like conventions that are a little bit more like local and like mainstream, if you want like a step up to a step before that, probably your us. No. Yeah, that's a hard one because you're going to get something from everything. That, every con's going to have its own little quirks. Craftsmanship heavy, though, you're going to look at us, your Galaxy Con, Dragon Con's Friday night.
Whole Mat has some good ones if you want
Mat, yeah, if you're
international.
thinking international, Holiday Matsuri and Youmacon. They're the ones that host the qualifiers for your international competitions, and Anime Expo hosts the qualifier for the World Cosplay Summit. Do we spoiler?
You can.
Which, by the way, in approximately 10 days, we will be going to compete for World Cosplay Summit.
In
So-
true last-minute fashion.
In true last-minute fashion, we're not working on them in the hotel room right now. But yeah, so when we're talking like the silks and stuff, we're literally, it's current.
Current. Part of the idea for this panel was actually we were going to build a build book together, but
For this.
yeah, we don't have time right now. Anyway, so this was one of my very first build books. You will see a noticeable lack of pictures because I didn't take pictures. It's all words. If you can follow it, good luck.
I'm impressed you typed it up. I mean, my first build books were all handwritten
Yeah.
with photos I printed off at like CVS.
So I still have that, made, alter, bought, but in different wording. Then I have bits about the construction. And then, of course, I have my reference photo. Here I have an entire materials list. If you keep this good track of what you've used, great for you. If you don't have like 10 fabric store trips, what are you even doing with your life? You've got it together more than I do.
I don't normally do this, but for this one, I actually put in swatches of my fabrics into my build book. Just because this particular costume, I layered fabrics. And so I wanted them to see what the original fabric was and then the fabric that went over top of it so that they could see that to create the final piece, it was this many things to get there. So, you can put whatever you want. I also have my like lace trims in here, like not something I usually do, but with a costume that has like a lot of techniques and you do have maybe a little bit extra that you kind of want to be like, here, see, this is what the process looks like, or this is a failed one,
Yeah.
It's good to include those things because they see that it's not a simple process necessarily. It took a little bit of effort to get to that point.
So what was it? 2019? Yeah, 2019. I actually won Best in Show here in my Easter Bunny costume, and this is the build book I had. So obviously I have my little reference image. If you know Sakizos, that's it. That's your only reference photo. Good luck. Techniques I used, made, altered, bought, and I did this one in Word. So talking about this is word heavy.
That's really word heavy.
It's word heavy. I told you I'm very wordy. So this is a bit much. That's why we're going over examples. I can tell you what not to do. And then I have my photos that go with each section. So this is my headpiece, and then I included the part of the reference. If you have multiple references, that's where it's good to include those kind of photos, just so you can be like, here's a direct comparison of what this looks like versus what, the reference image looks like.
Yeah, like for instance, for Lelouch, I had the main photos in the beginning. Sorry, this one is not stapled very well. I steal my jackets and reuse them. And then later in the book, because I was making the helmet, I actually included just like a front, side, and where is it? So much vacuum forming, oh my God. Yeah, I included like the different views of the helmet so that when they could see those 10 pages of progress, they understood. I don't know why I keep hitting that, I'm sorry. I can't see it. Perfect vision. But yeah, that way they knew they didn't have to go back to this front because sitting here on the corner,
So yeah, all
that,
the way down there.
they had more views of what the helmet looked like and how it would change depending on what angle he was looking, just about.
So yeah, if you are directly copying something, just slide it on there if you have the space. Very word heavy here, but I am very wordy.
Very wordy.
It is. Like I said, these were my first kind of build books. And so everything is in its own little section. So bias tape, talking about that, where it's at, front panel. So as you can see here with this one, I actually bolded the parts of what we're talking about instead of it, usually now I make a big sign or big text. These I just bolded it. So it's kind of that
so
example.
Like, for example, for my rose one, I've got the upper titles of what I was doing. I don't know. It's chaos. I've created chaos.
You have created chaos.
But yeah, so I just made each page and have a title above it. And I always do, I don't know if it's probably different from you, but I always do one technique per page. So
Yeah,
if
I
I've got
mostly do.
quilting, it's a quilting title and the process. If I do resin casting, it's a resin casting and the process. That way there's enough of a variety of techniques displayed, and each one's got enough room to really see the process laid out.
So this one is the Lady Marigold, where I showed you my folders. Front page, I have everything about the costume, they actually wanted you to put your name, your cosplay handle, your email, and what category you were in. I was in the needlework category. Your reference photo, and then my made altered bot, and then I put a little snippet about where the artwork's from and a little bit about making the costume. This one, I made all of my undergarments, so I actually included, this was online submission, so they didn't see you until after this judging process.
Literally after they had chosen who
Yeah,
won.
and you did like a runway and everything. So you had to submit all of your front, your side, like a whole photo shoot kind of thing, and then a video when you did the contest. So I have so many layers under here. I literally, this was actually me getting undressed from the costume. So as I took off my layers, my mom took photos for me. Thanks, Mom.
Mom's the MVP.
Yeah, Mom MVP. So the judges could actually see this is what the entire costume, because half the time you can't see all of these underlayers. If you come in the judging room and like just start stripping, I mean, that's
I've done
up
it.
to you.
I've literally
we've
done
all
it.
done it.
I will walk in with 4 layers. I walk out in my underwear. Well, I did a like Korean hanbok, and I literally had made like every layer, and I was like, listen, I'm gonna be talking really fast and stripping while you're looking at me. So here you go. Here's layer 1. This is what I did. Here we go. Here's layer 2. This is what I did. And handed them off to the judges, and I'm like, you can look at everything. It's clean inside and out. Here we go. I'm naked.
If you are not if you are not comfortable with that, these kind of photos will suffice.
Listen, if you know Korean historical undergarments, I really wasn't naked. It's still very covered.
And then this I was specifically more wordy with, because since I wasn't there personally talking for this judging, I had to put all of this in words because they needed to know. They needed to know.
Also, again, this one was all online. She wasn't there to talk about the costume. They were literally judging it by the build book and the video.
I actually submitted a small snippet of me making the hat, like literally doing the hat as part of my submission, because I was like, you need to know I made this hat. I sure did. It's raffia and straw, because I'm a crazy person. Thank you. I also made my own lace front wig because I'm crazy. I do.
She hates herself.
I hate myself.
We both do.
We
It's
both
fine.
do. It's fine. It's fine. Anyway, so each section has its own little thing. I made my own lace. Like, talk about, if you did this, talk about it. I want to know about it. Tell me all the things. The crazier, the better for me. So yeah, every section has its own little snippet, and I talk about what's in the photos. If you don't know what to write, just look at your photos. Just look at the photo and say, oh, I'm making flowers. They're made out of felt. Great. Perfect. This one is like where I was making the trim for the skirt and doing the draping. So I showed the draping process for the skirt. If your room is messy or your craft space is messy, we're not going to judge you, because ours are too.
Oh, yeah.
Okay?
Don't look at my photos too close.
Yeah. You're going to see all this crazy stuff in the background. That's okay. I'm not going to judge
And
you.
usually a cat.
And usually a cat.
The best supervisor. They do.
In my house, yes. They do.
I mean, everyone needs a supervisor to make sure you're working correctly. Yep. Oh, yeah. No, that's literally, I'm pretty sure she's laying on the fabric for the cuffs in this one.
So if there's a lot of steps in your process, show them if you got them. More photos, the better. And then they wanted a lot of detail photos, front, side, back, and all of that. So I included slides of just the up-close photos. So this was for the Ultimate Cosplay Championships. They did one at home at. And they did 3 categories: armor, needlework, and out of this world. And I was in the needlework category. And so they actually selected people, like when you did your submissions, and yeah, it was the whole thing. But yeah, talking about bonus for pets. There's my puppy. He wanted to be in the photo.
So
Let's see
you've
what
got
else.
7 minutes.
Yeah, I
If
know.
you want to open it up to...
More questions?
Oh, hey, it's me!
Oh, hey, it's the build book I made for Toma.
Why do you have... Oh, that's why.
Why do I have this? Because I made your build book.
I think it's here somewhere.
It probably is.
Who knows? I have made chaos.
She literally threw photos at me and I made her a build book. It happens.
Is it that one? Could be that one.
Yeah. I'm like, just tell me what you did.
All the things.
All the things. So she literally did like a write-up of what she did, and I made her a pretty build book. You know, I'm not going to judge you if your friend makes your build book. It's fine. Like
You
I
can
said.
help.
Huh?
Friends can help.
Yeah, it's fine.
I think that was where I had absolutely zero time to
You
actually
didn't,
make my build
so
book.
I just made your build book. This is a combined build book. If you're doing a group cosplay, you can either separate it out by character. So I did mine. My slides are all pink, and her slides are yellow. So that kind of separates it. Now, if you are all making, say, like idol costumes, where everything is very similar, you can combine all of those in the same thing. So if you're all using the same fabrics, that's a slide. Whatever techniques, the skirts, the panels, you can make those all the same slides for everybody and have one big build book. It's really just going to depend on your group, your characters. If one person is making X part for every single person, they make that slide. Done, you know. But if everyone's making their own thing, just make sure your techniques are very similar, or mention why y'all did separate things. So, all right, with 5 minutes, what kind of questions do we have? Yes, in the back. Okay.
No such thing. No.
So it's going to depend on the costume, and it's going to depend on the competition. If you bring me a 100-page build book,
we ain't looking at it.
I'll read it because I'm nosy, and I love build books.
Not I.
But nobody else is going to have time for that. But-
I can't remember what contest it was, but it was one of the online ones.
UCC,
And-
UOCC,
and
had
there-
a 100
Yeah.
page
Okay.
build
Yeah.
book.
They were like, we went through it, but it was like 140 pages.
Yeah.
And it's just like that's
That's
too
too
much.
But it really depends on what you're making. So when we have novices come in, I don't expect you to have a very long build book, you know, unless you decide you want to make a lot more stuff. Then you're probably going to have a longer build book. But it's going to depend on what costume you're making, how many pieces you're making, and how many techniques you're going to use.
I think my build books range anywhere from 10 to 15 or 16 pages.
Yeah. I mean, even my one for my online is 15 pages.
Yeah,
I
like
could have made
that's
it
a good
longer.
sweet spot.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, if you go over 20, I expect a lot of techniques.
Yeah.
You know.
Like I said, 1 page per technique will usually get you what you need to get across, except for the helmet where I literally had like 10 pages because I was showing the entire vacuum forming process and everything. But yeah,
Yeah,
like
Seraphim's-
one page per technique.
Seraphim's Blessing was 19.
Yeah.
So,
But you had a lot of techniques.
yeah, the more techniques, the longer it's going to be. But yeah, so it's a gut feeling of how much is too much.
If you don't want to read it,
No one
ain't
else is going to want to read it. Yeah.
Right here.
Do you need like good quality of photos? Like, you took it with your camera and like audio, not
Every photo I take is
On my phone. Like I said, we don't care what's in the background. It's fine. As long as you can see what you're trying to, you know, crop it if you need to, but as long as we can get the idea of what you're doing, that's what's important.
Yeah.
So you don't have to have professional photos.
Yeah.
All of those photos of Marigold, we're taking on my phone. So, yes. Depends
Eligible, like legible, like do not go cursive on us.
Depends on if it's a digital submission. Like this was digital, so my font is much smaller because they looked at this because this
Yeah.
was for Dragon Con. So they had this on their computer. So if it's a digital submission, they can zoom in and do all that. So you can go smaller.
I usually
but-
tend to be the 12 to 14 point font just because I want it to be larger enough for them to read it. Because, I mean, when they're going through this, they're not going to want me to go, I mean, I can't read. I only have one eye right now. I can't read my own
Yeah.
build book. But, yeah, you don't want them having to squint at your tiny font versus hello spam, versus actually looking at your your costume. So yeah, legible is better. A font color that's not going to burn your eyes is best.
Yeah. Any other questions?
No?
No?
So we do have a plethora of build books up here. If
We
you
can
guys,
find a spot outside.
yeah, like want to look at them. Obviously, it's like 158. I'm not lying when I say I can't see. So we will bring them out there because we don't have anything else until opening ceremonies. So we are happy to stand around and let you flip through our pages.
And talk to you about choices we made.
Yeah.
You can judge me. I don't mind.
Yeah.
I don't love myself.
And we are on Instagram and whatnot, so if you ever
Oh.
have a question about anything really,
on.
you can message us. And
Those are QR codes to
to the
Instagram.
group Instagram and her Instagram.
Oh, it's gone now. Okay, never mind.
Too bad.
Too bad.
Find us.
They really want to contact you.
I have one of my awards in here. It was
Hello. How's it going? Good, good, good. I'm doing great. It's my first time doing a panel at a con, so hey. Very excited about that. So chances are I'll be walking around a little bit. I tend to like wandering a little bit, not to be stuck at the same spot. But yes, welcome to Posing and Composition. Very glad to be here. So just to get some introductions out the way, well, first question. How many people here are photographers? Just raise your hand. Okay, I see a little, okay. I mean, hey, there it is. That's cosplay for you. So how many people are here as cosplayers? Okay, so the majority of you all here for the cosplay and the photography experience. So, well, let's get started. Let me introduce myself. My name is Kyle Williams. I am the photographer behind The World of Gwendana. To give you some background, I'm a senior, or was in a previous life, did senior photography, lifestyle, wedding, engagement photography, and fashion photography. So even before getting into the cosplay scene, I have had, well, at this point it's terrifying to think about, 15 years worth of experience as a photographer. I keep thinking, oh yeah, I just started 15 years ago. But cosplay, and at this point it's been 8 years since I started cosplay photography. So, but I've been a hobbyist cosplay photographer since 2016. My specialty is in natural light. I don't use reflectors, I don't use strobes, not that there's anything wrong with that, but I am lazy and I don't want to carry things. So that's what it comes down to. But I am known for my ability to pose and give direction. So my philosophy on posing, really a lot of what I do is directing through hands. So without touching the cosplayer, without moving, doing a lot of like simple, safe posing to start off a shoot. That way I can showcase the cosplay. And let's be honest, we do a lot of stuff for social media, so there is that safe stuff that we do want to have out there. But also doing poses that convey action, movement, storytelling, cinematic framing and composition is a lot of like what I really enjoy doing. And doing detailed photos of costumes, cosplayers, showcasing the cosplayers' works. And for me, a big thing is with posing, it's not necessarily just about like masculine versus feminine posing. It is about the character and the setting is what's going to drive a lot of the posing for a character or for a cosplay. So it went backwards, cool. So let me try, apparently it wants me to stay. So let's fix that real quick. Doop, doop, doop. All right, so I will not venture too far from my computer then. That's cool. So what do I mean by that? What a character drives posing. So really, there's a lot of characters out here. There's a lot of cosplays out here. We need to understand like what that character is, that character's motivations. That personality type is going to drive how we handle like posing that character, telling that story. So is the character like a powerful hero? Or are they just a crazy, crazy villain like Toga from My Hero Academia? Are they aloof, uncaring? Are they just sort of there? Are they just sort of like a potato? That happens. I've done those shoots. Or are they ethereal beings from like a fantasy world? So really understanding that type of character really starts helping you understand, okay, this is how we should start at least looking at posing, how we want to guide them through the posing process. Now, there's also the idea of setting. I do a lot of different types of photo shoots. I can do sci-fi, I can do lifestyle, I can do fantasy, but really the setting is going to dictate, all right, this is the type of posing that we're going to want to have for this particular character. Some cases I might have an ethereal, like very fantastical being. There might be a Zelda that I'm going to be shooting. I see a Zelda right there. I see there might be like a Mandalorian, as you can see in the example up there, where we need a neutral background, something that conveys very Star Wars, but the posing is going to be very Mandalorian. Or there might be a hero like Cyclops, or they might be something like very beautiful, very ethereal, very fantastical, very out of this world. Or it might even just be slice of life, where it's just like, all right, this is a normal person doing normal things. So cosplay really does run that gamut, and understanding what that setting's going to be. I mean, I've seen it before, but you may or may not have a magical girl in a graffiti-ridden alley. That can happen. That can work. More power to you if you can pull it off. But having that setting in mind will help us with the character or with the posing. So some ways to learn posing. Really understanding what that character's signature move is. Maybe if you look at their TV show or anime, we have like, maybe they just do this. Maybe they do a little heart. Whatever that signature move is, that signature pose is, that's one thing that you can practice. Another thing would be searching for YouTube, or searching on YouTube. And really, I'm not even talking about searching YouTube for cosplay photography posing. Search for photography posing, search for model posing. And just as important, maybe even more important, is to search for poses or how to pose people who are not models. I would say a lot of folks are not models. I've worked with models, they can pose very well, but the vast majority of us get in front of a camera like, I don't know what to do with my hands. Yeah, like, yeah, no. So I would say pose, look for posing for people who aren't models, but also study cosplay photo shoots, observe how the photographer is actually guiding through that shoot, what you notice, what strikes you about that. Obviously don't copy, but really just start thinking about, all right, this is interesting how they have the hands like this, but not necessarily like covering your face, that sort of thing. Look at how cosplayers pose. There are a lot of cosplayers out there, a lot of good posing. Really study and understand like how they're posing, what their hand positionings are, what their eyes are looking at, that sort of thing. And for me, do a lot of photo shoots. The less glamorous option, I shoot a lot. You'll see in this PowerPoint how many shoots I've done. I have several photo books that are altogether about this tall, 300 pages each, and that's not counting the work I've done in the past 3 years. So I have a problem. Yay! We're all just, yeah, there are worse problems indeed. But also do your research and ask questions. So research the character, understand their personality and their journey. I might look at Wikipedia for photographers. I shoot so many things, I don't have time to play or watch or read everything that I've shot. But Wikipedia is there. I can figure out their journey pretty quick. I can look on YouTube, find out their journey, what their personality is pretty quick. But also you can find poses that fit that aesthetic that you're going for. Another thing is to create a mood board. That's huge, where you are just look through, whether it be Pinterest, whether it be Instagram, whether it be even Google search, finding those images that inspire you, finding those images that fit the aesthetic of that character, finding the images that interest you, saving that, creating a mood board so you can reference that at any point. For cosplayers, I advocate practicing in front of a mirror. For photographers, one thing I like to do is while I am on a shoot, I will ask a cosplayer about the character. I'll be honest, I don't even have time to do a lot of research, especially at a con. I try. But if if it's one of those things where I'm at an event, I see something that's interesting, hey, let me grab a couple of photos. Tell me about this character. Why I do that is, one, it helps break the ice. When I get to a shoot, there have been plenty of times I'm working with somebody new. They don't know me well, I don't know them well. Having that conversation like, hey, how are you doing? Yeah, great. How's the weather up? Like, anything new going on with you? That can be awkward. But asking them about that character, you can see their light up, their eyes light up. It helps break the ice, but it also helps get the cosplayer in the mindset of that cosplay. They start thinking about that time that the character did that one thing that really stood out to them. But also, it gives you an idea of what to work with, and it helps me connect the dots and say, okay, this person said this about this cosplayer. This is what connects that cosplayer to that character. So then I can start feeding off of that energy because I now know this is why they are connected to this character. So that's why I advocate just that break the ice sort of thing. So when it comes to posing, one of the things I hear a lot is, well, I was working with this photographer, they just didn't say anything. They just took pictures. I mean, have you all run into that where you're just like on a shoot? All right, do I look good? I'm not quite sure. My big thing is do not leave, if you're a photographer, do not leave a cosplayer out on the island. I like to warm up with basic poses. So what I'll usually do is like I tell a cosplayer, hey, turn your hips this way, open your shoulders up, might have like the point their legs, try to walk them through poses so I can start figuring out how well they pose, what their comfort level is with posing. I can start warming up because my brain is, every time I start a shoot, I'm like, wait, how do I take a photo again? I just completely forgot what my camera settings do. But that gives them direction, that establishes that rapport, that starts warming them up as well. Now, I also want to give positive feedback. That's important because that starts giving the cosplayer confidence. Like if they are doing something well, really hone in on that. Say, hey, that looks great. If they're not doing something well, I'm not gonna be like, oh God. I might say, oh God, because my camera settings are completely jacked up, and I'm like, well, that's completely overexposed, so let me fix that setting real quick. But I'm not gonna say, like, this is terrible. I'm going to redirect. Where you're like, okay, that, in my mind, that doesn't work. Let's try the other direction, or let's try another pose. Really start figuring out how they pose, what's gonna work with them. When there is no feedback, the cosplayer does become self-conscious. Another thing I'd like to do is what's called mirroring. So really what that means is when I give a pose, I'm going to do the pose. It's gonna look absolutely ridiculous, especially if I'm walking with my friend Brooklyn, who's like 4'11", maybe in like some sort of magical girl sort of look, seeing this tall 6'7" muscular dude just trying to do the daintiest little pose. You know what, I will gladly look ridiculous, especially if it makes them more comfortable and understand what I am trying to get them to do. I'll also lean into the cosplayer's strengths, and if a cosplayer knows how to pose, I'll let them do the work. Like, I'll still give them direction, but I can very quickly tell when somebody knows how to pose well, and then I can say, all right, basically when you hear the shutter click, change your pose, and they can do it. So, a couple of examples here. Let's see how well these play. So this first one is my friend Lexi. You can tell that she knows how to pose. I can give no direction, and she can, whenever that shutter hits, she is able to go into another pose. You can tell the variety of the poses that she can do. And some people are good like that. But you'll notice that some of the things, like the transitions are subtle. So she might do something like this. She might go into like a completely different pose. But that's one moment where it's like, okay, you know how to pose. I don't need to give you as much direction. The other one, Jasmine, Cutie Pie Sensei, she knows how to pose. But this example here is actually, you won't be able to hear this very well. But this is me giving direction. So I am positioning Jasmine. I am telling her with my hands, all right, look this way, move your hand a little bit this way, that sort of thing. And she's able to follow that. I am able to see the back of the camera. The cosplayer does not see that, so they have no idea what's happening. So it's up to me to be able to like say that. I also showed her the back of the camera, like, hey, this was good. Take a look at that. And you can sort of see what the shot looked like right there. So that's part of that feedback, where it's like, I know the shot's good. You'll probably like the shot. Take a look at this. And they start building that confidence. Like, you start establishing that rapport. So, all right, so let's talk about posing from head to toe. So I'm gonna go more into the details about just like body positioning and all that. And quick time check, how are we doing? 218, great, doing great. So starting with the head, one of the big things that when I was coming up in photography, like especially lifestyle fashion, was this idea of like when you're standing, forehead out, so you're pushing your forehead out, chin down, because that elongates the neck. It's a little bit more flattering. If you kind of avoid any double chin issues when you sort of puts that chin out, forward, down, or whatever order that came in. But that's one of the things that when I started out, that was a huge thing. Now, candidly, do I do that? I do not, because again, I am a natural light photographer. So I am very, very dependent and very particular about light, where the sun is, understanding where the sun is, where the light source is. So there are going to be times where I have to say, all right, chin up to the light source, because I want to get rid of any of the shadows under the eyes, any of the harsh shadows, harsh lines, that sort of thing. Now, a head tilt, that can tell the audience like who the character is or what they are feeling. So you can sort of see in that one example there, head tilt up, eyes closed, that's sort of like almost like that reflective sort of look. The tilt to the side, notice how the mood completely changes. So when you're posing, you do a head tilt this way, head tilt this way, head tilt up, close eyes. Notice how the mood changes, the personality changes immediately for that cosplayer. Now when you start adding like maybe a smirk when you do a chin like this, maybe that's like gives off like a very cocky or condescending vibe. So idea is chin up, head tilt, chin down. Tilting the head does tell you a lot about the character. Also understand your best angle as a photographer, what angles are working, and the cosplayer's best angles. There's been plenty of times where a cosplayer is like adamant, it's like photograph me on this side, and like, all right, we'll get a lot of photographs on that one angle, but you know what, we'll make it work. But understand the best side. Also understand the best side if there's like a wig that's, you know how it is with cosplay, that one side that's like covered up. I'm like, oh wait, all right, turn your head this other way so I can actually see your eye. Now with the arms, one thing you do want to avoid, this. Legs together, hands flat, no real personality. There's this idea of like the triangle, where you create triangles with your limbs. So you'll see with this cosplayer, the triangle with the arm. Well, I'm tall enough to do this. So you'll see the triangle right there. You can sort of see a triangle right here. But also over here, triangle, triangle. So you start to have those triangles with the limbs, hands on hips, maybe a leg like this. So that way you start developing angles. Something that's a little bit more dynamic for the photo. Triangles guide the viewer's eyes. You can bring your arms in tight though. So what I mean by that, maybe you have a shot where the arms are like very reverent like this, or maybe like this, or maybe you do something like this. So it is good that you can have your arms in tight, but you just don't want to just be flat like this. Another big thing is you can engage the props, the environment. So you're not on an island. You're not just this being that exists in nothing. I can do this. I can have a shot of me working on my computer, or me just talking on the mic. That's a shot. Like, engage the environment. And big stretch. There are certain times where I'm like, maybe do a shot like this, or cracking your knuckles, engaging your own, that's going to sound weird, engaging your own body. So here is a quick photo shoot breakdown of that in practice. So this cosplayer, armor, this top shot, notice how he's engaging the prop. He's using the weapon. That's doing something with his hands. Same thing with this other shot. Here, he's engaging the environment, and that's giving like that morning, the comrade sort of look. Also at the very end, you'll see him just pointing like a soldier, like, hey, we're going in this direction. So it's that idea of using the hands, understanding the character, what sort of actions would that character do, and then having the cosplayer perform actions as if they are that character. So, throwing hands. All right. So the big thing that you run into is like, what do I do with my hands? Hey, I'm going to be honest, cosplay is easy compared to other forms of photography because wedding photography, like, hold hands, I guess. Like, senior portraits, LinkedIn photos, like, fold your arms. That's all I got, man. Cosplay, you have props. You have costumes. Even if you do not have a weapon, you can figure out something to do with your hands. So, like, a lot of times I'm doing, like, neutral pose if you're doing that. You can have your hands tensed up, but not, like, clenched, unless that's the character and they're like that, ready to fight. But also holding and using your prop. You'll see on the corner there, that cosplayer is unsheathing their weapon. That's giving them something. That's giving their hand something to do. Lightly touching the face. That's also an option. So maybe I'll just have a cosplayer do something like this. Being reverent, reflective with hand placement. So like bottom right, like that's, yes, bunny ears, it's Fate. We all, if you know Fate, know the characters from Fate. Even the people who play Fate probably don't know the characters from Fate. Yes, that's from Fate. But still one of those things where the setting was like, you know what, let's go ahead and do something a little bit more reverent, more ethereal, if you will. That's giving something, their hand something to do. Reaching out to the camera, sure, the hot dog hands. Who here has heard of the hot dog hands? Where it's like you hold your hand out as if you're holding a hot dog. That sort of thing. Yes, it's great, right? So yeah, you can do the hot dog hands. Or you can have your hands going through your hair. If you have hair. I do not have a lot of hair, so that does not work for me. Or hands behind head. Or hands, it's like maybe I'm just looking out into the distance. So here's a couple of shoots. So this shoot here, extensive use of the hands. You have one where the hands are very reverent. Notice the mood that you have when you look at that. You have a second one where they are casually reaching out. Again, that very beautiful, ethereal, it's Zelda, very nice, very wonderful. Very inviting. But also kind of compare the top to this one. Notice how the mood completely shifts, where they're covered in dirt, eyes are completely bugged out. That is a look of terror, and you feel that terror. But yes, engaging the prop, engaging the environment on that right side, where they're throwing the water out because they are frustrated. You start feeling those emotions. So another one, very creepy. It is a gender-bent Pennywise from It. Very good with the hand placement though. Notice what's happening, the light touching of the face, or maybe not so light touching of the face, but still, hands to the face, creating a very tense mood, very terrifying mood. Using the prop. So the prop, the red balloon is iconic. So of course they're going to be holding that balloon, keeping their hands busy. And at the bottom there, hand in lap, still holding the balloon, but the head tilt. Notice how the head tilt also changes that vibe, or it's like it goes from terrifying to very, very unsettling. Like Pennywise is really going to come out and do horrible things. So the hips. Hips help create lines and angles, so that can make for a more interesting photo. I told you all before, so what I'd like to do is point hips this way, open up shoulders. Of course, I'm not usually having them stand flat like this, but demonstration purposes. But that helps better flatter the cosplayer. I'll also point them to shift weight from one hip to the other. A lot of things that I see when I tell people that, they kind of go like, start shifting, like putting weight on the leg. Really, and I know it's weird, it's more like hip, just moving weight to the hip, as opposed to just doing the leg sort of thing. So it's a lot more subtle. You can also do like resting the hips on a rail, on a wall, but really creating some angles there. And the hand on hips sort of thing too also works. So these are, don't skip leg day. Did I get out of order? Nope, I did not. Okay. Don't skip leg day. So let's talk about the legs. When I'm on a shoot, I will routinely tell people, widen your stance. So that's an idea of like, sometimes you have to really exaggerate with photography. The camera cannot read subtle very well. So there are going to be times where the photographer might ask you to do something like uncomfortable. And I'm not talking about like the creepy uncomfortable. I'm talking about, is the body supposed to move like that? Don't worry, I've done a cosplay shoot as a cosplayer, and I know what that feels like. Whereas they were like, bend your knees more. Like, okay, are you sure? Are we done? Legs burning. Look at the photos like, oh yeah, that sounds about right. So like, widen out the stance. Or again, shift that weight to one hip. Shift weight to one leg. So what I mean by that is maybe it's going to be like a wide stance. They're shifting weight forward. Maybe they have like a sword like this, going across the body like this, something like that. So that's what I mean by bending your knees, leaning forward, or sometimes I'm just telling them to bend their knees a little bit, as you can see in that bottom picture. But for legs together, again, don't really want necessarily flat, unless that character is very, very military, very proper, then that might make more sense. But consider having like their feet together, crossing, or crossing, that sort of thing. Again, giving those angles, giving the direction, giving that change. So like, and also just like one foot in front of the other. Of course, balance becomes an issue at that point, but that's something you have to sort of work with. I see you laughing over there. It's like, you know, another photographer up there or up in front. So this is some examples of feet stances. You'll see the bent knee, the rogue right there. Notice how hips or the legs are wide, but the hip is popped. So it's not necessarily like the leg is getting moved. It's more so like resting on that hip. For the males, same sort of principle, but for a male photographer or like male cosplayers, have that thumb in the belt loop or arms folded. Very, I guess, I'd say male cosplayers, male presenting, or if it's a character that's male, masculine, or not even male, masculine, I should say. Going forward, just like very broad. Yes.
So if you were to say directly on a cosplayer who is AFAB,
Yep.
but it's like as a male character,
Yep.
which is what I typically do, would you typically pose them a little bit closer to a male character?
Yes. Like, I mean, it's really about the character at that point. Like, unless the cosplayer is like, I want this sort of look, I feel more comfortable with this sort of look, then it's like, all right, thanks for letting me know. Let me aim for that particular look. But at this point, when it comes to like I said, really it's about the character. How would the character interact with the world and engage with the world? So that makes sense. Okay. But on the right corner, that was like a walking shot. So it's really just like one foot in front of the other, walking towards the camera. Facial expressions. That's going to really set the tone as well. So the face can tell us everything we need to know about a character. Is that character happy, whimsical, reflective? Are they heroic or are they unhinged? Like, again, the toga example. Facial expressions can be exaggerated. So you can go really hard. You can go JoJo posing. Yeah, y'all know what I'm talking about. But they can also be subtle. When I say you don't have to be a world beater, you don't have to completely change everything every time you change the pose. You don't have to go bombastic. You can go subtle in terms of facial expressions. You can go for a slight smirk. Then you can transition to a larger smirk. Then you can transition to a smile, that sort of thing. For me, it's like walking the cosplayer through some facial expressions to see what works and get a feel for what's working. Some of us can't smile very well. Can I smile on camera very well? I can't, and I'm good with that. I'm better looking off stoically into the distance. So that's sort of my strength. So I want to help the cosplayer get to that point of feeling out their strengths. And also be aware of any sensitivities that the cosplayer may have. They might be very self-conscious about their teeth. They might be self-conscious about a mark or how they look when they try to smirk. It just might, and when they start getting self-conscious, you start feeling that in the shoot. You start seeing that in the photos. So being very sensitive about those, or being aware of those sensitivities and really working around those sensitivities, playing to their strengths. So a primer on facial expressions. 2:35, okay, we're making good time. So again, you can walk through a number of facial expressions. You can smirk. Of course, you can smirk with confidence. You can smirk with evil intent. It's really based off of what that character is doing, what they look like, what their personality is. Another option, and one thing I do tell people, is slightly part your lips. So you're keeping your teeth closed, but the lips are parted, a small amount. That gives a little bit of tension in that photo, in that cosplayer, in that look. Then you go like half smile, big smile, smile with teeth, neutral expression. Compare and combine those with head tilts. A smirk straight on is very different from a smirk with a head tilt. A smile straight on is very different from a smile with a head tilt. So those work in conjunction with each other. Again, you don't have to be a world beater. You can change things up ever so slightly. So, sort of a photo shoot breakdown here with this Echo cosplayer. So you'll see a lot of, I guess, that neutral sort of look. Even though it's a very neutral expression, with the rest of how the body is positioned, their body is positioned, you sort of feel that sort of power that Echo has. You start to feel like, oh, this guy means business. Of course, if you go to that second photo right there, you sort of see the head tilted a little bit and that kind of that smirk. If you've seen Arcane, you sort of know that exact scene and you know that exact vibe. You see the smile, and if you can't really see it, but that's actually a broom that is hitting the Jinx cosplayer, not actually hitting. Photography is a lie. No one was hit with a broom. But we were in the parking deck at Katsucon, because as you do, when you go to Katsucon, you find the dankest garage possible and do photos in it. And the Echo cosplayer had an idea to, let's recreate the scene with a broom. And we're like, you know what? Yes, we're going to recreate that scene with a broom. But sitting down, head up, and again, that head tilt right there. Another photo, another shoot breakdown. This is my friend Ash. And I'll say Ash is probably one of the best at facial expressions that I've ever worked with, because she is able to really quickly go into different facial expressions based off of that character. And you'll see, like a Zelda, that very ethereal, otherworldly being, very reflective. You also see the Kate Bishop. You can feel that manic energy in her face, how the eyes got big, that smile, that enthusiasm, maybe a little bit too much enthusiasm, really carrying through. You also see Ellie from The Last of Us, and notice the look in Ellie's eyes, how there is sadness, there is not necessarily terror, but like, this is a terrible world to live in. In Spider-Gwen, you'll see that sort of like very heroic, very a big smile there. So that just goes to like really talk through or show you the power of the facial expression. Changing from a smile to a smirk, going for the pouty lips, the sad eyes, and all that. So, it's all in the eyes. So, the eyes do help direct attention to the photo. Eyes can set the mood. Again, are they closed in that reverent manner? Are the eyes engaged with the camera, with the audience? Are the eyes looking off in the distance like you're Superman, looking slightly above, slightly by the camera? Are they telling the viewer that the character is happy, determined, sad, ready to cause chaos? And really, cosplay is fun because you can exaggerate the eyes as needed. That said, one thing that I've been told is this idea of nose goes. Do I follow it all the time? No, but it's a good piece of advice. But really, this idea of wherever your nose is pointing, keep your eyes in that same direction. That way, you're not getting too much whites of the eyes when looking off camera. Because sometimes it's very easy to look, and the camera's right here, you're going to see a lot more white as opposed to looking straight ahead and getting more of the pupils. So, again, eyes can set the mood. What I like doing is maybe having the cosplayer engage the camera some. When I'm having them look off camera. Oh, I see a hand. Okay, that's actually body language is going to be what you need, because there are plenty of times where you're in a mask, you're in full armor. Unfortunately, I didn't get to put slides about body language in this, but really, yeah, it's really about the body language. If the eyes are not visible, if the lips are not visible, at that point, you're going to be heavily reliant on the character's body language, using whatever the character traits are and exaggerating that movement. So you still get that same vibe. But that's a very good question. Yeah. So, eyes. So where should we look? Again, looking off camera, looking above the camera, looking past the camera, but like not directly into the camera. We can have them, the cosplayer, or you as a cosplayer, look down the body line, where it's just like, sort of like, shot like that. Again, eyes closed, with that idea, when your eyes closed and your chin up, that's one mood. When your eyes are closed and your head's tilted, maybe it feels like you're kind of going into like a stretch. Or if your head's down and your like eyes are closed, that really comes off as that you're feeling defeated. The smize, who here has heard of the smize and the smolder? Yeah, like smile with the eyes. Can I smile with my eyes? No. Can I describe it? Yes, I can smolder a little bit. Also, again, engaging the prop of the costume or the environment. So you can have them engage, or looking at the sword, looking at their gloves. Just got to be careful not to have their chin too far down, because you'll start to like get too much of the top of their heads. Might start getting like double chins or weird folds or anything like that. So chin out, look down. Again, photography is a lie, so they might not necessarily be looking at the prop, but it looks like they're looking at the prop. And nose goes. All right. movement and sitting. Let's talk through those two things. I just saw a amazing Padme cosplayer go through the hallway. I got really distracted. I was like, I was like, huh, that's Padme. All right, movement and sitting. Okay, having a seat, that gives you a lot more options for photos, let's be real. Also, kind of gives cosplayers a chance to rest, especially if they're in a heavy costume. It's like, I've been standing for 30 minutes, this hurts. Have a seat. And they're like, oh, thank God. Like, I will gladly grab a seat there. So, but it is important to consider, can the cosplayer even sit down first? Certain armor, certain costumes are like, nah, man, I'm in it to win it. I'm standing here. It's like, all right, that's fair. But also, what is the range of motion? Especially if they have like weird hip plates. They can only sit at one angle, and if that's it, all right, that's fine. We'll keep you sit at that one angle and try to get some shots. But again, the type of character is going to dictate how they sit. The type of shoot is going to dictate how they sit. Whoops. Like masculine type characters, they tend to take up more space. So you've heard of the man spread. So I just have people like, or just like sort of slouch a little bit without like being really slouchy, but more relaxed or more tense like this. You might have a feminine character. They might try to like be a little bit more prim and proper, legs crossed like this, maybe ankles crossed like this. They might be a little bit more back straight, but it really depends again on that character, what type of vibe that they have. But that does give you a lot more, like plenty of options here as to like how to go about posing. Another thing that you can do is just like have knees sort of together. Again, creating those angles, those triangles where you can. So, all right, so here we have another shoot breakdown. Different types of, I guess, sitting, if you will. And you'll sort of see just, they can be sitting on a ledge. They can be sitting in a chair. They can be sitting in a rail or on stairs, or even on a wall. Consider that sitting down. But again, a lot of like, notice the triangles that are happening from some of those shots. Notice how the cosplayer is also sort of engaging either their headphones, and having a prop in hand, looking off in the distance, what sort of vibe you get with that. So again, cross ankles, cross legs, bring legs together. You can cross at the hips, or not the hips, but the thighs. You can cross at the calves. You can cross at the ankles, that sort of thing. And also don't forget the hands. Having the hands in the, like legs crossed in your lap, that's great. If you're sitting something like this, maybe, of course I'm slouching a lot, but poor posture. Having your hands in your lap or your elbows in your lap, or something like this. So, remember the character. Are they more prim and proper? I was doing a photo shoot with a Trinity from the Matrix. That has a very sort of vibe, very like legs or very feet crossed, boom. Some characters, again, might be like this. So understand that character. Understand how they're going to pose. And when in doubt, drop a dope mixtape. So, I don't know what else to say. Other than, again, notice that the triangles are happening. Of course, if you're doing a lot of Spider-Man shoots, that's all they do. I do a lot of Spider-Man shoots, so I know crouching pretty well. But even if it is somebody from Persona 5, they can still do the crouch and that sort of thing. You notice the sheer difference between the heroes, and then, I guess the Persona 5 characters are still heroes, but in a very different sort of heroic way. So here's a breakdown of everything in practice. Even when sitting, you can get a lot of different moods. Even when crouching, you can get a lot of different moods. So you'll see the crouch on the left, hands in front, sort of looking off, that slight head tilt, looking off in the distance. Ask yourself, what does that make you feel? Or ask yourself, what does it feel like this cosplayer or this character is experiencing? Sitting, notice how the knees are brought close to the chest. There's still the triangles that are still happening, but you don't have to have your legs just flat out. You can bring your legs to your chest, and know that does create a sort of mood. You have a big stretch with the legs crossed. That's also a sort of mood, sort of a lot more relaxed, a lot more casual, a lot more, hey, we're taking a break. Yeah. And of course, that one leaning on the rail. Notice how the cosplayers are sort of leaning on the rail, looking at the camera. I mean, what do you feel when you see the character sort of like leaning on the rail, looking pensively at the camera? They feel like they're in pain, that there's something, and if you've seen Across the Spider-Verse, you feel and understand that there is that tension within the character. So for me, it is trying to bring that out, even in something simple as a seated pose. And we're almost at the end. Movement. Character movement depends on the character's mobility. Depending on the cosplay, that character can either perform the movement such as walking or jumping. So I will have a character or a cosplayer actually doing a walk or actually jump. Now, I will admit, those photos aren't fair because that is a stunt woman. So, like, that was easily one of the best Spider-Gwen shots I've ever done, but that's because she had the physicality because she did stunts. So, on the flip side, be very careful when you jump. I've seen things, man. Like, people get injured, tear ACLs, and it's like, Yeah, funny story. At WonderCon, I had a friend who, unprompted, did a jump in the Spider-Man sort of cosplay shoot. Completely ACL gone. Just like, and we're all like, why would you jump? Like, you are nearly 40 years old. Like, don't do that. But yeah, the other bit is make it look like they're performing the movement. They don't have to run. And chances are they can't run. Chances are even out of cosplay, you can't run. I can barely run and look good doing it. So really it's about fooling the camera, fooling the audience, making it look like they are running. So like performing the movement, very key with the camera settings on this one. I say 500, chances are it's gonna be higher in terms of the shutter speed. But fast shutter click, yeah, I just said something that was high-ish, but usually I try to go for like 1,000 of a second, 2,000ths of a second, or 1/2000th of a second. 500, you probably can do it, but depends on how fast the movement is. Another big thing is high speed or low speed continuous shutter clicks. If I had my camera out, how much time do we have? We have about 8 minutes, so I can do this, and we're almost at the end of the presentation. So, one sec, and you'll hear it. This monstrosity of a camera. If your camera has that ability to do high speed or low speed continuous shutter, Oh, they're going to be great. It's going to be wonderful. Perfect B-roll. But you, I have no idea what I took a picture of. But you hear how fast it's going. That needs to happen so it can capture a movement, because it has to be fast. But more so because if it's a fast movement, it's going to be over very quick. So you need to be able to freeze the action and freeze the right moment. The cosplayer will go through that movement at a natural pace. Yes. Depends on it depends on what the light source is and how well that light source is. If it's that fast, then yes, I might jack up the ISO if it's a poorly lit environment. But if it's a well lit environment, I don't really need to worry about it. I tend to also shoot with a very low aperture, so that can compensate quite a bit. Getting the real camera stuff here, y'all. But yeah, it's that in my light workshop tomorrow, I will talk about that. So yes. For jumping photos, watch out for injuries. Sorry I said that. Have the movement directed at the camera or away from the camera, so you don't mix it up. See what works best, and keep the costume's movement in mind. Their range of motion, they might not be able to do much, or they might be able to do a lot. So like take a look at that photo at the top right. That was a really flowy dress, and we noticed that immediately, how flowy. And she does a little bit of dance, so it was really a lot of twirling, and you start to see how well the dress was moving. So I put it at high speed continuous, very fast shutter speed, and it was like boom, 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 and just her twirling and capturing that movement. The Mandos there was just them steadily walking towards the camera, and I was just trailing them back to get that cinematic sort of shot. Pretending to move, photography is a lie. Nothing's real. So I don't have to have them actually do the movement. And we got like 4 minutes, so we're wrapping up. So really, it's important for me to make the pose look real. It's very easy, like, to go into an action shot, and you have this sword in this really elaborate position, but if the legs are straight, that looks kind of weird. So you have to be mindful of what the knees would look like if you're going into that sword pose, instead of having it just straight. They're running, make it look like they're running. What does that look like? Sometimes I will have the cosplayer, oh, y'all are good, we're hitting that time. But what pretending to run looks like might be hop. That's it. Just doing this over and over again. That way it looks like they're running. The camera cannot tell they are not actually running. Or on the right, that far image, really all that's happening there is their twin is actually holding that boomerang off screen, off camera. It looks like it's being thrown. The legs are giving us convincing action, so therefore it looks authentic, even though you look out there in the public and you're like, what the heck are those nerds doing? Again, photography's a lie. And last slide, help, I can't move. It happens. Who here has a big build that's like, I can't do anything? Yep. So big armor builds or bulky costumes do mean limited mobility. As a photographer, you kind of have to work around that as best you can. Check with the cosplayer's mobility. See how well they can move. How well can you lift your arms up? Oh, no, I can only go here. Can you bend your knees? No, you can't. Okay. Literally, what can you do? So once you have that mobility in place, it's all right, let's do some simple poses based off of how mobile you are. Yes.
Would you do that for, like, you were talking about stoic characters that don't really like
Yeah.
pose much. Would you do the same kind of thing for a character like that?
Yep, same thing. If they don't pose much, it's like, all right, stand there. I mean, we'll still have like arms out a little bit because it can't be just stoic like this. It might be stoic like this, right? But yeah, really aim for those simple poses. get what you can, but also aim for detail shots. Getting close, like you're a wedding photographer. If the 5-foot rule is not in place, of course. If there are fine details you want to capture, get in close, get in tight, get portraits, something simple so that you can build a lot of photos out. So it is 2:59. We went right to the end. I will be in the back if you have any questions or anything. But yeah, it was a pleasure. And yeah, come to the natural light session. Will we go outside? Probably not long if we do. But I will be walking through every single light scenario that I can think of and helping you, guide you through my process for lighting a photo. So, yep. Thank you.
Hi, welcome to my work laptop. That's definitely being used for work. Un momento. All right. We did it. Did we do it? Are we doing it? Woo! Cool. Now let me grab a microphone. Then we'll hop to it. So hi guys. You do know you're here for the wing panel, right? So before we get into it, who here has made wings before? Just to raise a hand. Awesome. Who is scared of wings? Cool. We're going to break down that. Shout out to the folks who made wings and are winging it. Love that. But let's go through just a quick intro. Hi, my name is Courtney. I go by Utopian Pigeon Cosplay. I like wings. I love wings. I've made over 30 wings of different styles, different techniques. I've actually probably remade this style of wing 10 times because it's for a character I've been doing for a very long time at a Renaissance fair. I like wings. That's why you can trust me, because I have messed up, and I'm going to tell you how not to mess up. Or how to mess up and make it work for you, because sometimes that's how it goes. Welcome to the wing panel. Make yourself at home. So here's what to expect. We're going to start off talking about safety. Safety first, and we are starting with safety. The reason why is you only have one back. You might as well take care of it. You don't want to have scar tissue at your lower back like some people right here. Following up, we're going to go through materials. This is not all the materials you can use for wings. In fact, sitting out there, I was talking to my friend, and she was like, yeah, I did felt feathers. I'm like, oh, I never thought of that. I thought of fabric felt. That's freaking brilliant. That's easy. You can airbrush that, dang. So we'll be going through a lot of different materials so you can kind of figure out, oh, hey, this is what works, pros, cons, etc. Then we're going to go into planning. It's not going to be a long part, but we'll go into, here's the questions you need to consider when you're building your wings that you may not have thought of, like, where am I going to store them? How long could I wear them? How heavy can I wear them? What is my own personal stamina? We're going to go into that, along with an example of a project that I'll make eventually, because let's be honest, who has a long cosplay list that they're never going to make? Maybe, yeah, as it goes. So are you guys ready? Cool. My one request is please hold questions till the end, mostly because like a squirrel, I get distracted and then I have to start counting and it gets awkward. So bear with me, hold your questions, we will go through them. But let's start with safety. So yeah, safety first and mounts, because back injuries are no joke. So when it comes to wings, there's a lot of ways you can actually mount them. In fact, I brought some of my mounts that I have used. The classic, especially for wires, in fact, the one I'm wearing right here is a U-mount with a bracket. We will go into materials for what I am mounting with, the weight of the wire, things like that. But if you're doing a bigger build, you may want to do something like an aluminum bracket. And you're like, how do I even cut aluminum? Things like that. There are shops out there. There are STL files that you can download from Etsy. There's going to be a QR code at the end that you guys can scan, and you can go for all the people that I get my tutorials from. The folks that have been out there and also are a bit crazy, those things. But you'll see right here, in the upper right, that's actually a mount by Fairy Fancy Angela, the U shape. Now, the U is important. You do not want to do something that's like thin and down the middle for multiple reasons. One, much like corsets, you do not want any pressure directly on your spine. Spinal injuries can happen from wear and tear. This will still be against your back, but it distributes a lot better. Another thing is, it's a lot more stable. I'm not having to worry, are my wings straight? Actually, I might have to worry because I just did a lot of movement, but for the most part, this right here, super stable. Your U, wrapped up, you do not want raw wire against your skin, is a fantastic shape. And how I normally do it is I put it right to my sternum and like middle of my rib cage, each side. That's the easy way to figure out what your U is. And like I said, they're sturdy. Another thing is right there is a cutout aluminum plate. Some folks will do aluminum. It's lightweight. Your biggest battle when it comes to wings is weight. We're going to go through materials that are decently lightweight, some that are not, such as pipe, wood. Those aren't light, but sorry. Got a little lightheaded there. All right, we're coming back to it. But with aluminum, you can reach out to a couple different distributors who already have kits that you can use and then build upon. You can also find a local machinist that can cut out the aluminum for you. I don't recommend steel. Once more, we're fighting weight. But the thing is, now you have a plate, how are you going to mount it? This is just wood. Which by the way, afterwards, it's sturdy. It's not gonna break. Afterwards, you guys are more than welcome to play with this. This is 2 pieces of pipe connected to some wood, and then you may notice that there is a wrap around it. Because this is going directly against my back, and these wings are decently heavy, they are the blue ones that I'm gonna show you in a minute, I wanted to make sure that I wasn't gonna have any cuts. Always wrap your back mounts. Some people don't with the aluminum, I still think you should, because you don't wanna sweat and get cut, things like that. That's not fun, that ain't cool. Back in 2012, this was my first mount. Now, as you can see, it's just PVC pipe. Actually goes for a set of cardboard wings, which are around here somewhere. I'll throw them on the floor and we'll go, oh God, don't do that to your wings. Just simple, once more, you. Once you have your back mount, and by the way, there may be other ways. You can see this one's not a U, it's a B. But because this is a square, we're strong and we're stable. But once you have your mount, how are you going to actually attach it to your body? Weight distribution. Very common thing specifically in the Renaissance Fair fairies is corsets. I'm currently not stripping, but I'm wearing a corset. That is what's holding up my wings. The U actually goes down to about my belly button. That's how far it goes back down. When you are doing a corset, something you can do is wear Spanx or something underneath if you don't want it directly against your skin. Or even just like those underwear, the shaping underwear. You have to do a full body, you can just do shaping underwear up to here. Just to give you a little bit more protection, because once more, who wants scar tissue on your back? No one? We cool? Awesome, glad. Because if you did, we need to sit down and have a talk, guys, okay? You're worth it. Now, if you're going to have something a bit heavier, this is actually my heaviest wing. It is it's spread out all the way. It's about 10 feet with both of them. And it is stupidly heavy, mostly because of the flowers. It may surprise you that flowers really do add up when you have this many. My harness for this goes over and across, and it actually has a wooden back plate, mostly because that's what we had at the shop, and that was free. So I took fabric, sewed it, and sealed it. But it is a wooden backplate and a modified backpack. There are also others that will literally use like camera harnesses, because camera harnesses are really good for holding weight for long periods of time. But you want to have a waist stay, or I think that might be the best term for it, something across your waist or something across your shoulders. If you're doing really light wings, in fact, if you saw me running around earlier with these guys, this was just tucked into my bra. I didn't even put on the shoulder mounts because I forgot to make shoulder mounts for them. So if they're light, you don't really have to worry, but when they're heavy, you need to plan it out and you need to test it. I actually have worn these around a apartment parking lot so many times my neighbors got concerned and started approaching me. When you have your wings before you get to a convention, you need to test your harness, and you need to make sure that it's not going to fall, it's not going to break, because you don't want to be at a con, and then these wings that you spent so long on, you crack them out because you didn't put them in right, stress test them, and you can never wear them again. One of these wings I could never repair, so I'm going to have to actually rebuild them. As you can see, they're a little awkward, but stress test, and always stress test before you paint and do everything else. You will have additional weight, but you don't want to spend all your time painting the ceiling and then go, oh no, it's going to crack and break. That ain't it. So common weight distribution things, harnesses, corsets, and if they're very light, you can either use an elastic around here or around your shoulders. And I said questions at the end, but are there any questions at this point? We'll talk a little bit more in the planning style. So when it comes to multiple wings, depending on what style of wings you're doing, if you're doing like a wire base, you can do them all in the same U-loop, and then you can mount them to wooden panel, aluminum panel, something like that. Depending on the weight, I would recommend a shoulder where it either does an X or around here. X's are a bit better for weight distribution, but it's also, if you got gals, not the most comfortable thing. Also, at the end, I can point you to a couple people directly. Crooked Feather is a great one. Oh, funny. Yeah, we will be getting to that because all these techniques, also for your hips and your arms. I did arm wings before. Same technique. Literally, the things I'm going to go over can be used for wings for your head. Now, when it comes to weight, if you're doing big old things, first off, don't. But no, it's a great way to think about wings for your head if they are big is specifically, I'm trying to think of, like, Arta Wigs is a great reference for Iron Wig. A lot of the supports in there, they'll actually do like Warbler, things like that, and then put it under the wig and then mount it. Think of it like, oh, here we go. Ponytails, fake ponytails and wigs. Look up those type of tutorials. Kinpatsu has a very good one that she did for a League of Legends character. That can kind of give you an internal mount because once more, you don't want to give yourself headaches or scars. I have a lot of scars, can you tell? Any other questions at this point?
One creator I follow on TikTok who I can't remember the name of right now makes like red hairstyle wigs that are meant to go into corsets.
Mhm.
They're basically just like one big U with like a wire.
Yeah. Actually, I can't hold this and the mic at the same time, so I'm going to project, and I apologize for anyone online. These guys so these right here are two U shapes. And when we talk about wires, we'll actually go a bit more into it because it's not single wire because they're 10-foot wings due to some scaling issues on my part. But all the wires are wrapped under here. It's very sturdy, so when it comes to carry wings, like I said, make your stuff so they can last. I like wings, and I'm not that fragile. So this is usually the Renaissance style ones that are U-shaped and not like the flapping ones or things like that. This is what you got.
That's a style I'm thinking about doing for my first pair, second pair technically, of wigs for underneath your belt.
Oh, that'd be good. And we'll go into cellophane vinyl in a bit. This was actually part of my cellophane test. All right, any other questions at this point? Rock and roll, let's do it. So up next are types of wings and supports. And once more, it is always about weight and transport. We're going to talk about this more in the planning stage, but always remember how you're transporting these and how you're storing them when it comes to choosing your materials. The only reason I have this many wings here is because I live in Charlotte. So we're going to go through traditional, non-traditional, and materials on top. So here are, honestly, the first three are really your primary. Wood is something that people have done in the past, especially when folks were starting with articulated wings. Articulated means, you know, the movable ones. Not necessarily the flapping, but the ones that go whoop. But wire. I am a huge proponent of 9-gauge wire. 9-gauge wire is what is holding up these wings. It is very bendable because, by the way, or here we go. It is bendable, it is posable, it holds its shape, still has a little bit of bounce. If you don't want that bounce, you just add more 9-gauge wire, which you can twist or tape. Taping, I mean by like masking tape. You're gonna have to use gaff or something fancy. Just literally tape it together because it doesn't have the torque to tear. It just becomes one wire. 11 gauge is better for lighter wings, even thinner gauge. By the way, 9 is thick, 11 is thinner. It doesn't make sense to me, but that's how it works. And specifically, the type of wire I'm talking about is not aluminum, it's steel. You find it in the picture hanging department of Home Depot. Don't know why, but that's where it is. You can also get it off of Amazon. That's a screenshot of what we bought for the wing panel on Sunday. 50 feet will last you a pretty good long time until it's con crunch and you don't have it and Home Depot's closed because it's 1 in the morning. Been there. But in the past, I've also used wire hangers. back in the day because I didn't know what I was doing, and that's all I had. Wire hangers will also work if you have some really light wings, but they're going to be extra bouncy. Personally, I like bouncy wings. Makes you look like you're flying. Or maybe that you're twerking, I don't know. Now, pipes. Pipes are great when you're doing anything that's bigger or heavier. Like my first round of doing these wings, which as you can see, my last name's Armstrong and I'm struggling a little bit with this weight, was I did this with 9-gauge wire twisted. I did 3 9-gauge wires twisted and it was not heavy or strong enough. So I had to take it apart and then I put a gray irrigation pipe. Gray PVC, it is thinner than white, but it's stronger. Slightly heavier, so that's something to consider. The only reason you want to use this is if you're doing something that needs to be extra sturdy, or if you just can't find a white pipe thin enough. But white PVC is a bit more bendy. This guy has some bend, because you do not want something stiff enough that if you run into a wall, it breaks, because you're going to run into things. I think I smacked like 3 people just walking in here. So always make sure your materials have some sort of bend so they don't break or break someone else. Or you stand up wearing these wings and accidentally hit like a 9-year-old in the face and then give them all your flowers. Sorry about that, bud. But what this is the pipe goes down to here. I think I did a 90-degree joint. I epoxied it together. And then I ran wire for the rest of it. So once more, 9-gauge wire. Boop. Also in here, same gray pipe. In fact, by the way, this is the last time these wings will ever be put together because I'm tearing them apart, but they are old as all get out and have been beat up and still going. Gray pipe on the inside covered with foam, wood stapled in. I think I stapled it in. Yeah, literally drilled through, and I put 9-gauge wire through there and some screws to be able to form the base, which then has the wire that's holding up the PET-G. We will go into this type of technique in a little bit. So that is gray pipe. I love you, man. The reason I am being rough with these costumes, one, I know they can take it, and that's why materials are important. Make sure your materials are sturdy enough so they can take the beating when you run into walls, trees, cars, kids, sometimes really tall people. Sorry, guys. And then aluminum. Aluminum is something that I am getting into, so I cannot speak on length, but I've done a lot of research on. A lot of the fancier wings that you see out there, specifically Fairy, will use aluminum along with some articulated ones because it is lightweight, it is bendable, and you could cut out designs like this and then not have to worry about wires because it is already supported. The issue, though, is, well, cost, learning curve and tools. So this is one of those I'm likely going to get a kit and play with. But if you are good at making vector files and you got a friend with a shop, go for it, bud. Some people also do aluminum plates, and they'll mix and match these materials, much like I did with my giant sunflower wings. I have pipe and wire. I was talking to someone on the Discord, and they did aluminum and PVC pipe because they wanted to break it down, so they did the aluminum, I believe, for their back plate in the starting part, covered it in fabric, and then did pipe for the extenders. Mix and match, but once more, like we talked in safety, you need to stress test. Now, wood over here is something that there's a lot of really good tutorials about doing articulation. You can switch it out for aluminum or wood, but it's something where if you want to do like dowel rods and all, they have to be strong enough. Once more, sturdy, bendable, but not breakable. And you can combine wood to give a little bit additional oomph, but you can also just do that with insulation foam. So if you're trying to do more 3D things, I knew someone who did that spray foam, the expanding spray foam, mix and match. But for your actual support, I'm always going to say 9-gauge wire, gray irrigation pipes, and if you're able to, aluminum. Let's go to the next slide. Now we're starting with the part that gets really fun and messy. Options for covering wings, this is the feathers section. So actual feathers, which I am currently wearing wings that have actual feathers, they can get expensive. There can be ethical concerns depending on how they're sourced. That is between you and yourself. But there are places that have ethical wings. But they look really natural. They're soft. They're relatively easily accessible. They're a bit fragile, though. You can do some repairs, but it gets messy. Sometimes you'll spend a lot of time steaming it, and you still never get those feathers to look as fluffy as when you first did them. Part of the issue, but that's also part of the beauty. However, the fun thing with feathers, specifically feathers, is they're a lot easier to make look like an actual bird's wing, because bird wings, first off, their right feathers and left feathers are different. They have multiple types of feathers on them, and then you can get all those feathers. You can also dye them. Oh, not in this set, but I have another set where I custom dyed them and ombre them, things like that. You can airbrush. It still looks like a bird actually grew that somehow, because we definitely have yellow birds around here. These personally taken from Big Bird. But something that many cosplayers do is craft foam. Craft foam's fantastic. Craft foam, EVA foam, we're going to be interchangeably using those, just as a heads up. You can Cricut them out, you can hand cut them out, you can templatize them, you can wire them, you can keep it real freaking simple. But you can also get those unnatural feathers. We're not getting dinosaurs over here with feathers that big that you can somehow ethically source or even get off of Amazon. But by gosh, by golly, you can cut out craft foam, put some wire in between them, and there you go. So craft foam, always a great resource. It just can be a bit more time consuming because instead of just individually prepping, like say these feathers by cutting and cleaning, you're now cutting, cleaning, making every single individual feather, which when we talk about planning, we'll get a bit more into. Fabric, felt, fabric, things like that. Once more, you can either do individual feathers or you can do like one piece and paint. Like these are fabric wings. So depending on how you want it to look, if you want it to look incredibly flat, these guys right here, you could just literally cut out and sew individual feathers or like felt. Just such a good idea, man. You can cut those out and then put them all together, assemble. Shipping foam, which I don't know the real name for it, but you guys know that foam that used to wrap things, is also a common wing. I don't see it much in the cosplay community, but I see it at events. That's my main job, is working events. So it's pretty easy, but it's incredibly fragile. So you get a really nice, kind of like organza, and you can do a lot with it. It's very cheap, but at the same time, you're going to be doing a lot of repairs. Let's go to the next slide. So now we're going to go into transparent. So these are, well, your clear wings. In fact, you can see up there, I have two examples that I currently have. I have not used cellophane until the last week. Been doing this for a long time, never had a reason to, but I wanted to make sure that I could explain to you key learnings. Got some key learnings, friends. First off, check your wires. So you have to rip through cellophane to wire one of the wings. I'm sure you can guess which one. You're doing great, buddy. But cellophane, pretty cheap. You stick it with heat and bond. There's a lot of colors available. I think you can also watercolor them. I'm pretty dang sure I've seen watercolor cellophane. I want to test that. I have not tested it yet, but with alcohol inks. The issue, though, is it's incredibly fragile. My first test, which were these guys. Oh, sorry. It's fragile, and I still threw it. We're doing great here. My first test, which were these guys, actually ripped through the first one. Cellophane is very thin. The heat and bond is the true structure of the transparent part. I used poster board, but when I talked to folks, they used craft foam, EVA foam, the thicker version, and it worked out perfectly fine, but once more wired, so these were hand cut, wired on the inside. I used Scotch tape, and then I laid down the cellophane, and I very carefully put the heat and bond on there, and then ironed it. I've also seen people do laminates. They threw a 5mm laminate to get pressure and heat on both sides. Most people like heat presses, but you can't put them on for too long because they will melt. And unless you're doing an apocalypse fairy, not quite the vibe. Whoop. Now vinyl I have not done, but it is something when I was actually specifically talking to someone in their group, because that design by Sunset Dragon's going around right now. That's actually my version of her wings. And all of Sylveon's have just been talking it up. It's been great. Highly recommend. What she did was actually take like the cricket vinyl and then painted EVA foam, wired it, U-shape yet again, and stuck that together. So she said it was very sturdy. I really want to try it, but I cannot speak to it. But essentially, if it sticks and it heats, give it a go. Why not? There's definitely tutorials out there. Now over here, but also, yeah, it is more expensive because if you've bought heat transfer vinyl, there are some cheaper ones out there, but for the most part, yeah, it gets pricey, especially if you're trying to go big. Organza and tulle fabric. So those wings in that picture were actually mounted to my arms. Once more, 9-gauge wire. I probably could have gotten away with 11, and to this day still kind of regret that, because 9-gauge, once more, is a little bit heavier, and weight is always the devil, but I was young. I could do it. Can't do it anymore, but that's okay. So when it comes to fabric, you can do things where you literally just sew shape. So if it's a dragon wing, it can be the fabric on the inside. You could do the fabric on the pipes. For fairy wings, you can do stretch tulle over a wire base. And you can paint it. It is very available. I know most of us probably have some sort of fabric stash. Most of us have some sort of fabric stash that we can play and mess with. But you can also make things not transparent if you want. So once more, don't forget about fabric as an option. It does not have to always be feathers or foam. Now, plastic and epoxy. This is definitely a learning curve. Epoxy is something that I kind of mentioned earlier when it came to the aluminum-based cuts. So you can literally cast epoxy resin wings very thinly. They're a bit more fragile, but they give you that really nice clear. That's one of those, you're like, wow, that looks like glass because, well, they made plastic wings like that. Well, something like this is, I never know if it's called PETG or PETG. Does anyone else know? Anyways, it's a type of plastic. This is literally plastic sheeting that's been wired, sanded, and alcohol painted. I've had these since like 2016 or 2017, and they still hold up really well. They're incredibly sturdy, but once more, you're dealing with weight. And what's the devil? Weight. So depending on what effect you're looking for, but this is also very good if you're trying to do any sort of moving wings that are going to have a lot of wear and tear, because you want something sturdy and strong that can take that wear and tear. Or you're just really good at foam work. Now we're getting to more of the misc stuff, because my friends, my comrades, anything can be a wing if you try hard enough. And sometimes you got that right out of college budget. So what you do is you go to a Goodwill and you find some old cardboard pieces, cut them out, and then you make yourself some flat wings like this with duct tape and glue. These are from 2013? Yeah, 2013. They were worn so much and they are still going strong. In fact, the ridges of the cardboard only showed up about 3 years after finishing these wings. Don't sleep on cardboard. It gets treated a little more gently because of sentimental value. I love you, buddy. Fabric, on the other hand, there we go. Fabric you can have custom printed. So Sunset Dragon did this design. I had it custom printed and sewn. I thought we were doing 5-foot wings when it turns out it was a 5-foot wingspan. And that's why these are 10-foot wings. But they are very viable when it comes to large scale. You don't have to worry. Can I have this lightly, gently tap you? Cool. No harm. The only thing you have to worry about is the wire possibly poking someone. But you can do a lot of weird designs. You can hand paint them. We had a gal in our group hand paint hers. Fabric. It's great. Once more, everybody has it here for the most part. And yeah, that's all I'm going to say on fabric. You're doing great, buddy. Cotton. That is straight up cotton. Now, I am also making wings out of a minky fabric for an atlas moth. It's going to be about this scale. And another thing is, if you're printing fabric, we're not going to go into detail on this because it's not that panel. You can always get samples. So definitely get some samples, test it, and once more, remember weight. No, but I have seen people who have. Yeah. Unfortunately, I can't speak to it, but that kind of goes to the part when it comes to MISC of there's a lot of materials you can use. In fact, used to use street signs from political ads. Just steal them and cut them up because you can wire them really easily. They're literally already wired. Yep. Cut them out. Now, you want to seal them. You can seal them with poster board. You can seal them with paint. Think of it like a prop because wings are props. Like, how are you transporting scale, all this that we're about to go into. So just literally think about it like a prop. How am I going to seal this foam? How am I going to seal this plastic? Same deal. Oh, yeah, sorry. Just started staring at you like a... Yes, in the beginning. We can also talk one-on-one. And we're doing a Q&A proper in probably 10 minutes or so. So I got you. Because that's one of these things with all these materials, it once more goes to that part with pipe, wire, aluminum. They all go on top of it. Then you have your brackets in the back and your harnesses. So that's why we kind of started with how do you attach it to your body? How do you support it? And now we're putting how do we make it pretty? And another thing is craft foam. Once more, I'm bringing it up in this context because a lot of people think of feathers. The wings in that picture were 6 feet wide. You can get very large pieces of craft foam, wire them, and then make very good dragon wings, Moogle wings, any sort of wings that you want, weird shapes. My original Zapdos was craft foam on coat hangers. Just glued on down with hot glue, and we called it a day. Other things to consider, once more, flowers, petals, cards. If it has a shape and can be glued, you can make wings out of it. Probably even like shoes. I bet you could cut up shoes and make wings out of it. That'd be weird, but you do you, boo. Other things, you don't always have to have them where they're mounted. I know most people here are probably like, I want to learn how to mount because then I can use my hands. There are stick wings. There are pulley wings. There are a lot of things that you can do with your hands. There are so many different wing options to still look like a bird or a moth or whatever you want to look like without it actually being wired, corseted, harnessed, or tucked into your bra if you have a bra or a really tight shirt. Another thing is something I'm not going to go into, but I have done a lot of research on, and also in my actual job, we use actuators and things in programming. Movement. And that's not just when it comes to how am I moving through space, or does it bounce, but actually expanding the wings, contracting the wings, flapping the wings. Adafruit, fantastic resource. Tons of tutorials. In fact, in the QR code at the end, I have a link to an Adafruit tutorial I used to make my cellophane wings. I didn't even do the programming yet. I just used it to make the wings. But actuators, programming, there are plenty of resources out there. I can speak to it on some level, but I'm not going to do it at this point in time. Feel free to find me throughout the weekend and we can talk more. But you can make your wings flap. And once more, if they are flapping, now you have to start considering things like battery power, placement. What do you do if you need it to stop very suddenly because you're in a tight space? How are you mounting? If you're doing multiple wings, how quickly can you get those wings off? And remember, well, we'll go into that in the next section in planning, but you're going to have to pee at some point. So how fast can you get it off in either an emergency or to use the bathroom, which is kind of an emergency at times? Please consider that. Also, arms as mounts. If you know what a harpy is, which I think that's what she's dressed up as right there, I will level. I just Google search, so I cannot actually say who she is. I've been trying to give people credit that are not directly work that I've done. Your arms can be mounts too. You can tie things to your wrist. In fact, Bindo Gek a couple years ago did a chocobo, and she had wings literally on a string mounted to her arm. There are a lot of options outside of just these guys. So before we get into planning, any questions on materials at this point? Cool. So planning, what are you trying to make? So here's the questions that there's a reason this is on here, because I actually have a notebook that I write this down on and I answer. How big do you want your wings? Do you want them to scale of the costume you're trying to recreate or imagine? Or do you want bigger or smaller? Because once more, bigger wings means it's harder to move around a space. I wore these 10-foot wings at Katsucon, and let me tell you, that was very, very hard. There were some angels in the crowd that literally held my wings and got me through. Same with these. I wore these at Katsu, and it's crab walk. You're just crab walking the whole time. Squats for days. What event or events are you planning on wearing them, and how are you transporting them? Some folks, they'll make a costume just for, like, cool, I'm just doing it for this event. I will only ever wear this at a Renaissance fair. I will only ever wear this at Cosplay America or Animazement or San Diego Comic-Con. Sometimes you're like, hey, we're going to be flying. I need to fit this in a suitcase. So once more, that's going to come back to your mount, your harness, and how you're breaking down your wing. Because remember, you don't have to have it as just one pipe. You can break it down into pipes. For wires, you can literally wire different sections of your wings, have hooks and snaps with a fabric interior to be able to break down even feathered wings. There are a lot of different ways you can break down wings, but that's something that you need to take the time before you even start building to draw out and figure out. Because you don't want to spend 20 hours on a set of wings and then go, I can't fit these in a suitcase. And that's where materials were like fabric come into play really well, because I can fold these and fit these in a suitcase. They're huge, and I could fly to Otakon with them. So consider where you are going, and if you're a person who travels a lot on planes or trains, make sure you plan your wings so you can actually transport them, and you're not just hugging them in your seat. And how long are you planning on planning them? Or how long are you planning on wearing them per time? Know your physical limits. There's nothing wrong with going, I can't wear a corset that long, because a lot of times I think of it as a corset versus the actual weight. These are going to be heavy. Cool, I can probably wear these for like 4 hours at a time. This is what goes back to your testing and stress testing, because you need to know how long you can wear them so you can have an exit plan or a break plan. Your health is important, don't discredit it. And also, do you want to do things like integrate lights or motion into the wings? That's another thing you need to put in the planning stage, because you can put lights in the wings, but are they going to be permanent? Can they be replaced? It's the same thing with a prop or with a costume. When it comes to stuff that burns out, how willing are you to tear apart your wings? How willing are you to tear apart your outfit? How willing are you to tear apart a prop? Think of wings like a prop, and you'll save yourself a lot of heartache. Then once more, like, what's your budget and timeline? You can answer that. But give yourself realistic guidelines. You're not going to be making these guys in, a day. In fact, this set right here probably took me about 2 weeks on evenings, because I had to place every individual feather and cut it out. Give yourself time. It will take longer than you think. Then another thing is, how do you hide supports in the costume? Because I mentioned corsets and U-shapes and harnesses, but you can also literally build your costume as a harness. even if it is a fancy dress, like if you're Sophie over there, sorry, you're just gonna be my example because you have a high collar, you could end up building an internal structure, kind of like they do with couture gowns, where they have just a secret corset, corselet, I believe, is what it's called. And then build that underneath, and then put it on top, make sure you have enough like fabric in between. So you just have a slit in the back, and you snap it down, call it a day. My primary Sunflower Fairy costume has a slit in the back with buttons on top, but I structured the inside with such strong enough interfacing that while I do have a corset support, for the lighter wings I could actually support it just with a tight t-shirt underneath and the overcoat. So if you have light enough wings, sometimes you can literally use your shirt or your blouse or your jacket as your harness. Once more, you're going to want a waist stay though, so you don't have crooked wings. Then once more, you have to use the bathroom. Now what? How quickly can you take off your wings? Can you do it by yourself? Are you willing to ask a stranger at Katsucon outside the bathroom, hey, can you shove this into my bag? Figure out your limits. I know, it sounds weird. This is pretty easy to take off by myself, but for some of my wings like this one, I literally looked at one of my friends. It's like, I need you to shove this into my corset as hard as you can. It's fine. I have protection. We're going to keep moving. I didn't mean to say it like that. Anyways, so you need to consider your comfort level with asking for help, who you're going with, and how you are attaching those wings, because you're going to have to take them off at some point. And sometimes you're going to get tired, have a headache, you can't get back to your room, you need to hide in a corner. You're going to want to take them off. So if you're doing we'll talk in a minute about those. But if you're doing something like the big wings here and these were very easy. I could just literally say there's a pin, a 9-gauge wire L that is through a hole right here. Do you mind taking that off and taking off the foam real quick? Cool, thanks. Just slid off, and then suddenly I got a weapon. What materials are you comfortable working with is a great planning thing for any costume. It doesn't matter even with wings. Is it something you're willing to learn and to mess up with? And do you have the time to mess up with using those materials? Because anytime you're using a new material, you need to give yourself time to learn. Nobody is just going to pick up gold work and be like, I got it. Same thing with wings. You're not just going to pick up a hot glue gun and be like, bam, perfection. Give yourself time. And also understand your own personal workshop space, because if you're doing big wings, you need to be able to mount it somewhere. I actually used my bed for a long time. I would tie it to a bed, wire it up, and work on it that way. Now I can use a table. But I only had a very, very small room to work in, so figure out your space before you even start building. And then how and where can you store them? A question a lot of my friends will ask is, you got a lot of wings, but where? And they're all on my wall. I got wings in the closet. I got things like that. This goes back to transporting and traveling. If you think about how you can transport them, then you can think about how to store them. But don't build giant wings and then be like, cool, I guess they're going to be in the living room forever. Maybe you can fit them under your bed, but you need to consider that. And one thing I didn't put in with planning, but is very helpful, especially if you're doing individual foam feathers, is scale and size. We talked about scale, but now we're going to talk about paper drawings. Literally draw out your wings, especially if you're doing a large scale individual feathered piece. You're patterning the wings. Get yourself some poster board, get yourself some just rolls of giant paper, get yourself tracing paper. Get yourself butcher's paper, whatever you need. Tape it out, draw it out, because then you can visually see it and then not end up with 10-foot wide wings that you only wanted 6 feet for. And when it comes to foam, then you know exactly how many foam feathers, how long, because you created your own pattern. So with that, I'm going to give a quick example of a project I'll maybe one day do. And then we'll start doing Q&A. So here is an example project. One of my dreams is to make an adult Agatha. And I literally sat down like, how big do I want them? I want 5 feet. because I think 5 feet wings are fun. It's not too big, you can fit through doors for the most part, and if you smack someone, you probably won't because you can at least reach out and do this when you're walking through a crowd. What event would I wear them at? Renaissance festivals, COSAM, and MagFest. Those are pretty much the only events I go to at this point. So hi, 1 to 2. And how am I going to transport them? By car, because it's on East Coast, everything's on East Coast. I still am probably going to think about how I can fit these in a suitcase. But same time, because I want to figure out how to store them. How long am I planning on wearing them? I want these light enough so I can wear for about 7 hours at a time. I know my limits, and 7 hours is about the max. That's like top level. I've done 12 before and it was awful, but about 7 hours. Do I want to integrate lights or motion? I do want to integrate motion, so I have been doing my research on that, but that also is going to change how I mount it. So I'm going to end up having to do a specific type of mount that goes into Adafruit feather wings which flap. And because they are going 5 feet, I'm going to have to be very careful because if they are moving, then they're going to smack someone, and that ain't it. No one wants to get smacked by a wing unless it's soft and fuzzy and you ask for permission. Consent's important. What's my budget? $150 in 2 years because I'm slow. You write it down, it's your budget, we're not gonna go into it. Can I hide the supports in the costume? Harness with a back panel under a smock dress. So as you can see with this design, I would update this to be more of an adult because I don't really wanna be a 13-year-old girl when I'm in my mid-30s. That is a personal comfort for me. So I'll end up doing probably boning into my dress and use that as the actual harness with an internal elastic on D-rings. So I'll just do that elastic, and then before I tighten up the dress, I at least have some sort of support, and I'll probably have a friend just be like, hey, can you just like hold this for a minute and then tighten? I'm like, cool, yeah, thanks, like that. Literally, that'll be the conversation. If I have to use the bathroom, now what? My goal is to do pin releases, so I can easily remove them if I'm doing movement. Pin releases are just a pin that goes into a pipe that disconnects. You take out that pin, boom, slide it right off. What materials am I comfy working with? I'm going to test with cellophane and aluminum and fabric and wire, maybe epoxy. This is one of those, it's such an early planning stage, I can't say, so you just write down everything you want to do because then you can double check against your budget and go from there. And how am I going to store them? Once more, on the wall or folded. They are going to be 5-foot wings, so I have to find 5 feet of room or 10 feet of room. 5 feet under a bed, maybe. So that's just kind of an example of the questions that you want to ask because you're going to solve a lot of problems before you even start working on it. Now we get to the really fun part. Oh, Q&A. Now whip out your phones and scan that QR code. You don't have to, by the way. You do, you boo. What that QR code is, I made a quick Google Doc with the people that I follow and research, such as the Crooked Feather, Fancy Fairy Angela, Adafruit tutorials, a couple really good YouTube videos. There is so much knowledge out there that this is a great start for figuring out where you can make something. We live in a day and age, especially with cosplay being so big now, heck yeah, where there's someone out there that took the time to make sure that you don't make the mistakes they did, like using coat hangers and then having to tear apart your wings and remake them. So make sure you give them a check out. Crooked Feathers Patreon, 100% worth it. Fancy Fairy Angela, same deal. They are worth those $2 a month, man. They gotta pay their bills too. So let's hop into it with Q&A. Do you have a project that you wanna work on? Do you have questions? We're just gonna wrap up probably next couple minutes with questions. If not, we're gonna start talking about your multi-feather project. So let's hop in with you first, friend. Oh, that's a fair cop. So sometimes it's one of those, if you're doing a corset, you literally just put it into the corset, like slide it in. This guy can slide right out. So I have it between a piece of fabric that is underneath my corset and the corset, and just went to a friend and said, hey, shove this in here. Thanks, bro. Appreciate it. If it comes to something like a pardon me, friend, if it comes to something like a harness, with this one, I would partially get into the parts of my costume that I could get on, and then I would put this on, and I'm going to project without the microphone, so bear with me. So I end up putting this on. I do the elastic around the back, and I would tighten it with a D-ring. You do not want to use something that does not stretch, because you're a human, you move. You do not want to do something where it's like, okay, this is a non-stretchy ribbon or something. You can use that as some extra support, but you want elastic. So for this, I go through. If I'm doing it alone, I wrap it in the front and I bring it around to the back. If I have over pieces, after I do my waist, I switch it to the front, and then I usually find someone to help me finish putting on the rest of my costume. And the last thing to go on are the wings, because you want to be able to take them off. So thus they should be easy to put on. Does that make sense? Yeah. D-rings and a base. Any other questions before we hop into doing multiple wings? What you got? So when I've done things coming out of my hips, oh, shoot, I have a microphone. When I do things coming out of my hips, what I'll do is I have a support up here, but I'll also do thigh supports if the costume allows. So you'll have elastic here and a very stiff fabric specifically, sometimes with a wire in it. Like you can put some like 9 gauge to give it a little bit more bend if you want to, but I don't really recommend that because it hurt. But like a very stiff fabric, even a leather there. So you have support here and here. If you're able to get something over your shoulders, I know some people can, but a lot of these like costumes, say Morgana, they'll actually integrate it into their bunny suit. And once more, boning and corsets are just a secret of so many wings, but you can still do like an elastic harness with a very stable back. If you do it enough where you can either snap, by the way, giant snaps are sturdier than you think. They're great, highly recommend, especially for armor. But doing like an elastic D-ring and some snaps in the back so it doesn't slide would probably be your best bet. If you're able to have additional support, I do like having it there because then I can do things with my thighs versus literally going like, and be able to influence them. Mm-hmm. You and I are just talking one-on-one after. All right, we got 2 more questions. You're up next. Mm-hmm. So are you talking about the like a pulley system, or are you talking about something like magic wings? Fishing line on your finger. That's the secret. Some people also do very thin wire if you want something a little more stiff, because the thing with fishing line is you're still going to have that issue where it comes to it has to follow versus it's going to get pulled, because you're pulling and it's coming like this, but you may want it like this. Does that make sense? So yeah, using a very thin aluminum is fine, but also there are thin steel, because steel doesn't bend as much as aluminum, that you can use. Fishing line though, same thing if you ever have deep V, magic floating ladies, it's fishing line and little U-hooks. And final question, otherwise just find me at the con. Cool. Well, thank you guys. I hope you build your own wings and smack people in the face, and I appreciate you coming to the panel. Yay! Also, I will be outside. If you want to touch, hold, or mess with any of these wings, come play with me. I got like 30 minutes, you know? I don't know what's up next, but I hope it's fun. What you doing? Making money. Making money is up next. That's a really fun phrase.
Maybe. We do have a hookup, and it's, because I don't think this has a direct.
Oh, gotcha.
But we have also, they have like an airdrop thing, which I didn't like so much because I kept messing up with my screen went black. So I'll see if I can figure that out.
That's okay. Okay. I hope you have a good meal.
Thanks.
Get that bread.
We're trying. It's been a reality check here. It's the starving artist life.
That's why whenever he's like, I always like to talk about money and budget, and I'm like, we don't got money. We don't got money. Except for the nuclear engineers. And they got weasels. They're cute though. Have a good meal.
Thank you. Okay.
Do you have a presentation?
Yes.
You gotta come from your iPad?
Yes. I was gonna say they showed me I had a panel earlier in another room, but I'm gonna.
Go get an adapter.
Okay, I do also have an adapter, I think, on me. Hold on. It's
You have one with your bit.
I think it's an HDMI. This guy. That'll be more ideal than I think the AirDrop system we were trying with the last one. So it should be there.
And you want a handheld mic or you gonna stay?
We'll take one handheld.
I'm gonna go back and make sure that I see your iPad.
I'm not sure if they're going to check to see if it'll display it, but I'm not sure if I need to say to an external display or not. Oh, it might be working. Maybe. We can share this guy. There's also these, but.
Do these work?
Yeah, I think they do. I just don't want to. I don't know if it's going to let me do the external display. Hold on. That's fine. I could just do it that way. That's how I did it last time. I just kind of scrolled. So I couldn't figure out how to play it like a slideshow. It wasn't giving me the option. So we'll just do it the old-fashioned way. I don't mind doing that.
Weird.
It is fine. Nope. I think we're just gonna do it it's fine. I tried that last time too. It's not how it go. It's fine. Okay. All right. Well, it is already 4 o'clock, so we will go ahead and start. Welcome everyone to Cosplay America. This is our first year here. So we are Turtle Smithy Cosplay. That's our business name. Individually, I don't think we had an intro. This is our intro panel. Okay, this is the intro slide. Individually, I am known as Melinda Chan on social media.
I take Turtle Smithy as the cosplay name as well.
He's just trying to make it easier to find our shop and whatnot. He used to go by EX Shadow, but we've recently, in the past year, rebranded his cosplay stuff to be after the business. So this panel is about, so it's turning cosplay into a career. Whoever decided to make the programming decided to rename it as Actually Making Money, and people seem to like that, so we'll probably rebrand our panel to this new title. Basically, we're going to talk about the fact that we are full-time, self-employed cosplayers and how we do it, and how you could do it too. All right, so the first question is what kind of cosplayer are you? And I feel like at this specific event, there's a big majority of creators, people who are making costumes. They want maybe to focus on the creative part as an artist to move forward with cosplay. Is there anything you want to talk about our little pie chart?
Yeah, so there's different circles that have a bit of overlap, different categories that we typically fall into as cosplayers. A lot of us here are going to be on the crafting side. And that's what we started with and still love to do the most. But you'll see a lot of people out there who focus a little more on like the modeling aspects. There's certainly nothing wrong with that. There's a lot of people who do a lot of personality. They do streaming. Some of them do voice work now as well. And some voice actors used to be cosplayers. Some voice actors become cosplayers. You know, there's a lot of interweaving between those.
So we're going to go individually on kind of what to expect, how each cosplayer is going about their business. So with crafters, you've got a lot of variety happening, but a lot of times you're going to see people who maybe have an Etsy shop. Maybe they have their own website where they sell merchandise of some kind, or they sell full costumes. It doesn't always mean that they're doing a full costume commission. Maybe they specialize in wigs, or they specialize in props, or things like that. You can find people who will do the whole thing. They'll do a full-on costume commission, or maybe they'll work with a team of people, and they'll like have different parts of people in their workshop doing the different aspects of the costume. Some popular examples are Amazon Mandy. She does full costume commissions. Her specialty is mostly sewing. She mostly will do like sewing-based costumes, but she's also not a stranger to making armor and things like that. But usually, maybe as far as things like wigs goes, maybe she would have her client refer to someone else. There's also, like, you'll have cosplayers who make resources and tutorials. They sell digital items that will help other cosplayers, like patterns. And so, like, you've got Kinpatsu Cosplay, who has a lot of resources available in her shop. She'll have tutorials and patterns that you can buy. I actually bought her Dark Magician Girl pattern to do the hat and the boots for my own costume. Saved me so much time than having to do it myself. You've got Dangerous Ladies, who they sell a lot of like accessories and things that like maybe can enhance a costume. Let's say you're not even a full cosplayer, or maybe you don't work in a workspace that allows you to have all the tools you need for every part of your costume. Maybe you only have the time and energy to do one kind of crafting. You don't really, maybe you dread doing wigs, or you dread doing something else. But like Dangerous Ladies, they focus a lot on like models that you can download and print on a 3D printer, or also kits. If you don't even have the means or space for a 3D printer, they can even get those things for you. You can buy a costume, like a cheap costume, and you can enhance, like sometimes those pre-made costumes, maybe the fabric part's fine, but maybe the accessories have a bit to be desired, and you just want to spruce it up to make it your own. You could add those elements into your costume to make it look amazing. Do you want to add any more to the crafting part, or do you want to take over on the next slide? Okay, so the next one is the model cosplayer.
Yeah, so there's a lot of model cosplayers out there, and it takes a lot of work to do that in a different sense. You've got a lot of people like Johnny, who does a lot of physical weightlifting and training. These days he's into Muay Thai a lot, but he puts a lot of his time and effort into keeping a good physique. And that gets him a lot of gigs that show off that physique. So like in the picture, he's doing Goku. He's done stuff with Capcom for like Street Fighter games. He gets a lot of gigs. Johnny's also kind of an enigma. He's like an engineer, and he's got a lot of money, but he also does really good crafting himself, and he does physical, so he's kind of everything.
I was going to say, we're going to go into these examples of cosplayers too, where maybe this isn't also even their full income. Like, he's an engineer as his day job. He just does this on the side to make a little extra money, but he doesn't need cosplay to sustain himself.
Yeah, but he also has kind of a hustle mindset. So like he's pretty good at finding gigs with like game companies. So he'll do promotions with them, and he likes to organize those as well. So like he's not always doing everything, but he's good at doing a lot of things. So it's pretty cool. But that's not necessarily what you have to worry about if you're a model with cosplay. Like a lot of times models will just be the model. Like they have another team of people making the costume for them to wear, and it's just up to them to present the character at a booth space or for a photo shoot or for a video. There can be a little bit of persona going on with that, a little bit of role play. That definitely helps if you're a model. Know the character at least enough to kind of pull it off and immerse people who are coming up to the booth or something. That kind of overlaps with the persona part of cosplay.
I was gonna say, like, a lot of times you get model cosplayers who get a lot of photo shoots, and they'll have prints that is, you know, in its own way, its own art, and they will sell prints as a means of making some money. There are other platforms that I won't necessarily go into because it's a family-friendly panel, but like, you know, there's platforms where they'll sell 18+ content, and that I know there's a big market there, and there's where some people make some good money, but it's really something that a lot of cosplayers is like, maybe does something they're not comfortable with. It's not something I'm personally comfortable with, so I don't go in that area, but I still highly respect the people who do, you know, because that's a big sacrifice to have to make, because you do have to consider, like, if you wanted certain gigs with certain companies, they may not be able to work with you. If you, like, if such as Disney and Marvel, they actually will not work with cosplayers who have like OnlyFans accounts or have any of that kind of content. So just kind of keep that in mind before you dive right into something like that.
It's also worth mentioning that I know people can be concerned about either your age or your body type with modeling, and that's not necessarily like a make or break scenario. Like we know plenty of people of all different sizes and shapes and colors and ages, and they all still pull it off really well.
I do have a little thing on each slide about your target market. Who are you selling who you are to? And with models, a lot of times it's people like, I mean, brands or companies that are hiring cosplayers to be a model for their booth, but also people who just enjoy viewing cosplay, people who like to buy prints and collect prints that are of their favorite character. Like, oh, I love how this cosplayer portrayed my favorite character. I want to buy that print. Earlier when I was just talking about Crafter, their target market is fellow cosplayers, people who are going to use your resources, or also people who just want to dress up, but they don't have the means of making the costumes themselves. But the next slide is personality, and this kind of especially goes hand in hand a lot of times with, like, you know, the model thing. If you're modeling for a company, you have to be able to talk to their potential clients about the game that you're doing. These are people who can have social skills, and they can, you know, easily talk to people, but they also, it also encompasses people who fit certain demographics that, you know, maybe you relate to. Like, you know, there's tons of cosplayers, like So Twin Pools is a trans cosplayer, and they are especially known, he's especially known for his transitioning and his story for that, and helping new cosplayers who maybe have the same kind of, you know, like background or like interest in, you know, discovering themselves and how to go about proceeding in that, you know, that path in life. And but, you know, you also got all kinds of like entertainers and things like that, people who are, you know, show people who can perform drag or just funny skits, things like that. You've got TikTok is so big now. That's huge in terms of the personality. It's people who are putting on performances for their audience and getting interest. But it's a huge, there's so many different diverse kinds of people in this category, and your favorite may be someone who you connect with the most, who's someone who feels relatable to you. Target market is people who enjoy entertainment or seek guidance.
To a degree, like we have to put on a personality when we're doing presentations like this, and like that's actually a really good way to wet your feet on something like that. If you're not sure like what kind of person or persona you want to have in a community, like it doesn't hurt to try hosting panels to see what your social skill level is, get some practice in talking, because like we didn't really talk very well in public in the early days when we first started doing panels. We would get pretty clammed up and just kind of stumble over words, and like nowadays we don't really have to worry about it as much.
When I had to take a public speaking course in college, I was terrified. I'm fidgeting constantly, I'm stumbling over my words, and this hobby has forced me to come out of that box and try to be a little more smooth with how I speak. And I mean, this is at least, you know, 10 years of, so I feel like I'm very comfortable now with that. And I still stumble, I'm not perfect, but it's definitely something where it's kind of forced me into doing that to be a teacher. But that goes into there too. If you want to be an educator, it's worth trying to like come to cons like this and maybe signing up to do a panel and getting that experience to help you be able to do more.
Yeah, even if you don't want to do panels, just getting into your character. When you're cosplaying, you just see how much you want to perform as the character. That can give you an idea of whether or not that's something that you want to pursue more. If you're the type to be pretty quiet, just take photo and then move on, there's nothing wrong with that. You know, like people still like to dress up just for the costume itself. Not everybody feels like getting into character, and there's different levels of it.
All right, and I mean, going into like the whole money making thing, there's like a lot of different avenues for like whether you're a Twitch streamer or a YouTuber, there's video revenue that comes in from some of those platforms. If you're doing TikTok, I don't know exactly, I'm not as versed on TikTok, but I know there are people who make a living off of their TikTok, whether that gets them places or if it's, they have this shop feature now where they can sell things and whatnot. So there's all kinds of places there. It's just a matter of, sometimes it really boils down to luck, but we're going to get there in a moment. Versatility, though, is success. Typically, even with those previous slides of examples that we gave, a lot of those cosplayers are doing what they are doing potentially full-time because not just one aspect, it's potentially multiple things that they're doing. Some of the most well-known, successful cosplayers that you know that are making a living are doing all of those things. Of course, Yaya Han is the most, successful, I'd say, cosplayer in the U.S. from how much she does in terms of her brand with, fabrics, going to shows as an either a representative, as like an MC or as a judge. She's got her own shop where she sells like the cat ears and things like that, and she sells prints. She's doing just about everything, and that's how she's so successful. Stella Chu does the same. She has a workshop. She's got a team. They make costumes for companies all the time. Kamui Cosplay, she's especially more well-known because of her books and her education as a personality, but she's also doing the things like gigs for companies and crafting costumes is what got her there. So what are we, Turtle Smithy, our business? So we've been making, as a hobbyist, we've been making cosplays for about 20 years.
We worked for Art of Wigs for 8 years up in Chicago, and then towards the end of it, we decided we wanted to take a step into our own business. I started it as a side business on Etsy. I started with like Final Fantasy XIV geared racial features from like the Aura dragon people and like the cat people, the Mikote. Now we have the rabbit people, Vieira. And we're slowly starting to branch out into other categories as well. But I got more experience into like mold making and casting, so that's like really helped me kind of diversify into like a more industry level quality of product. And that's where we're at right now, just kind of experimenting.
So like our primary income is on the crafter side. We have an Etsy shop, and most of what we make is coming from our store and the accessories we sell. Sometimes when things are tight, I'll open up like wig commissions for my friends or something to help make ends meet, because unfortunately there's like a busy season. When the cons pick up in the spring, like starting around KatsuCon, it picks up and elevates through like Anime Expo, and then sometimes it kind of dies off. Like usually our slow season begins in July, so it picks up again for Halloween, and then it dies again for the holidays. Mostly because our price point is usually a little higher. So like it's good to actually have what our friend calls fluff money, where you have some products that are maybe cost $20. Those are great Christmas items. People are not as inclined to pay big dollars on a high money thing when they're already trying to save money to buy gifts for friends and family. So it's been a learning experience to kind of see.
Impulse buying.
Yes, what can you make that is an impulse buy? But like so like that's our primary income, and it's still like, again, we've been doing this full time at this point for only a few years, so it's still a learning process for us. But we additionally, as personalities, sometimes we get hired by conventions to come out and speak with you guys. Sometimes, like mostly, a lot of times it's not necessarily making us money. We'll have a small appearance fee that kind of ends up covering like if things that maybe the con doesn't cover. Like, sometimes we ask for a per diem to make sure we have food, your transportation, your hotel. Ultimately, you don't want to be in a hole if you're doing this kind of thing. Obviously, when you're just starting out and you're like trying to get out there to do that, you kind of have to do have to spend some money on your end to like get yourselves to the con. They may not necessarily be willing to pay your way until you've proven yourself as a reliable guest.
Something that really helps on our end, because we don't have like huge numbers. We have like fairly good numbers on our social media, but we don't like push it super hard. And there's always like a luck factor with numbers on social media. So like what we go for instead is connections and professional standards. So like we make sure that if we do a gig, we are always on time or early. We always like. We save the dirty language for when we know people are okay with that, and then we use professional like speaking skills for the rest of the time.
I was gonna say, obviously don't drop any bad words during your panels at a family-friendly event.
Don't come drunk.
Yes, don't come in hungover. Like you can have a good time in the evening when you're off the clock, but don't let that affect your performance for your audience.
And also just keeping a good attitude, whether it's real or fake. If you can at least make everyone else believe that you have a good attitude, like it's important. It's part of that personality, Like I do get grumpy. I have a temper sometimes, but I don't show it very often in public because it's important for people to like me, And it's definitely a part of the job. But it's also good to just like have that mindset. Like if you can like convince yourself that you're having a good time, like it really goes a long way in a career where you're in public and doing presentations and showing off your craft.
I mean, just also even to the staff, be reasonable, don't be a diva. They won't want you back if they don't like dealing with you.
Yeah,
so
be flexible, be chill. Like, I've had my Adderall, I'm good for the day.
We technically sell prints, so we kind of fit in the model category, but it's not our main income. It's mostly like people who've been following us for a long time might stop by to say hi at the table, maybe support us, they'll buy a print, So we have stuff like that, but that's not our main income. That's not what we rely on.
Yeah. No, I think the main reason why we have been pretty successful all these years is because, one, we do know craftsmanship. We definitely know how to make cool costumes and tell other people how to make them. But two, we like making friends with people. I love people. I think everyone here is fascinating in some way or another, and I like to find out about why. I think it's really cool to meet people and just learning about other people's experiences, and that goes a long way towards making connections. Friendships go a long way. Like we've gotten a lot of our gigs at shows from knowing the people that run the shows and making friends with them, and they talk about how good of an experience they had having us at those shows, and then we get other gigs.
So probably one of the biggest questions or biggest dreams I think a lot of cosplayers have is like, I would really love to do something for my favorite video game company. Like, how cool would it be to do something officially for Nintendo, to craft something officially for Square Enix, whether that's modeling or just making something for them. And honestly, so when it comes to industry gigs, this is something where a lot of people don't really know what to expect. They may just think that maybe the company is going to reach out to them on social media and say, hey, can you be this character that you already made at our booth? And that's usually not how it happens. Typically, there is a very short window of when the thing needs to be made. So I'm going to use the example I'm going to use here is Baldur's Gate 3. So this is in 2020, around the time of KatsuCon in February. My friend Johnny Junkers, he's managing a project. He sends me some concept art and says, hey, I need some wigs, and he trusted me enough to send concept art that I won't leak on the internet. There's NDAs involved here. And he's like, do you have time to get these 2 wigs made for me for an upcoming event for PAX? And I was like, sure, yeah, I can do that. And I was just hired to do the wigs. He originally actually was asking if we could do the full costumes, and I'm like, there's no way, because we were still working full time at ARDA at the time. So whatever I could do on the side was just stuff in my evenings or weekends. But he's like, okay, I'll figure out. He had other people to go to for making the costumes. And he's like, okay, so we have basically, it was a month to do all of this, but when you consider the planning time, sometimes there's a period of time where you have to obtain materials or get samples of materials, and it has to be approved by a company before you can even start on it. And maybe that's an entire week of your time. There's also like a fitting period and things like that. So sometimes you're looking at maybe a 2-week work time. It's very short. It's not ideal for someone who is potentially already working a full-time job. But it's also, there's definitely a lot of hustle culture happening, essentially. These are people who are looking for gigs. They know that they're potentially going to be doing something. They're trying to obtain a job for an upcoming con. So a lot of times, too, it might not be something you can do by yourself. You might need a team of people. And this was a case where we had a team collaboration happening, the short deadlines. But ultimately, like the people who are hired, they did have, someone who's a cosplay crafter and a modeler who did both Astarion and Shadow Heart's costumes. The Shadow Heart that's modeling here, she did the costumes for the two of them, and she knew a model friend to be Astarion. So she had a very short window. She did have an extra hand, like she had at least 1 or 2 people helping her make the costumes, but most of that work was her. I just did the wigs. I just shipped them off overnight to make sure they arrived in time for their final fitting. And then they premiered them at PAX. They flew out to PAX, and that was right before COVID.
A few years earlier, we had a friend, Ashley Riot, who was managing a project for Teppen. It was like a mobile, it was a Capcom mobile crossover game that had like Street Fighter and some other Capcom titles. I don't remember had like Resident Evil and some others. But she had to make, I think it was like 5 characters, but it was like 3 or 4 copies of 5 characters for different people because they had multiple models throughout the weekend. This was at Anime Expo. Yeah, it was at Expo. And so she had to make like 18 costumes. And it was like within a couple months time frame. And so she came to us for just like tiny things. Like I made some belt buckles for the Dantes. Yeah, like because I had Dante as one of the characters. Ryu. Yeah, we did like vinyl cuts for characters, like the kanji on his belt. Like really little things, but she's just like reaching out to lots of different people for little things just so that she can get all these costumes made in time for this deadline. And like sometimes that's just how it is, like take what you can get.
Sometimes these companies don't care if you're outsourcing additional help as long as they are, like, you are not breaking your responsibility. You have to have the trust in your friends to help you because you have to trust that, because you can't break NDA, so they cannot break NDA. So whether or not you work out contracts yourself with these friends is up to you, but just things to think about. But ultimately, like with Ashley Riot, she's also one of those people who doesn't necessarily have the biggest social followings across the board, but what makes her get these gigs constantly is reputation. Again, going back to making sure you're on time, not drunk, you do a good job. Like people talk. So those companies, Capcom will keep hiring her because they had a good experience. So like that's the most important thing, more so than numbers. Having a website actually is great because like there's not something where they're looking at the numbers, they're looking at your portfolio, AAA versus indie. So like people say, oh, well, I only want to do a gig if I get it from Nintendo or Square Enix. That's not how it works. You have to build up your reputation, potentially working for a small indie game. And not to say that they also are a bad idea, because a lot of times they pay really well. Cell phone games, like the mobile game industry, they actually have a good budget to work with. So you will get paid well as long as you make sure you are giving yourself the right rate of what you think your work is worth. Okay, so we'll go into reality check and mental health. This is important.
So running a business is a lot of work. That goes without saying. I mean, even just a regular job is a lot of work. Like, how many of you go home after work and you're just exhausted, right? So take that and then add on the fact that you're also the boss. You're managing the taxes. You have to worry about if you're getting paid or not because it's your own business. So it can get a little stressful sometimes. We always take a risk with this Etsy business because we don't know if it's going to be the same paycheck every week. I get a notification from my phone every time we get a sale, and I love that cha-ching noise. Like, if it goes off here, I'll let you know. But it's always a nice little surprise. But we've had some slow months this year, and off the heels of last year being a crazy good year. So like, it was kind of a roller coaster of like a real high to a real low, and now it's doing pretty good again. So like we're in the busy season again, but you just never know, and it depends on what you're doing, of course. As we covered, there's a lot of different things you can do for cosplay for a career, but if you're just doing a shop, you've got to be on top of product ideas and marketing. I'm honestly really terrible at the marketing part myself. Like I don't like social media that much, and that's not a good thing for any kind of business. I'm just a little bit lucky that right now we have kind of a corner on a niche market. Like the stuff I make, there's not a lot of other people making it, but it's popular, so we're selling it pretty well.
Going into like, say you're not necessarily a crafter, but like you're a personality. Sometimes popularity is a double-edged sword. The more eyes that are on you, the more people are speculating and assuming, or assuming that in like watching your every move. And sometimes people will, out of jealousy, maybe make some mean comments or assumptions about you when they don't actually know you. And I dealt with a lot of this in my early cosplay days, I guess. Like I used to do YouTube videos, and I was a more of a personality back then, and I kind of had to step away from it because it just wasn't for me. It wasn't something where I didn't want to feel like I had to cater to everyone else. I wanted to still do what I liked to do, and I kind of switched that off. And there's something you have to kind of think about. And the same goes if you're even a crafter. If someone doesn't like your product, they might go say some mean things about it, whether they leave a bad review or they just tell their friends, don't buy from me.
Yeah, a lot of times with a shop, you have to deal with product reviews or just customers and messages. And we're pretty lucky because we sell things to fellow crafters for the most part, so people understand what we're doing and where we come from. So they're a lot more patient and like they're a lot more thankful for the work that we do, which is great. But sometimes you get normies who don't know any better. They don't understand the kind of work that goes into things. They just look for the bottom line or the ended product, and you have to be able to deal with people like that who just don't appreciate your work. Yeah, thankfully we haven't had to put up with it too much, but the deeper you go, the more you're going to see it.
It's the starving artist reality. We kind of just talk about how, like, the income fluctuates so much, and you never know if you're going to have a good month or not. That is the starving artist life. You are kind of, because there's so much uncertainty, you kind of, when you're even having a good month, you might be trying to save up a lot of money and be stingy even though it seems like things are good, because you want to make sure that when things slow down again that you're still stable, that you still can put food on the table. And there's been a lot of that. There's been, like, this year I had to get surgery and I will have to pay $4,000 in fees, and while we have money in savings, it would deplete our savings to go up front. So we have to be careful, make sure there's money being set aside, or have a payment plan that I know I can afford regardless of how well we're doing, Avoiding senpai notice me culture. I feel like going back into like the cosplayer dream of wanting to do something for your favorite company, there's a lot of cosplayers who will start getting this mindset of, oh, maybe a company actually did like your costume photo, or they shared it or something like that, and people get really excited, or they see someone else get shared and they're like, oh, I could maybe get shared too. I'm going to work harder to try to get them to notice me. And it kind of gets a little toxic at that point, because you are starting then to do it for, I feel like, for the wrong reasons. You're doing it for the clout, or you're doing it because you want the company to notice you or other people to notice you, rather than you doing it for yourself. I think at the end of the day, to keep a more healthy relationship with cosplay, do what makes you happy for you, And sometimes it's scary because people want to hop on trends. Sometimes the trends are what sells, but at the same time, I think that there's value that comes from even the niche side. So Genshin Impact is giant. Everyone is making Genshin Impact merch, and maybe you made something really cool and you get some good sales, but now it's an oversaturated market. And sometimes that's hard. Some people are actually doing the opposite because there's too much out there to choose from. So don't let that discourage you from doing the things that you like to do, because you love the thing. If you want to cosplay from something from a 90s anime, but you feel like no one will appreciate it, that's a lie. I'm cosplaying from a 90s anime right now, and I'm getting tons of traction because it's so rare, you know? Like, do what makes you happy. Try not to do one genre of costumes just because you're trying to get that company to see it.
Yeah, I also think that like trends can be good for quick money if you know that you can pump something out quick for it. But if you know that you're a slower worker and you prefer quality over quantity, it's better to kind of have an idea of what niche things have longevity. So I really like FromSoft games like Dark Souls. They've been around for 10 years. They are still very, very popular. I could make something from Dark Souls, it would sell. It has that longevity. It's not just a trend. Like the Elden Ring stuff is more trendy, but it's also going to have longevity. Final Fantasy XIV has really good longevity. It's been going strong for a decade now. They've built up their reputation really well. World of Warcraft, like it or not, it's still around. You know, it still makes money. You know, Pokemon, if you can dodge the people trying to shut you down for it, you know, you do have to be careful about which properties are going to come after you, but largely a lot of cosplay is pretty safe. It's usually if you get into figures or jewelry that you really start getting taken down fast. But that is something to kind of do some research on.
I was going to say, I don't know if I actually touched that up, but that is something important to bring up is that, like, if you're selling on Etsy, there are these bots that have been going around and basically submitting takedowns on things that use a lot of popular anime properties, like anything that's from like Crunchyroll, Marvel, Disney. They just track those tags, and a bot will send you basically a takedown or send a report to Etsy, and you might get flagged, and your shop could be in danger if you get too many of those. And that's I think why Dangerous Ladies' shop is no longer on Etsy, is because they got too many takedowns, and they then were forced to have their own just website as be their main selling point, because there's not a human helping on Etsy's side. It's all like AI and customer service things. So like you really have to be careful about, typically with video games, I feel for the most part it is safer unless it's too much or it interferes with their own marketing. I haven't heard much in terms of Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy does really well, partially because it's also free marketing for them. If a cosplayer can cosplay from the thing and help promote the game without them having to do anything. But you also get like, so for example, we did have a friend who was selling earrings. They were Aetheryte earrings from Final Fantasy XIV, but he was selling them around the time that Aetheryte earrings was a digital pre-order bonus for the new expansion. And because if you were to search Aetheryte earrings on Google, you're not getting the results of what they're trying to promote, and you're instead getting a product someone's selling, that's when they're going to be like, I'm sorry, we need you to take this down because it's interfering with our marketing. But I think if he were to try to sell it now, it would not be a problem. So it just depends on the timing. Don't interfere with the company, but you know, like you can also use words that describe the item that isn't directly using those names too, and that can help a lot. Sorry, that was a lot of information.
Yeah. So moving on to work time and place. I imagine everyone here has struggled with like having the right mood to work on things before. You know, we're not immune to it either. We still have our good days and our bad days, but what really helps is having a designated workspace. That can be tough if you're in an apartment or something, but like try to figure out a place that is your safe place for work, where you don't really have distractions, whatever your distraction is, whether that's TV or your phone. You know, find a place that minimizes those distractions and that you can easily focus on the work that you want to do, and start building habits of specific time that you go to that workspace to do the work, so that you don't have to really think about it as much. So we get up pretty early in the morning. I blame my cats, but we take a morning walk before it gets too hot out, and then we get cleaned up and we just go straight to work. And we work till afternoon. It's pretty standard, like 9 to 5-ish, but it just works for us. I don't really care what the norm is. It just works, you know. But some days it's different, you know. Like that's kind of the nice thing about having like working for yourself, is that you can kind of determine your own hours. If you're a night owl and your most productive time frame is like midnight to 4 a.m., do it, you know. Do what works for you. But that's what I would suggest, is get a workspace and find a habit like a good time frame that works for you on the daily or the semi-daily. Don't feel like you have to work 40 hours a week. That's kind of toxic, honestly. I work like 30 to 35 on average, and then sometimes when I need to push myself more, I do, but it gives me a little more time to de-stress and think and work my way up to the next thing.
But by disciplining yourself on what is work time and what is your personal time, it's a little more, I think, something you can look forward to in the evenings of being like, okay, this is from after 5 o'clock, it's me time. That I can do whatever I want, whether I'm crafting, and it's just like, but we do have our workspaces in our home, so we do have to be careful about so we usually go downstairs. The garage and the basement is mostly our shop space, and then upstairs we have more of the sewing and stuff. I'm not quite doing as much sewing right now for work. That's mostly the stuff that's downstairs, but I do come upstairs sometimes because and that's the thing too, I separate what I do for work versus what I do for myself. So I kind of focus on these accessories that are kind of more, it's kind of therapeutic for me because it's a kind of just a process that I go through. That is what I sell. I got really burnt out on wigs when I worked for a company doing wig work. It made it less fun for me to do on my own time. So I try to separate what I'm doing for work versus what I'm doing for fun, because that way I don't get tired of it. And that is I feel like that's like the biggest thing with burnout. Some people can do it. Some people are like, yeah, I love doing wigs and that's what I want to do for a living. But do those people still make wigs for themselves,
Yeah, I similarly avoid burnout by separating the kinds of projects I work on for shop versus cosplay, but there can be a lot of overlap in that. If you decide that you're going to make a costume and you can find an element of that can be reproducible easily, then that's a really good way to double your efficiency, because you're using time for developing a costume that's also developing a product. It doesn't have to be that way every time, so don't try to guilt yourself into doing it that way, but it can be convenient if it works out. I was also, what slide are we on?
The stuff down here?
Yeah. Sometimes you can kind of run into imposter syndrome. That can kind of go side by side with burnout, because when you're burnt out, you're not like in a good headspace to begin with. But imposter syndrome is basically like when you feel like you've
I was gonna say it's more related to one thing I've encountered. I've always I run into situations where I feel like even though I am doing so much, am I doing enough? Am I working hard enough? If I compare myself with how other businesses are doing, and I'm like, what are we even doing? Like, why is this not working for us? And you run into all these questions, and I just want to say that is normal. It's something that everyone encounters. It doesn't matter. You can be successful, but still feel this way. And but I found that so far in this past year, what's been the most helpful for me is taking action rather than trying to put myself in a position where I just feel like, oh, woe is me. No, don't try to keep yourself there. Try to take action to do, sometimes it's hard. Sometimes you're already feeling like you're doing so much, but even sometimes I don't like overtime culture, but when I do push myself further, I get out of that bad headspace, and then I'm proud of my accomplishments when I can actually make a difference with it.
I'm going to say one more thing before moving on to the next slide, but kind of backtracking to burnout and also just kind of time management. I tend to get burned out really easily, which is, again, why we say to do your project work during work hours and don't feel like you have to extend your business stuff into your evening. You need a time to relax and chill so that you can recharge for the next day, and that's when you can play video games, watch TV or stuff, because that helps inspire you for new projects as well. But I definitely have times where I feel like I'm not doing enough, because sometimes I feel like I'm working too slow, and like I only get like one costume done in a year, if that, or like just 1 or 2 products done a year, and it really stinks. But I keep going because I know that I'm still taking steps towards those projects. So like don't ever feel like you're not doing enough. In a worst case scenario, you can always pick up a second job somewhere, but don't give up the job that you want, unless you really feel like it's just not worth it. Keep trying, and you'll know eventually if it's really for you or not, but it's worth the struggle in my opinion, because it's very satisfying.
It is kind of essential to have a social media presence to drug at as a marketing way of getting yourself out there, but don't let it run your life. Try to find a time where you are giving yourself to social media for your business, and then if you can, try to break away from it while you're working so that you can get more done, because it's easy to fall into that pit.
Okay, now we're going to talk about the not fun stuff. So business responsibilities include taxes and business expenses, marketing and branding. We're going to go into individual slides for all these, but a lot of that falls to me, so here we go. When you start getting into taxes for a business, it can be kind of scary at first, but it's not too crazy, honestly. You're going to do quarterly payments, basically. So when you have like we'll just use Etsy as an example. Etsy's pretty good because it can sync up to QuickBooks, and it can send QuickBooks all the information it needs. But if you don't have Etsy and you have like a different system, then you're going to want to keep track of the profit and the expenses, and you put both of those into either QuickBooks or give it to an accountant, and they'll figure out what your quarterly taxes will be based on the income versus the expenses. The fun part is when you go through QuickBooks or you go through with your accountant and you tell them all the things that you can deduct as a business expense. There are quite a lot of things that you can deduct as a business expense as a cosplayer, because it's all just tied into the crafting experience. Like, we can write this whole trip off as a business expense. Anything that we paid for that we were not reimbursed for, business expense. All of our costume materials, typically business expense. Anytime I get new tools from a hardware store, probably business expense, because more likely I'm going to use them on cosplay than I am on my house.
Let's say you're going out to dinner with another cosplayer and you're talking shop. That's a business expense. That's a client dinner. That is, or not a client, but like a business potential relationship. But we have a friend who they rented out a cabana at a Kalahari, and they basically hosted an event where all of their, because they do costume commissions they moved on to other things, but one of them did costume commissions for a living, and she invited her clients who had, she had done costumes for, as well as like other connections, like other cosplayers that are potential clients, and they had a great time. And that was a business expense because it was a social gathering with current and potential clients.
Even though we were all drinking in a pool. But, it is what it is. There's a lot of overlap. You don't have to feel guilty telling the government that you're having fun with your business, It doesn't have to be that way.
I mean, obviously be careful, because you don't want to get flagged and to get an audit. But I mean, you want to be smart. You don't want to be spending all of your money on these fun things. You want to still be actually making enough money to make a living, So
yeah, like if you take a vacation, don't write 100% of your vacation off as a business expense. Be smart about it. If there's elements of a vacation that tie to your business that you can convincingly write off as a business expense, I think you should. But it's within reason. But there is a lot of things you can get away with. That being said, when you have a paycheck from your business, you want to set a certain amount of it aside for either supplies or taxes. We do between 30 and 50% when we can. Sometimes you're going to have tight months and it won't perfectly line up. We're currently trying to rework the way we do our checkbooks and stuff, but for the most part, if you're just kind of automatically setting 30 to 50% aside for supplies and taxes, you're going to be in a pretty good spot.
it is very important to keep every receipt that you are marking as a business expense, because they will, if you do get audited, they're going to ask for those receipts as proof. So again, we talked about like travel costs. This is your supplies, equipment. This is also like software subscriptions. If you use Photoshop to edit your photos that you sell prints of, that's a business expense. If you bought a sewing machine for your business, that is a business expense. However, just be careful that sometimes those audits will be like, well, are you also using this for personal? Now, because we do model our costumes at shows and that still ties in, yes, that's a business expense. However, like let's say you bought a computer for your business. If you are also using that computer to play games, you cannot mark that off as a full business expense. You have to split that. Again, just be kind of careful about what you can get away with. If you get a phone, if you buy a phone for your business, but you're also using it as your personal phone, that cannot be a business expense. Is split it. Like, you have to be careful about, like, you have to calculate the percentage of what amount of time you use it for business versus the amount of time you use it for yourself. There's all these different rules and things you should be looking up, but if you have like an accountant or whatever, or a tax person, they can kind of guide you through that process.
So something to consider when you get into business, making a business for yourself, is your marketing and your branding. Think of a logo. It can be a photo of you, but a graphic logo can go a long ways. I created my own graphic, the Turtle Smithy. I thought of an S in the shape of a turtle, and it also gives the S in Smithy, and then I made a hammer that's also a T for turtle. It's funny because they flip-flop. The T is not the image of the turtle, but it's the letter for the turtle, so there's like a lot of intermixing between the two. And I know not all of you may have a graphic art experience, but you might know people who are, and it's never too late to try to pick it up either, but there are a lot of companies out there who can help you as well. But having a little logo, something simple that really identifies who you are and what your goals are as a company is very helpful. Have ways that it can, like, try to make it in a simple size that can fit into different dimensions, like an icon size for all of your social media, or a business card.
Okay, we're running short of time, so we're going to have to speed through some of this. But like, ultimately, when it comes to getting your business out there, though, like, yeah, having these marketing materials is something that will be a business expense to get. But like, having a website, we're still working on ours. We've been doing this for so long, and yet we don't have a website yet. We're working on it, but we're now just trying to get the actual shop part of it set up. That's what's taking so long. But it's really great because you don't have to rely on Etsy, for the crafting side.
I'll say one thing that's been kind of difficult for us is that we've been cosplaying for almost 20 years. So all of the really old photos from early costumes are really hard to dig up. Most of those photographers don't do photography anymore, so we can't really ask for RAWs on those. So we're kind of limited to Facebook quality photos of the old costumes.
But what's great about having a website is that you could use, SEO and just things like that to kind of help make it so that you're searchable. Whereas if you post a costume photo of yourself on social media, if you try to find, like, Google yourself as, like, I'm searching Melinda Chan and let's say Yusei Fudo from Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds. I can find those photos because, like, places like DeviantArt still are great. Like, they'll hop up in searches, but social media platforms like Twitter and stuff, I can't find anything because after a certain amount of time, it's just like, it's not searchable anymore. So like, having a evergreen content is what it's called, where you can easily find your things because it doesn't matter. It's, the website will help you do that.
Yeah, social media owns what you upload to it.
Yeah, and social media is still, though, important as a marketing tool, but you shouldn't rely completely on it, if that makes sense.
So you're probably wondering about pricing. If you're making a product or a costume commission, how do you go about pricing it? It's going to differ for everybody, but the TLDR is you want to price it in a way that you can live off of it. You don't undercut yourself because that leads to burnout really fast. I've seen a lot of people drop out pretty quick because they're not pricing things in a way that they can sustain. So what you want to consider is your material cost. That's the first thing. That's the absolute minimum, below minimum, but you want to know what it costs you to make it. And the material cost is the physical cost of the materials, but then you also have your time commitment. What does it take you time-wise to make the product or the costume or whatever? So have an hourly rate that's reasonable for you. You don't have to be shy about it. It doesn't have to be minimum wage or below. It can be $20 to $30 an hour, $40 an hour, whatever you think you're worth. And that can be negotiable. One nice thing about rates is that they don't have to be set in stone. It's the same when you do appearance fees. It's good to start yourself high because that means that you value yourself high. And then you can also say, in parentheses, negotiable. So that makes it like you're worth a lot, but you're also flexible. And that's a good impression to set, typically. if you've got the skill to back it up.
I was gonna say, like, so it's funny. We have a lot of friends in the industry, and anytime I find out how much some of them make for their appearances and stuff, I'm like, what am I even doing? You know, because I was like, I always question it. Are we too much? Are we worth this amount per hour? And yes, if you feel you are worth it, then yes, you are worth it. You know, don't undercut. Don't go to minimum wage. You are worth more than that. You are doing a specialty skill set.
Also, I remember like a really good quote from a book that talks about careers and stuff, and they said that like people who are kind of full of themselves and like fake a lot of things, that overconfidence really shows, but like people who are scared to death of like their own talent are usually pretty authentic. So if you don't know, if you don't really believe in yourself, that's actually a pretty good sign that you're probably pretty good and you're on the right track.
Let's see. Pro tips. So don't quit your day job right away. You don't know if you can self-sustain off of and again, you might be working overtime technically to balance what you're doing for your cosplay part of the business versus your real job. Again, but a lot of that is going to be upfront costs. Like you're going to be saving up the side money to go back into your business so that you can see where you're going and can I sustain myself on this eventually full time. But don't go straight into it without a plan, you know. Healthcare.gov is where you're probably going to be getting your health insurance. And thanks to the Affordable Care Act, I can afford health insurance as a self-employed. I go there every fall and I have to pick out a plan. And because of the bracket, like we're not making, basically the income the two of us make together is kind of like one person's income. It's not a lot. But because we're in a lower bracket, we get a nice tax credit towards health insurance. And so we're paying $16 a month for our health insurance right now. Yeah. Thank you, Affordable Care Act.
And when we're able to still kind of work with a single person's income, because a lot of our personal expenses are also business expenses because our hobbies are also our job. So it's a bit of a cheating system. Like we can write off a lot of business expense with the stuff that we're having fun with. But again, like we said earlier, within reason. You know, there's some things I'm not going to write off video games as an expense. You could make an argument that it's research material, but you're taking a little bit of a chance there.
Yeah. Ultimately, they're like, well, are you actually making money off of the thing you do? And it's like, well, you know, we do have to make costumes to keep ourselves like out there and relevant as teachers and stuff and personalities. And so like that is part of the business, you know.
So one subscription to Final Fantasy 14 is fine.
We don't put Final Fantasy 14 as we probably could, but we don't. Within reason, trying to be reasonable here. Oh yeah, we talk about, so what is an LLC? It's like an official business like step, like but there are differences. We're technically still a sole proprietorship, which is that, yeah, it's like, so because it's just we don't have employees and things like that. It's just the two of us.
Yeah, the main reason you would want to form an LLC is if you have enough stock of like supplies, business assets, and you're afraid of losing them if something goes wrong. So let's say we sold something that had potential danger to it, like something that's like extremely flammable or acidic, something that can harm a person, and then somebody figured out how to harm themselves with that something and then tried to sue us. If they successfully sued us and we owed more money than we personally had, then we would have to get rid of assets that we own to help as collateral, like our house, like our car, like all of our shop equipment. If you have an LLC, that basically makes all of your business-related materials and costs and value cover whatever suing could happen over business-related stuff. So somebody tries to sue you for something business-related. The worst that could happen is that your company goes bankrupt, but your personal stuff is still safe. Usually it's not really a huge deal for small entities like us, so we don't worry about it quite yet, but the bigger you get, the more you want to consider it.
I mean, it's probably more relevant, especially for businesses where like maybe you're selling something like a food item or something that could endanger someone for real. Like I would hope that no one tries to kill themselves with a pair of foam dragon horns, but I don't know. Okay, so do the thing. Our business, right now, we do have a domain, turtlesmithy.com, which directs directly to our Etsy shop. Once our website's up and running, we're going to redirect our domain name to our website. Look into getting a business name that is going to be unique to you and searchable, and claim that domain for yourself as soon as you can.
Claim it everywhere. Make every social media with that name, even if you never use it. Because if you don't, somebody else will.
I know we kind of took up the full entire time slot, but we do have a couple minutes. Does anyone have any urgent questions that they need absolutely answered right now? And if not, you are welcome to go to turtlesmithy.com and send us a DM to ask us your questions.
You can also reach out to us on social media, and we have a Gmail account. It's turtle.smithy@gmail.com. You can reach out to us at any of these for questions if you have them. Thanks, everybody.
Game of seeing if we can fit all of you safely on the stage. Oh, well then we're going to see if we can Jenga you all onto the stage. And remove one of you at a time until everything's right.
Shockingly, I'm wearing shoes that are actually practical.
We've got 6 up.
sit. Should sit. Courtney, you're going to stand behind everybody. All the guests on the stage, guys. All the stage.
I got a man spread like nobody's business.
We can put you on the end here. Stick Tegan on the end so she can be spread. Your man spread is good. Yeah.
That's why this is sort of my first. I want to do a. I want to do a
Hello. Hi. Welcome to Cosplay America 2024 opening ceremonies. Yay. We made it, and we are running out of stage, so we can't have more guests ever again. No, thank you everyone for coming out today. We're going to hopefully have an educational but mainly fun weekend. But who is here to have fun? Yeah? Yeah? Who's here to learn at least one thing to justify this to yourself? Excellent. Wonderful. Yeah, that's why we're here too. For anyone, is this anyone's first Cosplay America? Oh, that is a lot of people. Okay. All right, well then I have to explain some things. So, first of all, Cosplay America as a convention, our objectives are for people to learn things, to build skills, but also to meet other people that have similar hobbies. Unlike a lot of conventions, we understand that you need to sleep and to eat and to hopefully not burn out, because this is a hobby where we burn out quite a bit. So we have crazy gaps in the schedule, and they're there on purpose so that you can eat. And we don't run all night so that you can sleep. So that tomorrow, when you wake up, we can feel a little bit better about handing you scissors. Because I know has been super popular. That's the only red I want to see. So, yeah, this is us. We do 4 rooms over there worth of workshops. Has anyone here signed up for a workshop this weekend? Oh, good. That is wonderful. I'm glad you managed to get into them. Apparently they are in super high demand this year, so thank you. We really appreciate that. Our goal is to give you opportunities to learn and do. Wonderful verbs. Also, as you can see over here, on the stage that I don't even fit on now, we have so many guests. And so, thank you all for journeying here as well. So what I'm gonna do before I go into the boring paper notes that I have here is I would like all of the guests to get an opportunity to introduce themselves, because from this angle and in your costumes, I can't tell who is where, and I'm not going to embarrass myself more than I already have. So I'm going to ask if I think pros and cons is at the end. Yes. If you guys could start, and then we can cycle through, and I'll hand the microphone off to the back row so you don't have to loom over the people in front of you unless you've already arranged that amongst yourselves and all consent has been established. So, yeah, please introduce yourselves, tell us a bit about who you are, and name at least one thing that you will be doing in the future that people in here can try to go to.
So many tasks. Okay. Hello, everyone. I am Pro from Pros and Cons Cosplay. Oh, and I'm Con from Pros and Cons Cosplay. We are super excited. This is our third Cosplay America. We come here all the way from the beautiful state of Kansas. It's not beautiful. It's fine. So we're super excited to be here to not only teach a bunch of really exciting workshops and talk about cosplay contests. That's kind of our bread and butter, but also to bully you all into eating better barbecue sauce. Yes. Oh yeah. So a couple of our workshops that we're doing this weekend, we kind of got a couple different things. We're doing the cosplay contest support series. So today we talked about all things generalities of cosplay contests. We'll also have a judging workshop where you can learn how to judge a cosplay contest if you've ever wanted to be a judge. We'll also talk about what it's like running cosplay contests, and then we'll have a super awesome experience at the end, guiding you through the cosplay contest experience from beginning to end. We got some crafting workshops. I'll be doing some ventilating stuff and how to do smocking as well. And then Pro is doing one later on today for kimekome, which is a decorative style of embellishing. It's hard to describe, but we'll be doing those. So, yay!
Does this work? It does not work. Hello? Okay. Hi, I'm Sarcasm Hime. I am from Toronto, Canada. I am currently celebrating my 25th year in cosplay, so it's been a while. So yeah, I'm from the time before Warbla and YouTube. It was a dark time. We had to walk uphill both ways to get our Party City wigs. I specialize in stupid amounts of embellishments, making poor life choices, and I will be teaching a couple of workshops this weekend on goldwork and couching. I don't know if there are any spots still available, but you are free to come in and watch even if you can't get a kit. Yay.
Hello? Yes? Okay. I'm Jenny. Hi. This is, I don't know, I've been coming to a lot of Cosplay Americas. I'm 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, ninth Cosplay America. It's my favorite con because we get to do workshops. Thank you for letting us bring things that could destroy the floor, and we don't destroy them. But no, I love it. I'm out of Atlanta, Georgia, dirty, dirty South. Drive up here every year. Love teaching and making stuff with you guys. I've got an Introduction to Electricity workshop today, and then tomorrow we've got casting with latex, which I don't see enough people doing stuff with latex, so I'm on a mission to get everyone doing more with it. And then I think tomorrow I am talking through my Link costume, which I made this hologram shield that blew up on TikTok a little bit, so I'll talk about how I did that, and I hope there's a lot of Legend of Zelda cosplayers tomorrow to take pictures with me, but so excited to see you guys. Woo!
Hello, I am December. This is my 6th Cosplay America. 6. So I've been here a long time. I'm super excited to be back again. I just want to shout out my Silk Squad. We've already done 2 hours of workshops together, and I'm going to see them for 3 more hours this weekend. So shout out Silk Squad. Woo! Endurance. If you are not part of the Silk Squad, you can be, because I'm teaching a specialty dyeing panel tonight at 7 p.m. If you want to come learn about silk dyeing and all sorts of other types of dyeing, please join us tonight at 7. I also have a panel at maybe the worst time, which is 10 a.m. on Sunday, but that one is going to be about setting up a small workspace. If you work in a small craft room or you work in a multi-use craft room, I just have my tips and tricks on making a small space work for you. So thank you for having me.
Okay. Armor is hard. I'm Psycat Cosplay. I am coming in from Baltimore. I've been cosplaying for 10, I don't know, years plus. It's more than that, but I am actually a cosplay educator for kids. and I'm doing kids content this weekend. So today I did a introduction to hand sewing workshop. Tomorrow I'm doing a foam workshop. We're gonna make foam ears if you wanna come by. I'm doing all free stuff, so if you don't wanna have them, yeah, anyway. Yeah, that. And I have a foam armor workshop on Sunday at 10, which is a little early, but we can push through for foam armor. Yeah, I mean, obviously in foam armor. And I'm pretty much a generalist, so I do all the things.
Hello. I come from a state of misery. My name is Kyle. I go by Turtle Smithy. That's my wife. I do a lot of everything. I really like to do foam work. I just had an Ava foam workshop earlier today. I also like to make grungy things, and tomorrow I'm going to have a weathering workshop. On Sunday, I will have a panel on how to scale costumes to yourself. Come check it out.
Hello. I am the aggressively normal looking person up here. Yeah, you know, hey. But I am Kyle. I am a photographer, the photographer behind the world of Oh, we're both Kyle. Yes, that is right. That's Turtle Smithy. I am World of Gwendana. So I've been a photographer since 2009, so at this point 15 years. I refuse to believe 2009 was 15 years ago. But in cosplay hobby as photographer since 2016. So this is my first time at Cosplay America, but I've been going to cons like Dragon Con, MomoCon, a lot of the Atlanta area cons. As far as panels go, all photography related. So today I had a panel on posing and composition. Tomorrow I have we'll call it a workshop, but it's really hot outside, so we'll be talking about natural light photography. And you're going to get 2 hours worth of me talking about every single lighting scenario humanly possible with just natural light. So that's going to be exciting. And Sunday I have a couple of panels on location scouting, location considerations, and just general photography etiquette. So they got me talking a lot about photography, the entire spectrum of photography. So yes. Hey.
Hi, I'm Melinda. I go by Melinda Chen on social media. This is my 20th year cosplaying, and this is my first time at Cosplay America. I am Kyle's wife, and we are from Missouri. But I'm excited to be here. I'm hosting workshops and panels about wigs. We did a cosplay wig dyeing 101 panel this morning, and then we just finished up our cosplay as a business panel. Tomorrow I'm doing a workshop on styling long wigs, and then on Sunday I'm doing a workshop on wig transformation, where it's just, I want everyone to walk away with a wig that looks completely different than what it came in as. And even though I think the tickets are already sold out, people are welcome to come and spectate if you would like. So glad to be here. Thank you.
Just to be clear, this Kyle, not this Kyle.
Hi, I'm Emily. I go by So Angry online. It's sewing, so angry. That's my secret. I'm always angry when I'm sewing. I've got some panels on sewing, so you can also be angry. I've been cosplaying for about 16 years. I do mostly sewing to that end, though I have worked with some foam, but I have panels this weekend. Tomorrow I have a panel on how to tidy up your sewing. So let's say you just started, you're tired of buying the kits from Easy Cosplay, you want to make your own stuff, lines just aren't coming out straight as you like, even stitches are hard. I'm going to help give you some tips on how to clean it up, make your stuff look nicer. I'm not formally trained, but I will be happy to formally train you. I've also got another panel on Sunday at 10, if you happen to be awake, on how to read commercial patterns. At least I will try to teach you. It's kind of like a mysterious art, you know, like whispering elven secrets into the wind and hope it comes out. But we'll do our best. It's also kind of a demo. We're going to struggle through a pattern together. And then also, if you happen to be awake early on Saturday, I am doing a group work out. A lot of people who follow me know that I'm really into fitness, and I like to work out. So we're going to do a body weight workout in this room, I think, at 8:30. So it's from 8:30 to 9:30, plenty of time to go like rinse off before going to your next panel. So I hope to see you guys there. Thank you.
Hi, I'm a walking traffic cone. Hi, everyone. My name is Courtney. I go by Utopian Pigeon, and I like wings if you can't tell. But today I have already ran a workshop, a lovely workshop, on silicone mold casting. Also did a wings workshop. If you missed that, you can still just tag me like in the hall and be like, hey, I got a question. Yo, what up? But this weekend, today actually, I'm going to be running the wig fiber manipulation. So if you ever want to put a bird on it made out of wig fiber, butterflies, etc., I got you. I will also be running Welcome to Hell at 11 o'clock. If you know, you know. But that is going to not actually be a cosplay panel, but an entertainment panel. And it's an experience. So many ways. Tomorrow, and I will not fall off the stage. Thanks. Tomorrow, I am also running a workshop on basics of resin casting. If you did not get a spot in that, you're more than welcome to come over. I do know I am doing a wig rescue panel in the morning. If you have a wig that is already destroyed, you're welcome to bring it in, and it can be our example. If not, I got examples. We'll make sure you can not spend another $60 on a wig, or 20. I don't judge. I don't care. They all work. And then on Sunday, I'm doing the wings panel, which is a workshop. If you did not get a spot for that, you're also welcome to sit in there, but we'll be making cute tiny wings made out of feathers and flowers and dreams and hot glue. Yeah, out of Charlotte. Been cosplaying for almost 20 years, and that's all I got, guys. Let's pass it on down.
All right. Thanks again to all of our guests for introducing yourselves. All righty. Before I unleash the guest on the world, I just wanted to make a few scheduling notes because, as is the nature of all linear time, sometimes there are surprises. So, some of our programming, unfortunately, fell victim to last-minute cancellations. So, even after we printed it, a few things fell off. So I'm going to try to be present at the start of everything that isn't happening so you don't sit in there awkwardly wondering if you made up that panel and that it never existed. But just to give you an idea, later tonight, 8 p.m., Live Love Cosplay is unfortunately canceled. Tomorrow night, the 5 o'clock Model to Mock-Up is canceled. And tomorrow morning at 10, we had a PPE safety panel in here. Unfortunately, it had to be canceled. However, speaking of safety, there may or may not be any awareness in this room that about 2020, something happened, and we did not get to do our convention in person that year. But being that we are a stubborn lot, we decided to do our convention on Twitch instead that year, which meant we recorded things. So in this room tomorrow in the 10 to noon slot, we're going to pick out some of the things of yesteryear, and we're just going to project them in here. So feel free to come in and check it out. I don't know which things we've picked yet. I need to see which of the videos are here. But educational, fun times. So come check it out. I promise we're not just going to leave the room empty. Something will be here. Hopefully you'll learn something. Also, it was kind of a weird flashback to that time where we learned what everyone else's house looked like. So we'll have some of that together. So that all said, I think that covers most of the announcements that I actually had for this part. So I'm going to liberate the guests from the trap that is the stage that has captured them. But don't anyone else go anywhere. Only they're allowed to escape. Because we're going to be handing off in a moment to do an exciting runway, and audience participation is encouraged. So I'm going to hand this off now to, I don't know your character's name, and I'm terrible for that. A blood ghost with a pretty umbrella.
Hi, so I am Toma, dressed as Hua Chang. Where'd you go? So I am your cosplay coordinator for this year, and we are going to do a little runway contest. Anyone is welcome to join us. So if you would like to be part of the runway, how it's going to work, you're going to line up along this wall here. We're going to play some music. Yeah. And then you will walk, do your little catwalk over here in front of you lovely guests here, and down this center aisle here. And then you can go back to your seat. And what we're going to do is we will have our lovely judges. So we have Miu Sakura, who is one of our craftsmanship judges as well. And our two lovely crown winners over here. If you don't know, it is our regional C2E2 winner and our second place. And then they will all come together and choose one winner, and that winner will receive a free registration for Cosplay America next year. So if you want a chance to do that, please start lining up on this wall over here, and we will give you a few minutes.
It gives really good hugs. All right. Are we ready to see some costumes? So this is going to be a fun costume contest in which, there's no rules. This is just their own. They could have bought it. They could have made it. They're just here to strut their stuff. So let's give them lots of cheers, lots of excitement. And they're going to walk through here and down the center aisle. So let's get excited. Contestants, you ready? Audience, you ready? All right, start your strut. Work it, Mario, work it. What's her name?
I know it's from Has Been Hotel. Rosie, all right, strut it, Rosie. Yeah, we've got someone who lives in a moving castle. It's Howell. All right, Mr. Sassy Pants. All right, next up, Queen Serenity, right? I don't know Sailor Moon, but here we are with the lovely Queen Serenity. Beautiful. She is queen. I knew this one. All right, yeah. Next we've got Charlie. Has Been Hotel. The best hotel manager. And we have a Butterfree. Lovely Pokemon. Gotta catch 'em all. All right, next up we have Double T. I do my best. Woohoo! Next up we have the lovely Urza Scarlet from Fairy Tale. She's got a bigger closet than all of us. Oh, the next one is Lucy from Fairy Tale. Master Roshi, yeah, there we go. I was like, I know what this is, and then I lost it. Oh! She can't speak, but it's Nezuko! Demon Slayer. Just don't make her mad. Next up, we have the lovely, the scary, the deadly. She's Poison Ivy. From Battlestar Galactica, I butchered that. But the Great Commander. All right, Princess Mia from Princess Diaries. All right, live it up for Springtrap from Five Nights at Freddy's. Give it up for Otto. All right, he loves him some rubber duckies. Give it up for Lucifer. And we've got Todoroki. He's icy. He's hot. He's Todoroki. Next up, we have Miss Nagatoro. Next up, we have Serana from Skyrim. Vox. Okay, I thought so. All right. Next up is Vox from Has Been Hotel. It's like I know some, and then I'm like, okay. Damn it, what's his name? Next up, we have Valentino from Has Been Hotel. Next up, we have Mr. Compress from My Hero Academia. Next up is Aizawa from My Hero Academia. Next up is Uraka from My Hero Academia. Next up is Bakugo from My Hero Academia. Oh, I don't even need to ask this one. It's my dear husbando, Leon from Heaven Official's Blessing. I mean, that one wins my heart. I don't want to introduce you. This is a spoiler from Heaven Official's Blessing. Percy. The next one is Percy because it got shouted at me. Okay, we're not going to worry about it. Next we have Bakugo from My Hero Academia. The next one up is Frieren from Frieren. Next up is Mary Jane Watson from Spider-Man. All right, next up is Nicole Kidman from the AMC promo. Bet no one was expecting that. All right, so those were our lovely contestants. I'm going to give my judges a moment to confer and come up with a winner. Is everyone having fun? Do I need to just waste some time? I don't know.
We are great at filling time here. Okay, so you made the mistake of trying to know every character ever. For what it's worth, if I were doing that, I would have forgotten characters that I've cosplayed before. I'd be like, oh, you're anime man. My brain would just be gone.
I just watched, I'm not gonna lie, I just watched My Hero Academia. Like, I blitzed through about 5 seasons in like 3 weeks. So I was con crunching, man. So I was like, I know most of these now. Yes!
I mean, what gets you is when they're in the school uniform and you're like, oh no, all of my clues are gone. It's like Bleach all over again.
So I'm tempted now because I have seen it that I must cosplay from it. So who should I cosplay? Who's the best one? Aizawa. I mean, I do like Aizawa. Can I just sleep in a corner in a sleeping bag the whole time? I feel like that's my best choice.
If you can pull it off, be completely invisible except for your boots and your gloves. Then you can be in every shot and no one complains. And you get to be in the middle of so many group pictures.
I mean, that's easy. You just get some shoes, you put a piece of wire, you put some gloves, and you just put it places and wait to see if anyone notices.
It is a stealth photobomb.
That's right.
Have they made consensus? Oh, well then.
I'll let you all say it at one time. You must coordinate your voices into one.
All right, so you guys made our decision tough because y'all did awesome. So on the count of 3, I guess we'll just say it in the mic together. Okay. All right, our winner is 1, 2, 3, Nezuko! Give her a round of applause! Yay! So. And we'll get you a badge next year.
And you will have a badge for next year. Yep. Sound good? All right, so hang with me. So thank you to everyone who took part. Next year we hope to have an actual event for it. in its own space with its own time. So think about what you're going to do next year, and hopefully we will have a thing.
Start practicing your walk now.
That's right. Work on your strut.
Okay, well, in that case, I think we've wrapped up opening ceremonies. So if you're staying in the hotel, they might give you stuff over there, depending. I believe we're in happy hour time, so there's that. Otherwise, we're about to have a break. Like I said before, please eat something. Please do it for us. Makes us happy. Drink some water, eat, be alive, continue to be alive. Programming will pick up again at 7. So enjoy some space, charge your phones.
sleep now. Last time I was here, it was my first con after a lockdown, and my body decided that I wasn't allowed to sleep anywhere except in my own bed. And yeah, so it sucked a lot. I was like awake at like 5 a.m. on Saturday night, Googling how long you can go without sleep before you die. It's a while.
It is wild. You'll start hallucinating. It's great. When I was in high school, there was a trend. Most of my high school was a boarding school. Most of my high school pulled an all-nighter the night before graduation. But some insane people would try to stay awake for the 72 hours leading up to graduation.
Oh dear.
I had a couple friends attempt this, and they literally screwed.
Oh dear.
They were seeing things that were not there. I went to school for audio engineering, and there was like one project we were doing, and it was huge. It was like cataloging every single microphone that we had in our closet, and like what they did, and what their desks, like their
Yeah.
desks were. And it just took forever, and I had to pull 2 all-nighters to get that done. And for some reason, I thought our dorm room door was like a waterfall, so I kept like trying to go through it. And my roommates were looking at me like I was a crazy person. Because what are you doing? I was, in fact, a crazy person. So I did up for 48 hours.
The first time I had a bout of insomnia, which is years ago, like my doctor was trying me on a bunch of different sleeping pills to see where we were. And there was one sleep. So I was lying there in bed, and then the bed started rotating, and then I looked down, and the folds of my blanket were little mouths, and I started freaking out that they were going to eat my fingers, and then I'm like, oh, I'm tripping. This is not helpful, but fascinating.
No, I one time, I watched The Grudge right before bed when I was like 15. And I'm like, I'm a teenager. I ain't scared. But there's just like one part where it's like, you see a lump form in the blanket. She lifts the blanket, and there's the ghost.
Yeah.
So like, I'm laying in bed, and I'm like, I'm not scared. I'm 15. I'm too big to be scared of horror movies. And I had a cat right here. It's my black cat. And then I was sleeping with like my leg kind of like up, like to propped up so you could see the lump in the blanket.
And you scared the crap out of yourself?
I scared the crap out of it. I yeeted that cat. And then I slept in my mom's room because I was a big kid. Thought you cried for a minute.
I mean, it's a cat. It'll land on their feet.
She was fine. She lived to a ripe old age. She was 21 when she passed away, so like she was like maybe 4 when that happened. So she was fine.
My brother used to work at a pet store, and one morning one of his coworkers was barely awake while she was cleaning the hamster cages, and this one particularly vicious hamster, well, was not visible, so she's cleaning the cage. When she has her head turned to talk to someone, the hamster comes out and goes, chomp! So what do you do when something bites you? You like pull your hand back, and so the hamster just goes whee across the store. It was fine. But yeah, they discovered at that store that rats are real smart. So they had to start putting rocks on top of the rat cages because the rats would put the wood shavings in their mouths to get it wet and then pack it around the bottom of the wheel to make the wheel stop turning so they could climb up the wheel and get out. I'm like, yeah! I'm like,
Oh my god.
I mean, they're so smart, they deserve to get out. Just let those guys free, man.
I was going to say, they deserve it at that point.
They put a lot of effort into this.
I couldn't think of it. I couldn't think of that. It's apparently, according a friend of mine works as a park ranger at Yosemite, and he's been asked why they haven't invented a bear-proof trash can yet. And
Because
he told me
bears are
because
smart.
there is a significant overlap between the smartest bears and the dumbest humans.
I believe it.
I think about that.
I believe it.
I work at REI, and I watch people like try to open like the bear canisters, and I think about that every single time. To be fair, I also have trouble with the bear canisters.
I mean, in Toronto, we have very smart raccoons. And every time they try to come up with a raccoon-proof garbage can, somebody like instantly posts a video of a raccoon solving it like right away, like, and showing her babies how to solve it. you know, just knock it over, turn the thing, okay, go.
We have a cooler that's apparently raccoon proof. It's not marketed as raccoon proof, but you can see little scratch marks all over the outside when you try to get into the cooler.
You just, you just don't have smart enough raccoons. You're lucky.
Here's the thing, it's not a smarts thing, it's just we're distracted.
Yeah.
The amount of force it takes
Right.
to open this thing, like, defeats me sometimes. You have to, like, lodge your fingers into
Yeah, you can't use a dexterity-based solution because those buggers are dexterous.
Yeah. Those little hands.
Yep, they got little hands. That's why they're so cute.
They would be very, I love them, except for I'm a little upset with them because they ate my chips this week. I went camping and they ate my chips.
Oh.
I mean, that's on us for leaving the chips on the table.
That is on
Oh, okay, we can start. Yay. Hello, people, come in. Okay, yes? No? Is it working? No, I don't see a light. It is working. Okay. Okay. Hello, everybody. I am Sarcasm Hime, and I like historical fashion. But one problem with being a weeb and also liking historical fashion is that if you just make a historical dress and wear it at a con, people don't know what the hell you're dressed as. And so it can be a little bit isolating, especially because where I live, we don't have a lot of like a big historical community. So the only place I really have to wear things is cons. So I like to do mashups where I do a historical version of a fandom character because then people know what the hell you're doing. There we go. Yes. So, as we mentioned, why mashup? Because then people know what can have some kind of way to jump into what you're wearing. They have some way to connect to you. So, like, ideally, you're going to be doing something that's like recognizable. And part of this panel is going to be about how to successfully combine historical fashions with fandom characters in a way that makes it clear what it is that you're doing. So people can be like, oh, that's such and such character, and they can also identify, oh, that's from this period. So you kind of get the best of both worlds. So on the left, actually, we're going to be talking about those in a second, so I will leave it for now. Please, and if you guys have any questions, just like wave, yell, etc. So how to pick what to mash up. You can pick your era first if you have a particular era of fashion history that you really love, or you can start with the character and then find an era that suits the character. And like I do both because sometimes a particular character sort of calls, like their silhouette makes you think of a particular era of fashion history. And sometimes you're like, I want to make a bustle gown. What character can I put in a bustle version, etc. So you can come at it from both angles. There is no correct answer. The most important thing when you're talking about doing any kind of historical fashion combination thing is you want to get your silhouette right. Different eras have very different silhouettes, and as long as you have the shape correct for that era, people will understand what you're doing. Where you can fall down easily is not paying really close attention to what that particular era looked like. And so then it kind of gets muddled, and then it can be not clear what it is that you're trying to do. So as you can see, we have our sort of fashion timeline here. If, the top left, at the top we've got like 18th century, so we've got some big hoops. And then we can see the hoops kind of getting smaller. We're going to talk about that. And one thing that you notice in fashion history is there are these cycles of ridiculousness to simplicity, and then more ridiculousness back to simplicity. So, and you also have cycles of underwear becoming outerwear. So that happens multiple times throughout fashion history, and it is an international thing. It's not just Western fashion. I will be talking mostly about Western fashion in this panel, just because I have more experience with that and kimono as well, but you can do a lot of things with different cultural costumes as well. I touched on this a little bit later, but if you do want to mash up things with historical costume from other culture, please be very careful and do your research. But we'll talk about that a little bit later. Anyways, so for example, in the late 18th century, the fluffy white dresses, la chemise à la reine, it was very scandalous because it looked like the underwear that people were wearing, but now the queen was wearing it on the outside, and they're like, oh my goodness, you're wearing a dress that looks like a nightgown? The scandal. Or like t-shirts. T-shirts used to be underwear, now they're outerwear. So like we have these cycles where like things get crazy, and then people are like, okay, that's a bit much. Let's tone it down. So you know, if you see it on the second row, the lady with the big ass sleeves, the giant sleeves and the parasol, that's 1830s. 1830s is a completely bonkers time in fashion history. Like everything was turned to 11. You know, giant sleeves, giant skirts, ridiculous hair where they got like loops and weird constructions on top of their head with like flowers and weird crap. And then they have like literal pillows in their sleeves to hold their sleeves out. And like bonnets that are like this big. It was a crazy time. And then people were like, that's a bit much. So then you get to the 1840s, which was extremely boring. Like if you look at portraits of Queen Victoria, she's got that hair that's just like, it's in a bun and it has a little braid just like this, and it's very, very sedate. That's because of the 1830s. People were like, no, we need to stop. So you can look, when you look at the history of fashion, you will see these things happen, and you can choose whether you want to be completely bonkers or do you want to go for the little toned down things, like Regency style. That's one of the toned down eras. And then, around 1820, it started getting crazy again. So, like, you pick how crazy you want to be. Yes and no. So since about 1820, men's fashion has been pretty boring. Before that, as we will see, it was wild. And it makes me very sad that guys don't get to be crazy with fashion anymore, and I think that's unfair. We're starting to see some changes, yeah. Now here's another little sort of outline where you can see the shapes that you're looking for. So when you're picking an era, you want to make sure that you have the shape right, because that's going to do a lot of the work for you. Here's some menswear. Oh, my lettering got messed up. So here you can see some pretty different silhouettes as far as menswear are concerned between, say, the 15th century and the 19th century and the 18th century there. So yeah, men used to be pretty fancy, and I think you should be fancy again. Yes. I mean, because Cavalier period, you've got the petticoat breeches that were a little bit out of control. You will see a picture later. So there was, like 1600s, you had the height of fashionable menswear was to cover yourself in as many ribbons as you could physically put on your body. Like all of the ribbons. Your pants are made of ribbons. What happened? So, which silhouette is best for my character? It's up to you. You can do literally anything. Some mashups are going to be easier to combine with a particular character than others. Others are going to take a lot more work to make it cohesive and make it identifiable. Some of them are like a no-brainer. Some of them are going to be a little more difficult, but you can do anything with enough thought processes and design. You might have to do a few different sketches to figure out what you like. And what is also, you also want to keep in mind what you're going to want to wear, what's going to be comfortable on your body, what you're going to be happy wearing, because if you make something and you feel like crap wearing it, why bother? So, what makes your character recognizable? A lot of it is color scheme and details. So some characters, the color scheme is really, really identifiable and really easy, and people instantly know what you're talking about. Other ones, it's a little more subtle, and you need to add some recognizable motifs that the character has, or like, particular type of hat, that kind of thing. So people are like, oh, that's what you're doing. So here we have Rapunzel. And this dress doesn't really look like the dress that she's wearing at all, but it's the details that make it. So this is an 18th century version, but it's the lights on the skirt with the little castle on the front of the skirt, the sun motif on her pocket there, and the flower motifs, those are straight from the movie, so you can see what she's going for if you're familiar with the movie. I love this one. I don't have it animated, but the lights are actually animated on that skirt. So they kind of like drift upwards. It's so cool. Similarly, here we have an example of 1960s Catwoman, and you look at the decor, the necklace, the gold details, and the texture of that fabric is very, very iconic for this particular costume. And this is a lady that I saw at Costume Con this year, where like it's hard to tell in this photo, but the texture of the fabric she used was very, very similar to the Eartha Kitt one. It was like that sort of like glittery metallic kind of fabric, and it was just perfect. Or I should, perfect. Because, Catwoman. So here's an example of one I did. I wanted to do some kind of King Ghidorah thing, and I knew it was going to be a whole lot of gold. So I bought a lot of gold stuff before I had actually designed the costume. Don't recommend doing that, because then you end up with a lot of leftover materials that you don't end up using. So my thought process was, I like 18th century costume. I love the 18th century court dresses. So I was like, okay, having that type of bodice, there's a lot of real estate on the front. It's very stiff, so you can do a lot of crazy embellishments. So that's how I designed that one. And I am sad that I forgot to include the photo that I took of the first mock-up of that bodice. Because as we will discuss later, you can find patterns that are basically traced from actual extant garments, and those patterns are super useful, but they are traced from one garment that was made for one particular person who is not you. So that garment is not going to fit you right off the bat. I had done some preliminary fitting adjustments, and the first mock-up is still hilariously like the Queen of Sweden apparently had a torso much longer than mine, because like the bodice was like up to here. So yes, it took multiple mock-ups. But so yeah, my thought process here was, he's a dragon, he has 3 heads, he has 2 tails, he's gold. So I'm like, okay, I want to incorporate the elements of that into this costume. So I've got some gold claws, I've got my wings. It's kind of hard to see on the helmet, on the head, but I have little 3 dragon heads on my headpiece, and then I have 2 tails. Another one that I did, this Hela with her crazy headpiece made me think of the like 1910s Art Deco showgirl kind of thing. So I was like, what if I turn her into sort of Erte-inspired fashion? So you can see these are the illustrations that I was inspired by, with like, lots of beading and drapery and crazy headpieces. And then that dress on the right, that's a 1910s evening gown. And so I modeled my dress off of that one. The draping was a nightmare because I don't think there are any patterns that exist for that particular shape. So I had to make up and do a lot of trial runs. So what for this one, what makes it Hela is the color scheme. Obviously the headdress, which I, made blingy version, and then all her sort of spiky green detailing, I turned into that beaded tabard on the front just to like make it more identifiable and more. And the other thing that made me think of to do a 1910s is that particular type of detailing. Because it's sort of angular, it made me think of Art Deco already. So I was like, that was like a very easy melding because they're similar sort of aesthetic styles. So like, if I were to do like, I don't know, like 1830s Hela, I think that would be a lot harder because it's much fluffier, and like with and you know like Hella with like big loops of hair on the top of her head and giant pillow sleeves, I don't think would have worked as well. I mean, it would be funny. Here's another one. This I have not made this yet, but this is something I'm thinking of. So Caduceus is a cleric who does a lot with like mushrooms and bugs. So I was like, I kind of want to make an 18th century court suit because they're fancy and I like them. And also this guy, the pink and green guy there, that's a macaroni. Does everybody know the story about macaronis? So the song Yankee Doodle Dandy is based on, so like English guys, you know, rich young Englishmen would go off to the continent for, you know, a summer or for a year or whatever to have their young man adventures. And they would, you know, come back with all sorts of European habits and dressing all fancy like those European dandies and eating pasta. And so they, you know, when they got home, everyone would make fun of them and call them macaronis because they're like, ugh, look at you and your stupid European fashions. You look like a weirdo. So yeah, that's a macaroni. He's extremely fancy. So that guy with his pink and green made me think, you know, I was like, oh, I could make a pink and green court suit and all of that beautiful embroidery that you see on them all the time. Like, but what if I did that and it was all bugs and mushrooms? So that's my plan. Another one that I am thinking about doing is medieval Scarlet Witch. If you can see, like 15th century, you know, 14th and 15th century, you have a lot of these weird ass hats with the little pointy things. Sometimes it's one pointed head in, sometimes it's two pointed. So, you know, that made me think of her crowny thing that Wanda has. So this one, the lines of her costume are again very kind of spiky and angular, which isn't as instantly like doesn't make you think of medieval. So that's a little bit harder of a mashup, but I think I can make it work. Because like. That would be a good one, yes. Because that's sort of like the triangular shape. Yeah. That's a good one. And here's another one that I'm currently going to be starting on. I had this amazing black and gold organza fabric, and I was like, I need to think of what I'm going to do with it. So these were my two ideas. It was either 1920s robe de style or Oiran. I decided to go with Oiran just because I have a lot more fabric and I need to use it up. But so these were my inspirations and my concept sketches. And like basically like it was being inspired by a big, bold spiral print that was on a sheer fabric. I'm like, what would be, you know, suit that? So here's somebody else, some other versions. So we've got one character here and we've got a whole bunch of different interpretations of that character. And, you know, we can look at this and you tell me what makes, like, which ones of these feel more Zelda to you? Do they all feel equivalently Zelda to you, and why?
What I love is that there are those symbols with the Triforce and with other things that show up either as embroidery or prints. And as soon as I was in the middle ones, and I didn't get it until I got it. As soon as I saw the symbols, the motif, it's like, oh, now I get it. So many of these have one, like, there's a way in, there's a key.
Yeah. Yes.
So the middle one to me feels most Zelda, but I think that commonly comes from the throughout the games and throughout the characters, you see that very like sight line down the dead center of a character. Like when you look at their designs, it's always like there they are.
Yep.
And that's a very Sarah design of the gown.
Mm.
So it kind of like mimics the art style, kind of.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So, kind of going off what they just said, actually, it's kind of why I was feeling more like the 1500s one. Is a little bit more, it feels a little bit more Zelda to me, just because the split in the front of the skirt, it kind of is very reminiscent of her tabard.
Yeah.
And then, like, the headpiece just feels a little bit like, it reminds me a lot of her crown, and it has a similar silhouette. You stack and go
Yeah, I think all of these would be identifiable as Zelda, but like some of them are like, I think, as I mentioned earlier, an easier mashup that sort of like the design of the character themselves, instantly is like, oh, that fits really well with this era. So we're going to go through time, starting in the Middle Ages, and talk a little bit about what things looked like, and then have some examples of mashups from those periods. So, as we see, Middle Ages is, we're talking about rich people. All of this is going to be about rich people, because poor people didn't have a lot of clothes, didn't have a lot of options, and, we're talking about rich people. So for rich people, Middle Ages are wear as much fabric as you can put on your body, because fabric was unbelievably expensive because it was all hand woven and hand spun and hand dyed. So the more fabric you can wear, the richer you are. Also, the brighter the colors you're wearing, the richer you are. And fun fact about medieval times, unlike what you see on TV and film, even poor people wore colors. People were not just wearing brown 24/7. Everybody liked to wear colors. Poor people just didn't have super bright colors. Like they wouldn't have a really, really saturated red or a bright purple. They'd have like pink or like, yellow, soft orange, soft green, that kind of thing. But yeah, do not be afraid of color. And really long sleeves, like lots of loopy details and stuff, and crazy ass hats. There are a lot of periods in history that have really wackadoo hats, and embrace it. It is really fun. So here we have some medieval cosplays. These are really fun. I think that the medieval Superman is kind of a no-brainer, because you have this, this military type outfit where he's got his chainmail, and then he has his tabard over top, which, historically would have the symbol of your lord or whatever, and here it's obviously the big S. It's perfect. This Hera I saw at C2E2, I love this costume. It is so cute. I had to stop her for a photo because the transformation of the Leku into a medieval headdress was just like absolute perfection. Italian Renaissance, here we have some actual reference and then some fandom dresses. So these ones, obviously it's the color schemes that are doing it for these. And then the Wonder Woman, she's got her accessories, and so does Loki with the little headdress, which makes the costume, because otherwise it would just be like a really pretty green and gold dress, but with the headdress, it's clearly Loki. Now, Diana really knocked it out of the park with this one. Like, you can see clearly what she's doing. So the silhouette, the size of the sleeves, because, big ass sleeves, the headdress, and the fabric choices are what makes it Tudor, and then it's the little details and the color scheme that turn it into Palpatine, and the Death Star. It's a rhinestoned Death Star, and the lightsaber, amazing. She's got the scepter and the orb. It's just flawless, amazing. This costume. And she even has, she has these big red crystals all along the border, which are Kyber crystals. So amazing. 17th century. So this is where things get. I'm sad I didn't put an example of the really, really weird ass pants. So there's one period where the pants get completely out of control. But yes, all the ribbons, also fancy hats. And it's funny when you look back at fashion history, you realize a lot of the things that people assume now are just the natural way that we think of as what is attractive. That doesn't exist. Things have changed so much throughout history. 17th century, the peak of manly perfection was to have a really high waistline, narrow shoulders, and big hips. That was the aesthetic. You want poofy pants, You want your jacket fastening just underneath your pecs. and like no shoulder pads. No, that wasn't a thing. There was no like Dorito shape. It was the opposite. It's the reverse Dorito. Like if you look at the guys at the bottom right, look how high their jackets do up at the top. And then it's just like poof. So here on the left we have a like historical recreationist for reference. And then we have the conquistador Darth Vader, which if you look at the actual helmet, it is perfect. And the Wolverine on the right, that's a piece done by a photographer, but I love this one because it's got metal layers, because that period, you've got all these details that were done on the fabric where they cut little holes in the fabric, decorative slashing on the fabric, and it's Wolverine. So like, you couldn't have picked a better period for Wolverine. Like, he did it all himself. You know, as mentioned, there are some characters that just call out to be made into a particular historical period. So some of you may be familiar with Claire Hummel, aka Shumla, who did a series of historically, accurate Disney princesses, where she basically tried to figure out what period the Disney movie might have been set in, or guess, and then extrapolate that into a dress that looks more like that actual period. So, in this case, it's 16th century German style. And so here we have two different versions of that era version of Snow White. And, they're both different, but you can see that the color scheme and the fact that Snow White's dress kind of leans that way already makes it very identifiable. Why am I not wearing my reading glasses? We've arrived. My favorite era. So, 18th century, it's a whole lot going on. So earlier in the century, we have really, really wide hoops. These are not the kind of thing people be wearing on the regular. This was a court dress. So you would only wear that ridiculous thing at court, possibly for smuggling a widescreen TV. But like in the early half of the century, even like everyday, rich people dresses were, fairly wide. They weren't that wide, but they were fairly wide. One thing that people don't realize is that the dresses got smaller as the century went on, kind of. So, the end, that one on the far right is 1780s. So 1780s, okay. Well, so the middle one is like 1750s or 60s, I think. You can see the hair is quite small. So the hair in the first half of the century was quite small. So the giant wigs that most people think of, that wasn't until like 1760s, 1770s. So the hair got real big, and then it kind of got wide instead of tall. So it went straight up, and then it went poofy and wide. So the lady on the right, she's got the poofy wide hair, but she makes up for that with the craziest hat. Like, if you ever want entertainment, just look up 1780s hats. They are wild. Like, 1780s and 1910s, they kind of like fight each other for the craziest hat eras. Just like put an entire flower basket on your head and a lampshade and like 10 ostrich feathers at the same time. It's great stuff. Highly recommend. Women were not, men were wearing wigs. Women in most cases were not wearing wigs. They would have padding inside their own hair. So they would pad it out with like additional like fake hair, rats made out of, I say rats, but that basically means padding. And hair from poor people, hair from dead people, horse hair. And so, those giant structures would have like an understructure inside, and then the hair would just be combed over top. Oh yeah, and the other thing, powder and pomade. They didn't have hairspray. They had powder and pomade. So basically what they would do is they would use pomade, which is like greasy. You comb it through your hair, and then you use powder, and the powder sticks to the oil and the pomade, and it's like a dry shampoo. So that's how they would they didn't wash their hair really frequently. They would comb it frequently. They would powder and pomade it. And the powder and the pomade make it very malleable and easy to shape into all these weird things. So like you can actually do a lot of weird sculptures when your hair because if you ever use dry shampoo, it sort of volumizes. And so that's what it's doing. It's making it easier to sculpt into weird shapes. And so that's why in all the old portraits, they look like they have gray hair. It's not they have gray hair, it's the powder. So here are two examples of an 18th century Sleeping Beauty. And the thing about Sleeping Beauty is like pink versus blue. That's iconic for the character. And so these two ladies have interpreted that in two both very successful and very beautiful ways. On the left, we've got a sheer blue organza over top of that two-tone like pink and blue, and then on the right we've got this super amazing like two-tone metallic pink and blue fabric that like was dying to be made into this dress because it's so perfect. Here's some other 18th century mashup costumes. And you can see like for Cowboy Crunchy's Loki, because Loki isn't a very like fluffy character, she's toned the ruffles down to sort of a minimum with the like snake pattern on the front, but then it's more sort of sharp-edged details to fit with the character, whereas with the Pokemons, they're just like go fluffy or go home. And the fun thing about 18th century is that you can put a lot of details on, but the basic construction tends to be fairly lightweight. Like I like the 18th century because I find it fairly comfortable to wear. It's not very heavy like Victorian dresses tend to be. So you can be fancy and have lots of details, but not feel like you're melting. Regency is very popular right now. I wonder why. So basically, Regency is what happened when all the rich people had been wearing super, super fancy outfits, and then some of them got their heads cut off, and everybody was like, let's go for minimalism. So you have very straight up and down lines, and you ideally, you want to pick a character that is going to fit with the lines that you're doing. Now here on the left, we can see this is early in the period, so like 1790s. And it's very, very strongly influenced by Grecian drapery. They were really into ancient Greece. So you have like a very literal interpretations. And then as time goes on, and reaching into like the 1820s, the skirts start getting bigger again. They start putting more stuff on the skirts, so it's no longer just Greek drapery. Now you have like there's a lot going on those dresses. And then the skirts keep just getting wider and wider, and then we have the 1830s, and we have madness. So here, Sailor Moon was born to be a Regency princess, because you hardly have to make any changes to turn her dress into Regency. So here we have a concept sketch, and then we have Diana again, who made her own version of Regency Serenity. And I wonder who that is. Here's some more Regency fandom mashups. Regency is a really good way to sort of dip your toes into historical fashion because there are a lot of patterns, and you also don't need a lot of fabric. Yeah. And obviously, what is making these identifiable is the wig and the Dalmatian. And on the right, with Imogen and Laudna, is the color schemes and the details, like Laudna's embroidery on her front. So we get to the 1900s, 19th century. Thank you. So what we have here is the invention of the sewing machine. and things kind of went bananas because suddenly you weren't hand sewing everything, so you could just pile all of the details onto your body to show how rich you were. So all of the ruffles, all of the everything, all of the trimmings, you basically turn into a couch. So yeah, I love Victorian, but it can be heavy and it can be hot, just FYI. So in the 1860s, well, 1850s, you have the hoop skirts, like the Scarlett O'Hara round hoops. 1860s, the hoop starts to sliding to the back a little bit. By the 1870s, you have full bustle, but it's very sort of wide and fluffy. Then late 1870s, the whole thing collapses, and we have the natural form period, where everything's very slim. And then the bustle comes back with a vengeance in the 1880s. And that's when you have the bustles that are basically like horizontal, where you can like serve tea on them. And then they collapsed again in the 1890s. So you just have things getting crazy and then collapsing and then getting crazy and then collapsing. So here we have some very cool Victorian bustle dresses. So we've got the TARDIS, which I love that. That is very cool. And, what makes it Doctor Who, obviously. I wish I had a view of the front. Sadly, I do not. The Wonder Woman, again, it's the colors and the motifs that make it Wonder Woman. And Iron Man, kind of obvious. You've got big glowy things and big glowy things and the color scheme. I really love this one. That's so cute. So 1890s, you have fashion starting to simplify in silhouette. So early 1890s, you have the big sleeves, but this time they're big at the top instead of at the elbow. So you have poofy sleeves at the top. The sleeves get smaller as the century goes along. And then you have that sort of bell-shaped skirt that's often a little bit more practical, and the lines are a little bit simpler. So that's what we've got on the left here. On the right, I'm not sure if they were going for, it's hard to see if they have bustles or not. So they could either be like late 1880s or late 1890s. Either one would work. But the severity of that sort of late Victorian styling works well with Star Trek because you have that very clean line, very crisp, tailoring, and it really fits well. Like, again, I don't know if I would do like 1850s Star Trek. I don't think that would work as well with like, Scarlett O'Hara ruffles. Here's another one that, Claire Hummel, she interpreted Ariel as 1890s because she has those giant sleeves on her wedding dress, I think. So she's like, yeah, I'll just go that way and lean into it. So here we have the original design that she made and a cosplayer doing that design. And this one I really like because it's subtle, but it works. In this one, it's the color scheme that is doing the work here, and like the color of her hair and the color of the dress. Edwardian is a really fun period, but it is a lot of stuff. Because, again, they had sewing machines, so they were just like throwing everything on their bodies. Here's another fun Edwardian interpretation. So, it's pretty, you can see, it's very identifiable because she's got the giant hat, which is period. They had those giant hats, as you can see, but it's now a giant strawberry shortcake hat. I love these so much. It's just genius, especially the Bethany's flapper Catwoman, which sadly we can't see very well, but you can see the hat, the sparkly cat ears hat, and the the oversized 1920s suits is like, for Two-Face, perfect, absolutely perfect. The spats, yes. And this is another, oh, my lettering got all messed up again, but yeah. So we can see a whole bunch of different eras here with our Star Wars historical. We've got a 19, like, mod. We've got Victorian or late Victorian or Edwardian, Regency, medieval, hippie, and oh, that's right. The 1950s got shoved over. That's why it's there. Okay. I kind of love the hippie Chewbacca. That's my favorite. I also really love the medieval Princess Leia headpiece thingy. It's so good. And we have Sci-Fi Cheer Girl, who is like the queen of, apparently I was going to add that photo in somewhere else and it got stuck here. Okay, it's fine. She is the queen of historical mashups. Is there anybody better? I don't think so. So we are moving now on to how to do it. Now that we've gotten some good examples of seeing it done, we're going to talk about how to do it. So you can start with the character or you can start with the era, but I highly recommend trawling a whole lot of fashion history online galleries so you can find the eras that really speak to you, the silhouettes that you really love, the color schemes that you really love. If something just jumps out and you're like, okay, that is really funny, I love it, I want to make it, or like I think that would look really good in this, et cetera, et cetera. Highly recommend the fashion history timeline at Fit NYC. They have like a whole bunch of resources and photo galleries, and they have like a page for each era that explains the fashion styles, the changes that happened during that era. They have photos, for example. It is really, really useful. I will wait for people to write things down. Are you good? Is everybody good? Okay. A lot of museums now have online archives, online galleries of a lot of stuff, highly useful. And so we have the Victorian Albert Museum, the Metropolitan Museum of Art, Kyoto Costume Institute Digital Collection. That one's really, really good. MFit Museum Online Collection, Europeana Fashion Project. The one on the right, larsdaughter.com. It's basically, it doesn't host anything itself, but it has like links to all of these, like he has it organized by era. So he'll have 18th century hats is a page, and then he has like links to like museum sites and whatnot, and auctions and anywhere online that he could find 18th century hats. So like, 1750s gloves, stuff like that. So it is super, super useful. Bloshka.info is also a really, really good overview site for just looking at different eras, finding things that you really love. And if you're not sure, if you have something in your mind and you're like, what era is that? I'm not sure. Just going through these pages and you're like, okay, there it is. Now I know exactly what it is, and I can use that as a resource to search for more. They have tons and tons of really good. They have that's where I got some of the sort of roundups earlier in the presentation of like, this is what men were wearing in the 1560s, etc. The only downside of this site, I found that they don't always have, in all the images, they don't always have where they took that image from. So it can be harder to find the museum site or whatever that image came from, but it's still super useful. Okay, pattern sources. So some eras have more patterns than others. Some have no patterns. It can be difficult depending on the era that you're trying to work from. But there are a fair number of resources. This is not an exhaustive list. These are just the sort of ones that I'm familiar with, or ones that are very popular, or ones that were recommended. I don't have size information for all of them, but I do have some for some of them. I thought I put, did I not save it after that? Oh. Yeah, apparently I didn't save it. Oh well. So most of these patterns have a fairly wide size range. So, but keep in mind, you will have to alter, you will have to make a mock-up. Some patterns are easier to work with than others, which we will discuss in a second. Is everybody good with this one? Yep. Yes. Oh, there we go. What? Did I duplicate this? I did duplicate it. Oh, great. This one has a size. I knew I put it in there. Oh, we're going to talk about truly Victorian. Yeah. Oh, okay. I'm gonna have to add that for the next time. Oh yes. Okay. I'm gonna need to make notes afterwards. So wearing history decades. Okay. So patterns. There are also books on websites that have like actual historical patterns that you can use. Like there's some books that are like Victorian books of like how to sew, and they have whole systems for drafting your own patterns. Those could be a little tricky to work with, but if you're into that kind of suffering, have at it. But they also can be very interesting to see how people made things in the past and what the methods that they used were. So those are very, very interesting. And again, a lot of these, like say the de Classieus scans, again, they have, like it's a pattern and you can use it for reference, but it's not going to fit you right off the bat. You're going to have to do some work to make it fit you because you're a whole ass different person. So, a few things to talk about for some other patterns of fashion. The Janet Arnold books are amazing. They are, again, as previously mentioned, they are, they're traced out actual garments that existed in history, so they're really good as a reference. You will have to do a lot of modification to make it fit you. You're going to need a bunch of mock-ups. Why is that in caps? Anyways. Why are some of these in... Okay. There was a weird translation between my PowerPoint and this PowerPoint. It's fine. It's fine. Those are not supposed to be in all caps. Ignore. Truly Victorian. The patterns are amazing. I have nothing bad to say about their patterns. They are really, really good. Their sizing is impeccable. They have like different front and back sizing, so you can really fine tune the sizing on the bodices. It is amazing. You just be aware that the owner has said some not cool things about cultural appropriation. So some people do not want to patronize her. You can possibly get patterns secondhand or et cetera if you still want to use the patterns. Sense and Sensibility patterns. The owner is trash. Do not recommend. Reconstructing history. Those patterns, I have not used them myself, but everybody that I have ever talked to that has used them has said that they are extremely difficult to use because they are not drafted well. Often the pattern pieces don't match up. Some things aren't labeled properly. So that is, if you want to use them, you can, but be aware that it will be hard mode and you may want to throw it out the window at some point. But because they have so many patterns and they often have patterns for eras that nobody else has patterns for, they still get used a lot because people have no other options. Other things to keep in mind, the big pattern companies, a lot of their costumes, like some of them have like specific lines that may be different. So like, some of the specific costume lines may be easier to use than their like generic Halloween costume patterns. With a lot of the generic Halloween costume patterns, you can use them, but be aware that they are designed for normies to wear at Halloween, and they often are designed to be worn over regular underwear, so they're not going to give you the historically accurate silhouette if you care about that, because you don't have to. And also, they often draft them so they have a lot of ease, which is this like body wearing space, which is designed to like make things comfortable to wear. But if it's supposed to be a tight fitting bodice, you don't want it to be loose and comfy because it's not supposed to be. So, and often say like the sleeves are sometimes shaped weirdly and like giant. So like those are things you probably be prepared to deal with if you're using these types of patterns. There might be a struggle. Always do mock-ups. Okay, so I decided to do like ski slope difficulty ratings for eras. These are based on how difficult is it to actually make the thing, and also how difficult is it to find patterns. So ancient Greece and Rome, very simple, easy mode. Early medieval, also not super fitted. You just need a bunch of fabric. There aren't as many patterns, but the actual construction is very easy. Late medieval, Tudor, Renaissance, tons of patterns, because a lot of people do, like, SCA, there's like lots of resources there. The construction can be a bit more difficult because you need to have structured bodices or jerkins and doublets. You can have a lot of details in textures and fancy stuff, especially if you're doing like higher end people. So it can be a little bit more difficult. 17th century I have on hard mode because it is very structured, has a lot of details, and there are almost no patterns. So it is very hard to find a lot of info because I guess it looks goofy to modern eyes, and so you don't have a lot of films set in that period. You don't have a lot of recreation of that period, so it's a little more difficult. 18th century, easy mode, because even though the actual construction isn't super easy, there's tons of patterns, tons and tons and tons, because at least here there's the Revolutionary War recreationists, so there's a lot of stuff, a lot of resources. Be warned, if you're getting into historical fashion, if you join any online historical fashion communities, especially 18th century and 19th century, there are a lot of racist people in those communities. So just, be careful who you're interacting with. Maybe, click on somebody's profile to see if they have like a giant Trump flag on their profile, etc. That is something you have to deal with. Regency, also easy mode, because as I mentioned earlier, it doesn't take huge amounts of fabric. The construction is usually not super complicated, and the underwear isn't super complicated, and there's tons of patterns. Victorian is sort of like hard mode for the amount of fabric that you need. There's lots of patterns though, so you need to. It's fiddly fitting, and a lot of embellishments and stuff that you usually want to put on, but you will find tons of resources for how to do it. Edwardian I have as hard mode because it's usually a lot of stuff. If you look at museum, sometimes you can see photos of Edwardian bodices where they seem to have no closure whatsoever, and basically what they would hide the closures by having like a piece go like this, and then another piece go like this, and another piece go like this, and then another piece. So it's like all these it's really complicated just to make it look completely seamless and magical. So that could be a little bit complicated. 20th century obviously is a lot simpler depending, but closer to what we're familiar with now. What should you know when you're starting out? Start from the skin outward. You need to have the correct underwear to get the right look for a particular period, especially periods where the structure of the body, whether you're wearing menswear or women's wear, both require a specific structure. So like guys in the 1830s were wearing corsets, and because 1830s was also wild for men. So they had like tiny waists and big full jackets. I wish I should have put a photo in there. I'll have to get one for next time. And so, you know, for women's wear, you're going to want the, you know, your stays or whatever supportive undergarments, and then build your dress on top of that. For men, if it's an era where you need the supportive undergarments, you need those. Otherwise, you're going to be building your structure into your into your doublet, your jacket, etc., to give the right silhouette. Patterns are not going to fit you right off the bat. Pattern sizes are not your clothing size. This is a thing a lot of people don't realize when they first start out. When you look at the size on the pattern envelope, that is not the size of clothing that you wear. You need to look at the measurements on the back of the pattern, because it will tell you what the actual finished garment measurements are. Takes a lot of mock-ups. Pick your era based on the amount of fabric that you want to buy. I realize, because trying to skimp is not going to look good. You're not going to get the right look, and you're going to be unhappy. That said, in some places you can cheat things by, say, with Tudor, you've got the dresses that open in the front. You can put the panel of expensive fabric right in the center, where it's going to, and you know, the skirt is going to open and show just that, and all the back of the petticoat can be like random cheap dollar store fabric or, you know, Walmart fabric, and nobody's ever going to see it. That is period. They did that back then too. So you can absolutely cheat in a lot of ways like that. As previously mentioned, if you are going to match up something from another culture that is not yours, be very, very, very careful. Do your research. Try to do it respectfully. If somebody from that culture says, I am not comfortable with that, you are obligated to at least listen to them, because it is not your culture, and you don't want to be a douchebag. This is just random. The costumes from this movie are so good. They didn't have a lot of money, so they basically just used completely not accurate fabrics, but the silhouette is correct. And that's what really makes it. So they didn't have the money for a really expensive lace, so they laser cut fabric instead to give the impression of lace. It still looks like the right era, but they didn't have to break the bank for it. So in the last few minutes, we're going to do some brainstorming. So how could we mash up this era with Link? Anybody got any ideas? Yeah, yep.
Honestly, his actual tunic is pretty close. You just have to get the silhouette right. I would switch his boots to like a slipper, keep the brown and the white.
Yep.
Just to keep that color. But like they didn't really do tall boots in the 1500s. I would switch to like a leather shoe.
Order? Yeah.
Okay, you could totally do the doublet like that, and then even do the overjacket inspired by his shoe.
Yes. That would be really good. Yeah, make his cape. Yeah. Yeah. Did you have one? Somebody over here had one. Yeah? Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Awesome. Here's another one. Yeah, this one was easy mode. You basically just do anything black and white stripe, it's Beetlejuice.
What's funny is that they actually had colored hair powder.
They did.
So you could just go for like a pastel look instead
Yep.
of bright green.
That's actually genius. I had not thought about that, but you were absolutely right. They did. Here's another one. How would we 1830s up Marseille? Yep. What do you got?
Another idea for the hat is, since she has the staff and it's very like woodsy, you could take and wrap it.
Hey. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Very smart. Yep. Oh. Mm-hmm. Oh. Yeah, you could. Yeah. Oh, here, yeah, you see what I was talking about with the 1830s men. They have a very hourglassy silhouette. This is a fun one. What does everybody think? Yep. Or I will raise you one. Just turn her witch hat into two witch hats. And last one, just for funsies. Yep. Oh my God, yes. Yes. Oh, that would be really good. Yeah, if you did like custom lace with all the little creatures embroidered into the lace. Oh, that would be really good. Similarly, if you're doing a lady version, you could have like the little creatures in the ruffles down her front. That would be really fun. Okay, well, we're out of time. So thank you, everybody. I hope you had fun. I hope you're inspired. And if you have any burning questions, you can always message me.
Up next is Wing Fiber Manipulation Demo, aka Put a Bird on It. Dude, that was a cool deal.
Thank you. I don't think so. Oh my God, amazing. Fantastic. Oh, thank you.
I'll get you a card.
Yeah.
It's HDMI, and I might be using my own camera.
Well,
on it,
yeah,
so
she's allowed to have an ancient website.
She's also starting to include including old patterns.
Oh, wow. Yes, if you message me on like Instagram or Facebook or something, and tell me, I will send it to you.
Awesome, thank you.
And if y'all will give me like 3 minutes to get all prepped, for now, please talk amongst yourselves, insult your neighbor, and high five a stranger. I'm kidding. I'm invested in all your outfits at this point. 1, 2. Just not gonna want it. That's just gonna lie. It's fine. Everything's fine. Drugs. Indiana, happy and tell you why. Alrighty, so as I am getting, ooh, this is kind of fun. I can use my hands and talk at the same time. What a time to be alive. So as I'm getting these final bits set up, I'm going to go a little bit into the flow of this panel. Now sorry, my computer is now live, so if it is not reading, let me know, Captain. Bet. Cool. Do people still say bet? Okay, cool. I really like that phrase. Yeah, you know, it makes me happy. It makes my arthritis feel better. Anyways, so this is going to be a live demonstration. Kind of think of it like a cooking show. Yeah, but because this is a live demonstration, I'm A-okay with folks just yelling out questions. I also understand what it's like to have anxiety and stage fright, which may seem shocking if you see me up here. Feel free to reach out to me and talk one-on-one on anything afterwards. I 100% understand that talking in a crowd can be like that. But what this panel is, and what's really funny is, oh, by all means, 100%. You're allowed to record, take photos, insult me, it's fine. I Twitch streamed for years. I appreciate it, because I think this might actually be streamed right now, so PG-13. PG-13. So a little bit of background, quick intro. Hi. If you're at opening ceremonies, my name is Courtney, Utopian Pigeon. I have been doing wigs for far too long. Let's just say that. Since before Arta even existed, we were doing eBay wigs and splicing and praying. Sometimes you could even get stuff from Japan, and it was very exciting, but too small for your skull. There you go. Costworks for the folks that remember in the back. I was in Iron Wig in 2016. I use this technique a lot in Iron Wig. This actually is from my Iron Wig, and you may be like, that kind of looks like shite. Why is it all beat up like that? Well, it was in my storage unit for 5 years, and it's not conditioned, and it still looks this good. So good news. This technique really will take a beating. But we're going to go into specifically this type of technique. It is a lot more simple than what you may think. And has anyone done, say, glue fronts, modeling, wigs, fibers before? Awesome. So I'm going to say some things you guys already know. But we are going to be doing the live demo, and I can show you some techniques to keep it a bit cleaner. Oh yeah, my first one was a beard, and I look back at it and go, ugh. So I'm going to hop into it once more. If you got questions, feel free to shout them out. This is very chill. Think of it as family dinner, except we can't eat this. So the things when it comes to doing this technique, you need to have some sort of base, depending on what you're doing. Now that base can be something, this is by the, we're going to take 2 steps back and restart. Cool. You're going to have loose fiber. When it comes to doing your fiber, something that can be a lot easier is to just buy wefts, because you don't have to deal with actual loose fiber. We will be doing loose fiber here, so if you just straight up cut up a wig, I'm going to show you how to do it cleanly, because sometimes that's what you got. I think most of us don't have quite the budgets to be buying a bunch of wefts, so maybe we do. I don't judge. But you're going to need some sort of fiber. This can also be done with wool. It can be done with pretty much anything that's loose and has some sort of fibrous thing. Specifically, it needs to grab onto something. So you can't do something that's super smooth or silky. Specifically, Arta Wig Silky. It works, but don't. You might as well just go for the regular, because it just is a bit too smooth for it to stay there. So you got your wig fiber, then you're going to need your structure. This is literally felt with some cotton in it. I like to do something a little harder. In here, we're going to dig right in here and see what I did in 2016. And here is a piece of, I actually only had a wig head on me, so I cut up a wig head with a kitchen knife and then wrapped it in fabric and hot glued it. Improvise, adapt, overcome, comrades. The wings are craft foam, and they do have wire in them. I did that for stability and for paranoia, not actually needing it, but it did help to stab into the impromptu base. Because once more, if you kind of think of this for all my things, if you think of it like a prop, build the prop and then make it look pretty. Make it functional and structural, and then build upon it. Now we get, look at this little guy. I mean, look at these wings. They're still holding on. They're doing their best. They're trying. They're thriving. So let's hop into the demo. When you're doing this, ew, I got dirt under my nails. That's gross. Okay, moving on. When you're doing this, I like to actually do this technique on aluminum foil. It is nice and smooth, and I guess this is a little teaser for later on, but it's nice, it dries well, it doesn't pick up any of the other fibers. However, you can also do this technique on felt, and it will glue itself to the felt, and then you can sew that on. This is really great with false hairlines because you want to have something a little softer here, especially if you're wearing this bad boy for like hours on end. You don't want it poking. You also don't want it to start breaking apart, and then suddenly you have a very weird crack going up here, and folks are like, genetics? What? So we're gonna kick it off with this bag of loose fiber from my Amazon wig that I then dyed for Brewster on Sunday. If you want coffee, come find me. So as you can see, as I can now see, this is truly just a bunch of mess of fiber, just a hot mess. What you're gonna wanna do is carefully piece it out. Oh, you can also use plastic bags, so I just realized I've done that before and kind of forgot. So you get your loose fiber, and with this you can see, okay, yeah, you can see. It is thicker up here and thinner down here. So what I like to do, one, I like to actually straighten it out if I can, but I don't have a straightener with me, so we're gonna live, laugh, love this. I'm going to put pressure on the top, and I'm brushing out. As you can see, this just took out a bunch of fiber. This fiber goes into a little happy pile here, and we'll come back to it later. I'm going to continue to brush it out till I get any additional loose fibers coming there. And then I'm going to flip this bad boy around, go into the middle, rinse and repeat. Now, something that is tedious and painful and kind of annoying is you're about to use a glue that I'm going to show you. And that is clear gel tacky glue. I'm going to hold it up here, so if you do want to take a picture, this is your time. You can also find me afterwards, and I can just be like, hey, here's the bottle. It is cheap. It is sturdy. It lasts in a light rainfall, not a heavy rainfall. It's actually still pretty good in cars in the southern heat. So once more, this guy, no AC in the south and a storage unit in Lexington, North Carolina, still did pretty good. I have not used Oohoo, but I like the name. I have done silicone, like caulk. That's really good if you're doing something really hard. But I would love to talk to you more about that afterwards, because live and learn, right? But this is Allianz Clear Gel Tacky Glue. So it is incredibly easy, especially when working with loose fiber, for it to get messy quickly. What I'm about to show you is how you can make that mess not so messy. Especially if you are a competitor, cleanliness is godliness, so be patient with yourself and be patient, and always, 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 always do extra fiber. Make more than what you need, because you want to pick the best of the best. And you may be like, well, why wouldn't I just glue this directly to the foam piece? And the reason why you want it is because we're essentially making wefts. But those wefts are glued. So as you can see, I poured a nice little bead right across it, and now I'm just giving a good pet. I have a lot of tension right here. If I was gripping something with my dirty ass nails, respectfully, my knuckles would be white. So I am pushing down and just petting it across. You're doing so good, buddy. I'm so proud of you. You're a good wig fiber. But then it gets really gross, and that's my least favorite thing. I like to actually have a wet cloth with me, and I just will wet my hand, kind of clean as I go, because another thing is this guy will pick up your skin cells, and then you just get these little gross things, and you don't want those gross things on your hairline. Since we're not actually going to use this in the tutorial, I'm going to show you if you needed additional pieces. Once more, you do that bead on the end, and then you continue on. You do it in very small sections. Because as you can see, this actually looks pretty smooth, right? We don't have any loose fibers just going around making circles and twirls in our glue line. And then you wait. Yes. I like to do about 2 inches to 3 inches, but it depends on what you're making. Like if you're straight up cutting out the fibers and making, say, butterflies, because that's the easiest thing for me to explain. If you're cutting out those wings, you would want to do all of it, but don't do it all at once. The reason why you don't want to do it all at once is because it's very easy for your fibers to start getting tangled up on themselves. So let it dry for a night, come back, do another section. If you're doing a real long section, don't, but maybe you are. Maybe you're going to make a staff covered in hair. Listen, I did clear warbler and like twisted fiber into it and put it in an oven. Do what you got to do. It's like yarn, essentially. If you think it like yarn, you get a lot of interesting tutorials. So you would let this dry, then do another 2 to 3. You can do more than that, but it increases your risk of mess. And the messier it gets, well, it's just a bummer. Any questions on this section? Because we're about to get to the, so here it is, 24 hours later section. Cool, bet. Wow, it's been 24 hours. That's so crazy. Oh my goodness. Wow. Another great thing with foil is if you're transporting it, you can just fold it up. So this is actually a great example. Last night I realized someone may be like, why are you only doing 2 to 3 sections? I did do all of this at one time. And you can see that there's actually some glue marks that are still there. It's just a little messier. You have more wave. It's not ideal. Doesn't mean you can't do it. So here is our section. I'm going to go over techniques for covering 3D pieces as well as doing false hairlines. I'm going to start with false hairlines. Now, with a false, everyone knows what a false hairline with glue is, right? We don't need examples? Cool, love that. With false hairlines, this is my technique. There are other techniques out there. This is not the Bible. Play and find out. I will pull, pop. Okay. I will pull everything and essentially have the form on my wig ready, except for the front. So if you have a wig and it doesn't have a hairline, I steam it down. I will also actually take off the wefts sometimes if I want it really flat and slick, and just remove it, and then I will sew felt there. The felt is a personal preference. You could do it directly to the wig, but the felt you can sew on, and it gives you that extra stability. And extra stability means, hey, when you're walking around, you don't get that weird crack and weird questions. When it comes to removing this, especially if it's foil, gently peel it. Try not to crumple it like I did, because you might actually pull up some foil pieces there. Not the end of the world if you do, because they tend to be on the ends. I'm going to actually just take one small section of this. And this is why earlier I said make sure you have more than what you need, because you can section it off. You can do bits and pieces time on time. time after time. And I will prep it. So I'm seeing what you see so we can talk about the same thing at once. There we go. You can see right here, I wouldn't call this an ideal section. This is probably something I would like to use for, say, a bird or something like that, because I have some fibers going that way and then that way. That's not very natural. You want everything going in one direction, unless it's a technique and you're like, hey, I like how that looks. That's cool. Or you're trying to do some sort of crossover, but for the most part, that's not the vibe. But I will take the section, and these are slightly serrated. And I think actually, yep, I got resin on them because I treat my stuff well. But so these are not super smooth. I prefer serrated. Smooth works fine. I just think with glued fibers, it gives you less slide, and that's what I want. So I will carefully, and you can see we're not going to use this section. Just slice here, slice here. And pardon me while I concentrate. Another thing you can do, especially because we're not doing that, is once more you can cut off any excess that you definitely know you're not going to use, because we're not using any of that. You can cut in one direction. You mix it up a little if you want. It's your life. That is the saga of today because it's just stuck in my head. It's my life. And then cut the other way. But you're essentially giving yourself a bit more of a natural hairline, because people's hairlines, unless they have a really good barber and they're getting, lined up, they're not straight. People don't got straight hairlines. It just ain't it, unless you're actually doing a cartoon character that has a straight hairline, in which case they're drawn. They get to have that choice. From there, and one note is you may see that underneath it is a bit more loose. You can actually use this side and then secure it with glue. It is personal preference which side you want to show. Because under here, everything is still kind of stable. So this is personal preference. You can do a nice hairspray on this, let it sit for a sec so it gets a bit tacky. And for the next step, you could glue on this side, or you can glue on this side. We'll be talking about glue because it's hot glue. So I'm going to clean this up a little bit more. And another note is, after you put this on, understand that you're still going to have to clean a little bit up of the hairline, because you can even see right here we still have some loose fibers that just decided to join the party. I had hairspray. Oh, there you are. Hi, friends. Quick note about hairspray. We all know it. We love it. Sometimes it's a bit too much. Sometimes you don't need to be this person at the party. So a good flexible control is very nice to work with. I'm a sucker for Garnier Fructis, but that's because I like the smell. Any flexible control will work for you. It's a 2 on the scale of 1 to 5. I also like a good 4, and we'll pick that up later. So right now I'm going to give it a nice little hairspray, and once more, give it a nice little pet down. You're doing very good, buddy. From here, if I notice any sort of extra weirdness, I will brush it in the other direction, might be. Brush it in the direction that the glue is not going towards, and pull out those fibers. Because once more, cleanliness is godliness and all that jazz, and you don't want random fibers popping up and making your day worse. So when you're doing your false hairline, we're going to step back. We have removed our wefts, we have added our felt, or we have done a steamer and pushed it back, but we got something to work with. Once you're up there, there are 2 things you can do, in my personal opinion. You can take some of this loose fiber here, you can scrunch it up, and you can give yourself kind of a base on top of your felt. That is something, it's an option. What I prefer to do is I will put the ever tiniest bead, the sweetest of beads of hot glue on here, and I do high temp, and sometimes I burn myself, so please be careful. You don't want to end up with a 1st or 2nd degree burn. It's not fun. Even right now, my fingers are like, no, don't do that. That's not great. I will do a bead here, and I will press it right onto the felt on the hairline. And I'll hold it. It'll dry. And we go, good job. Proud of you. From there, I will take a alligator clip, not one of the big guys, one of the little silver ones, and I will hold it to the wig. Oop, baby, come back. No. Thanks. Appreciate it. From there, I build on. So I will now grab, we're going to pretend that I've hot glued this. It's hanging here. I got a nice little clip up there holding it so it doesn't get moved. And we'll go back to our line. Go. And I kind of look around. I'm like, who's going to be my friend? You're going to be my friend. And you can even see, these are like little baby triangle pieces. They're not huge pieces. If you get a really good run on a piece, awesome. Go for it. It's great. But little pieces are better because you tend not to have a flat. You're doing it on a curve. So that curve is going to help you build up to get that false hairline and not have it break or look unnatural. Each of these little pieces is another section of your hairline. Yeah. Cool. So once more, we pet it. We take that loose fiber and we say, have a nice day. We go, that's kind of funky looking. Heck, if you want to do some Medusa hair, there you go. Cut it. We'll pretend we went meow, 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 meow. And then the nicest of little hot glue pieces there. And we would slightly layer it over. Oh, sorry, move hand. We'll slightly layer it over and then angle. So if you're looking at it, we actually have a V. You don't have to go that hardcore of a V, that's just as a demonstration. Boop. But these would get pinned and you would go around. Once you have a good base, I like to go back and I give it a nice light hairspray to set it. And then I give it a farther away hairspray to stick it. If you are doing something, which I'm going to have to pull this up as an example. Welcome to Brave. Welcome to Wings. Wrong panel. Let's just do Iron Wig 2016. That'll be easy. Boop. Boop. There we go. Hey, there's the bird. So if you look at the top here and right here, this is what you would do. By the way, it is done with this technique. I actually went back after I sprayed it and set it, and then I put clear tacky glue on it. I threw that guy in a cardboard box, and it's still surviving. The bird didn't. There's actually the bird right there. There's that guy. He was cute once. He had dreams. The other bird's doing fine. But yes, underneath here is a insulation foam block covered in red felt that was sewn to the wig. And then I did this technique where it's just gluing and patience and careful petting. A lot of petting, so much petting. But you do light hairspray in small sections and you build it up, and that's how you're going to get something. I did know I could earn points. Thanks, Arda. Something so clean that it looks natural. This part, all glue. This part is a mix of setting it with this and far away, not up close clumps, far away sets. If you want it to clump, that's your prerogative, but I didn't. Yeah. And also, hey, look, false hairline. There you go. Right there, you can see the tiny little pieces crossing over. You can also see right here what happens if you do too much of a section at once and it can start breaking. Doesn't look awful, but not ideal. So yeah, literally, here's every single section. All this is hot glued, and then it was pinned up here. Any questions on this point before we go into what it would take to make a bird? What you got? Mm-hmm. Oh, that? The funny story about that is I deconstructed the wig, and that is actually the skin cap. Yeah, the reason that this side doesn't have a skin cap, one, I found out you could do a chain braid, which if you want to talk about that, we can talk about later, because they look sick, dude. Takes a lot of fiber, though. yeah, that was my little trick of I took the scalp, and just sewed it here. That looked incredibly natural. However, you can actually do this technique and the specific glue technique or ventilate and get the same effect. You can have a skin cap, use that as your base, or you can even do felt that matches your skin tone. That's another way too, but you'll still have to have some sort of meat up here to make it look more natural, because folks aren't gonna get up close enough to be like, why is your skin furry? You know, everyone has hair on their skin. I know, it is, like, rude. Come on, man. What? Hair? As a human? In this economy? Sorry. What? I didn't know humans were mammals. That's wild. So, let's talk about 3D things. Let's talk about you. We're doing great here. When it comes to this, I would do the exact same technique, but we're going to bring over Hugin over here. We had Hugin and Moonin. That was the theme of that wig, was Odin. And you may be like, so what happened here? So up here, by the way, you can pet him afterwards. I used clear tacky glue. Over here, I only used Got To Be. And the Got To Be did not hold after years, obviously. But the tip was glued, and I didn't use enough glue. Now, that's on me, boo. But how I did this was a hair elastic. The actual fibers of this beak, we're just going to go through the techniques in here. The actual fibers of this beak went out to about here. I glued it around the elastic to be able to get a very nice point. And I had the biggest pain in the butt because when you do anything with a hair tie, it likes to do this. So pretty much did that elastic and then pet it down, just pet, pet, pet. This guy obviously glued. I'm actually wow, you're doing great, buddy. Good on. But yeah, a lot of clear tacky glue right here. The rest of it was hairspray, and hairspray over time will do this. That's okay. Because the thing is, for the most part, when you're doing shapes like this, you don't want to do the whole thing as tacky glue. You can. It's super, I know, right? It might seem weird. Tacky glue is shiny. Any glue is shiny. Got To Be glued is shiny if you use it in a certain way. Most times you want to have a semi-shine, a nice little matte, something like this, right? You want to have it look a bit more natural. So how you achieve that when it comes to something like this? Oh, hey, look, there's the foam. Hey, buddy. Hey, pal. You do that glue technique like a false hairline at the top, and you do it at the bottom like I just said with the elastics, but in the middle you just do hairspray. As you can see, there's no hot glue in the middle of this. I had glue at the top, I had glue at the bottom. The rest was carefully hairspraying and petting it down and going from there. By having these be secured, you can get that softer look while still being stable enough to not fall apart however you use it. You can also add additional layers to hide different, yes? For the wig fibers or for the wing? Oh yeah, with that. If it was longer, I would probably do a layer of actual hard. So like I would do an entire layer where it is the hard tack, like, and then do the softer layer. Likely maybe in the middle, do a little bit, but I wouldn't do it in a straight line. I would do it in sections. So I would do it here, 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 kind of mix it up. If I was being aesthetic with it, I might put rhinestones in those sections or some sort of matching thing. If you're trying to be creative, if you're trying to actually recreate something on someone's head, because this can also be used for ponytails. I did a League of Legends wig, the singing chick with the big, thank you. Great music. I did her wig, and the entire top was actually straight up glued while the bottom was soft and flowy. So you can use the same technique, but that's one of those where I had to because it had too much tension, so I went flat. If I want to keep it soft, then yeah, I just would do bit, kind of go from there. Because most people aren't going to know. They're not getting, unless they are literally judging you, and if they're judging you, they're going to understand. But from 5 feet away, you're perfectly fine. Good question. Appreciate that. And remember, when you have seams, you can always use fiber to hide those seams, and hot glue is great. Don't sleep on it. Don't burn yourself, but don't sleep on it. Another note is when it comes to things at the end, don't be afraid to let it be loose. It does invite the option for more stress and torque being put up here. I don't know if torque's the right word, but that just came out. But have it be loose. It gives a very nice effect. You can have a nice little fan. You can still do a nice hairspray to keep it in place and fresh updates, but you don't have to have things be a helmet. Sometimes you need it. You don't have to. So if I was doing, say this guy was going to be, I don't know, what does this look like? What creature? Like a ladybug? Turtle? Beetle? Ooh, beetle would be fun. I like a turtle, but we're going to go for, actually we're going to talk about both. Because turtles have those shapes on them, right? Like soccer balls? Cool, let's talk about both. If I was doing a turtle, what I would do is I would make these pieces and I would cut them out in shapes and put them on either foam or felt, probably felt, and just make all those little individual pieces. So if you're competing in Iron Wig, write this down. They would love that. So individual pieces and then place them on here. Kind of like you would do if you were doing wings or tapestry quilting. You lay out all your pieces, stick them down. Then I would do that, okay, so because we'd need a head, right? Turtles have heads, unless we're just doing a shell and he's scared. So you do the head, much like a false hairline. We would put it over here. By the way, this guy can bend, and a fun little technique you can do is when you're gluing, especially with foam, you can glue it into a shape. So you can do the glue onto here. What I like to do is, once more, I always have fiber, extra fiber at the end and the back. I use those little clip things that I 100% left in the room. Clip them down, do that bend, and then when you pull it, it already has the shape that you need. So we could do that, have that ready. We would hot glue it on. We'd give a nice little boop. Pat it, let it dry, maybe use a hair dryer because we're impatient. Come back, give a hairspray, get a heavier set glue. That's actually what I like to use silicone for. I will also use this, but I've also used E6000. Don't do that. It's toxic. Learned a lot, let's just say that. But you could use an epoxy if you really want to be hardcore and like have something that could stab somebody. But some sort of hard glue for those points. Cool, so then we'd have the skull. Then you could either glue or sew on the felt with all those little pieces of the shell. You could then take fiber, roll it. By the way, if you're rolling something where it's like this guy or these guys, I think you can just roll it and use hairspray, and once more you're petting it down to get any loose fibers or loose hairs out. Could do that around your edges. You could also do the glue technique and have these be like little lines that you could do as infill. So in between those different pieces of the shell, just do, there we go, perfect, boop. These are getting tossed afterwards, so if anyone does actually want some random green, I can give it to you, you can play with it. It's all you, boo. So you could glue down or even sew down, kind of like gold work where your couch. You could just couch it down, think of it like that. It'd also look nice. So there's a lot of different options when you start thinking this like foam, or because you're making hard pieces. Sky's the limit. I made a freaking entire thing of butterflies on wire. So I had floating wire butterfly hair pieces. You can do that. But if we were doing a beetle, now beetle would be fun because you could do wired wings, right? How sick would that be? So, oops, sorry, friend. So let's think about it. And by the way, if you guys got ideas on this beetle made out of wig fiber, let's go. So we'd make the body right here. and probably would have done it in foam like this guy because you want something a little more stable that you could actually wire into. Make our wing and then cover it in that fiber. Maybe take a second piece so we can build and layer on it. Do a hard cut. Go around the edges. What you got? It might. Tinsel? Yep. Mm-hmm. I was trying to figure out how to do that, and you just came up with a solution. Yeah. Because it's one of those, if you're doing all of them, this technique wouldn't work. But if you're mixing it in with the fiber, it's going to stick. Oh, that'd be fun. Oh. Yeah. Hey, I respect that fairy energy. Go. Or club energy if it's the 90s and thousands. I don't know. Do they still wear glitter in the clubs these days? Good. I love that. Good for them. All right. So yeah, we can make those wings. We can put in the iridescent feathers. We could use a different wig fiber for underneath. So the body could be a different color wig fiber. For the eyes, I mean, if you really want to go off, you could try to do button covers made of wig fiber. It'd be a pain. I wouldn't recommend it. But just kind of off the top while we're here, because this is mostly the demo. I didn't bring enough hot glue to actually show you guys, so I apologize. I have my gun and no glue. We're doing great. When it comes to wig fibers, you can also think of it like basket weaving. If you can do it with basket weaving, you can do it with fiber. I have seen people make fake tulle out of wig fiber, which is literally you lay it out and you glue, and you individually do a heavier glue on each of those points, or you sew it together. Once you start not thinking of it as hair, you can do a lot more with it. I guess technically, yeah, you could. I feel like it'd be a little difficult to crochet or knit wig fiber, but yeah. If you do a hairnet, that would definitely be a feasible option. And then you could have a knitted hair. Oh. I like that. Okay. We all gotta now look up Roman hair techniques and try to avoid the not Roman hair techniques, but they say it's Roman hair techniques. I'm looking at you, TikTok. They got my algorithm now. But yeah, you can do basket weaving, you can do braids. You can also, when it comes to these type of things, for your wigs, build it not on the wig, build it off the wig and then attach. Once more, that felt's your friend. Felt sews. Felt is soft. And felt also is grippy. If you are doing any of this though, be kind, rewind. Don't stick it in your car. Don't leave it in your car. Once more, even if you have wings, don't leave those in your car. And I need to talk to you about your wings at some point. They're beautiful. I love them. Everybody shout out to this person that's getting pointed out for their beautiful wings. You'll love to see it. But yeah, Q&A time. We got some time. What you got? And we'll go around like that. Yes. Zigzag. So the question was, if you only have, great example. Say you have this and you only have like these guys, right? What you can do, the thing is, when you get close, you're going to see it. There's no way around it. But you do this section. Then you do this section. This way. And then think of it like brickwork. So you're doing brickwork there. because if you do hard lines, like you could do a piece of felt and then, but think of it with the hard lines. People see hard lines and they're like, that's a break. But when they see these more natural zigzags, they think, oh, no, I don't know what's going on there. So my brain's just going to think it's regular hair. Yeah. Before I get to you, I believe you had a question in the back. Yeah. Yeah. So the trick with that is when you are doing this, first off, small sections goes a really long way. Have a warm, wet towel. And between things, you gotta get the glue off your hands. You're gonna have no dead skin cell on your hand after this. It's great. It's the weirdest exfoliation that you can do. Probably not. I don't know. They have fish that eat your feet, so that's probably the moving on. Woohoo. Go team. But yeah, that's how you avoid that. You can still see on here where I tried to do, let's show what happens if you put a log glue on. We have some loose fibers here. I don't know if you can actually, yeah, you can kind of see it right here. So we're going to move and you can see that there's just loose fibers. Other things that I have done, especially if I'm on a time crunch, is I will tweezer out, which is freaking crazy. You're like, you're on a time crunch and you're doing that, but it is quicker than actually redoing another line of hair. So I will tweezer out that hair, and then I will take a warm washcloth and smooth it down. That cleans out any nubbins. That's the official term. You can go to their website. It doesn't say that, but that is the official term. And it'll clear it away. I actually had to do that quite a bit with the wig I showed earlier. And now. Oh, do you have an additional question on that, or you good? Well, we'll come back. Sharing is caring. We can talk one-on-one too. That is a fantastic question. It does, let's see. It does have the, you can focus, my friend. Baby, come back. Wish I could manually focus, but here we are. So I can show you afterwards as well. This actually still does very much look like fiber. What helps is making sure the fibers you're using are not exactly one color. Having some sort of dimension gives you that effect of, oh, it's not a stick of plastic, it's actually hair. It varies. You can pet it, and it's nice. It's a nice feel. You would be painting it. You could dry brush to try to. I mean, you ain't dry brush. You just be brush. You just paint it. If you wanted to add more texture, that's one of those where I'd actually say have your loose fiber underneath of your structure, because it'll give you some like things that will sneak out that you can mess with. It looks a little messy, but it looks more natural because people have baby hairs. That's actually the one thing is folks have baby hairs. They don't have perfect hairlines unless literally they have a great barber. And then I go, how do you do that fade? I've been trying for years. One day. Cut your own hair. Save money. Yeah, does that make sense? Cool. Before we come back to you, does anyone else have additional questions? What you got? I don't know the character, so let me look them up. Oh, nice. Hey, what's your Instagram? Oh, I was just gonna like say it so. Kabeth Walks? I'll trust you on that. Yeah. Drill curls too. I'm gonna throw in with something similar. So this is how I would do it. I'd use aluminum wire, maybe an 11 gauge aluminum wire. As the internal structure, I'd use either packing tape or felt. Probably just a nice little blue felt because she has that little extra oomph in there. Do a hard, I want to actually do a hard inside. I do something a bit more soft, like what we're saying, that looser fiber. Maybe even tease it a bit to give it a little something to grab onto. And then what you would do, you can, I wouldn't even actually use this technique for that. Use your boy. Oh, I don't have the camera on. Use your boy. Because the wire, which, are you good on wiring into a wig? Like, we don't, okay, cool. The wire there, when it goes into your base and goes up, is going to keep it up, because that's the same thing with drill curls. By the way, this technique is very similar to what's used with many drill curls. It's literally just wire, tape, or felt, and then you do the glue around slowly. But it's the same thing where they actually usually have to do the piecemeal, which that's how I learned how to. Or no, you're the one who asked? Yeah, sorry, might be. We're doing great. It's the glasses. We're glass gang, woohoo. So yes, if you do that messy teasing underneath, it gives the fiber something to grab onto. It gives you a little more fluff, and then you can just slowly pet to get that smoothness. I'd also make it removable. Maybe, yeah, magnet or a pipe. Because you could use, that way if you need to clean it up or transport it, then you can just bag your wig. Especially if you're doing like crimping or just a nice little piece thing, that'll be fine in a bag. And then have your pipe or your magnet in that bead and attach right there. With magnets, I still like to do some sort of hook in there. Unless you're using like really good rare earth magnets. Rare earth magnets are fine. They're wonderful. They are chef's kiss. Yeah, any other questions on that? All right, who's up next? We got about 5 more minutes before I want to let the other oh, wait, it's Dumpster Fireside Chats next, right? No? Is it? I think so. Yeah. Oh, and then Hell. So we have Fireside Chats and the Hell. So we got some more time. Any other questions? Any projects? What you got? You know, I actually can do you one better. I have my build book for it. So let me show you exactly how I did it. Let's see, cosplay reference. Hi, here's my secret reference book thing of gigabytes of data. Make sure you keep your folders organized, friends. Let's go to wigs. Here we go. Actually, here's all my build stuff for it. So if, I was going to talk about this, might be. I made clear horns out of clear warbler, put the fiber on it so it glowed from the inside. So that is 100% a thing you can do. There's the clear warbler, and just throwing that out there. Be creative. That is using this technique right on. It didn't stick great, so I had to use a lot of hot glue on the edges to keep it there. But yeah. Yeah, just filled them with lights, and then I used glitter just to give it a bit more of a vibe in the daytime. But let's go to this guy. Here we go. So, bird. Right here, you can actually see where I did the glue and I pinned it. And can you say your question one more time because I got distracted by horns? Oh yeah, the top part. Yeah, so what I did, you can actually see this entire piece here is glued, but you may notice that for the most part, that is hidden by the fibers that go over it. This entire piece was that was my foundation. And you can see, hey, there's the foam. And oh, shoot, I forgot, I used piping in there and then put felt on top. We're doing great. right here you can see this is loose fiber. That's actually how I started doing the hairspray. So this right here, hard. This right here, loose fiber that I'm just literally laying on top, then pinning and spraying. All this was not actually glued. In fact, how to keep a long wig from becoming a tangled mess, braid everything. Starting from the top, carefully braid the wig down. Yeah, I had to duct tape the wig to the wig to the stand. But it was just piece by piece, set it, let it dry. I did 1 layer, 2 layers, distance. And it worked well. Anytime, because you're going so slow and you do that light setting one, you can pull any loose fibers then. The reason you do a light one is to give yourself that grace to have any fibers to clean up. In fact, I used this comb right here. You can tell how old it is. It's still going. Just a nice little, not hard, but soft pet. Just sorry, buddy. A nice, soft pet. Any other questions on that part? Cool. I have actually other tutorials or any other questions I can answer, or we can call it and you get 5 more minutes of your life to get ready for dumpster fire side chats or hell. Or there's another, I think there's a workshop going on right now. I don't know, we're doing great. No more questions? Be free! Woo! And if you didn't believe me about putting something in an oven, there it is in an oven right here. Oh no, it's gone. Oh well. That was funny. What you got? Oh, does anybody want this? Yeah. Here we go. Enjoy. Have fun. Man size? Yeah. I said man size because they were male wig heads. That's why I have to use. Oh shoot. One more note. If you're doing false hairlines, do not use a regular wig head. Either make a wig head on yourself by putting duct tape on top of it, or get a male wig head. If you are a man, it still works for you, even though most men born at birth are still have a slightly bigger skull, which is why Arta wigs is really good if you're a guy, because they're not as tight as other wigs. Anyways, one more fact, forgot to say. Yeah, male wig head is what I look up. I got mine from Arta like years ago. You'll see. No problem. Oh, tomorrow in the wig rescue, or like not dead yet panel, I'll actually have him. He's full of holes. He's doing great. But Arta has them. Amazon probably does, but you're looking for, I believe, a 21-inch is what. Yeah. Well, you're probably somewhere between 19 and 20. Or no, you're 21 probably. I'm trying to remember the average size. Human skulls don't change too much. They're usually within an inch of each other.
So,
fun facts.
Grill. My standard grill that I do, I've tried several different techniques. I was online.
Yeah.
The spikes.
Oh, spikes are fun.
And it was this tarantula looking thing. I tried the teasing thing and then combing it, and that definitely.
Hey, I got something for you right here. Yeah, what you got? Oh, yeah, totally. That's bird. He's great bird, right? He did good.
Listening to you, I was thinking I probably ought to just make some little cones out of red felt.
Yeah.
And then sew in the wig and then tease the hair with that.
So I made
This isn't something I do a lot. We used to cosplay quite a bit,
Mhm.
but we haven't in the last like 6 years. This is my first time back in 6 years.
welcome back. Yeah, these were actually just foam things that then I did, in fact, the loose fiber underneath, and you can see with the elastic right there, the pinning, and you get, it's back in the day where I had to submit everything as one image. So you can see right here, I literally made the cones and sewed them on, but they are actually quite soft. Gave it to one of my team members one day, and I hope he's doing good, Chris. Hercules. Here we go. Oh, that's towards the end. So yeah.
I don't have a lot of luck with styling, but I can rescue a wig. I had somebody who had
Oh yeah.
Undertaker wig.
Oh God.
Rolled around in their trunk for like
That's pretty much. It's the whole thing. We're using olive spray and combs and. Yeah.
That stuff and a flat iron.
Flat iron, all the way, and you just slowly go from the. Oh God! I put glue on it.
I mean, I was picking twigs out.
Yeah.
It was
God, that's unfortunate.
You can't say it.
Oh yeah, that's a challenge. That is a challenge. Yeah. So don't attend that panel because you're perfectly fine. Yo.
Somebody that does things live on the internet for money.
A hooker?
Right?
No.
So, okay,
A streamer?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
No, I did a commission for like a big boy, real famous streamer, and I like told my dad about it. And then a couple, like that was a couple days ago, I told him about it. And then today he was like, what was the name of that rapper that you did the costume for? And I was like, he's not a rapper, he's a streamer. And he's like, well, wasn't that like a, like stream of consciousness? And I was like, no. And he's like, well, wait, what is a streamer? And then he like looked up like streaming, I guess. And he was like, wait. No, he got like watching things on YouTube.
Oh, okay.
And so he was like, wait, so does that mean I'm a streamer? And so I have to be like, Dad, I love
Dad, you can be whatever you want.
You can be a streamer if you want to be. It takes 20 minutes. Just set up a Twitch account.
Right.
Yep.
And they go.
I'm sad I missed your burb workshop. Hair burb.
It's always like weird doing. I didn't bring my hot glue for my hot glue gun, so I just like. But I realized I had all my Ironwig books. So like I can just straight fucking show you.
Fuck yeah. I've always wanted to do Ironwig.
It was fun.
Every single year, like when the stuff opens up, I think about it, and then I panic, and I'm like, nope, I'm not.
The thing that sucks though is like you can't have free time doing it.
So that's the thing is like
If you travel or do stuff like that, it is impossible.
I'm in a real weird, lucky position with my work right now where I only have to show up in case of absolute, literal life and death emergencies if they happen after 7 p.m. on weekdays. And other than that, I don't have to go anymore.
I submitted random shit for me. I didn't even realize. I was like, yeah, let's give it a go, and they accepted me. If you submit weird things, they like weird things.
I do weird things. I don't kind of weird shit. Okay. All right.
Yeah, like do weird things, do clean things.
Okay.
Do a 3D object.
Yeah.
Or like I just talked in the panel. Think of wig fiber like basket weaving.
Yeah.
If you stop thinking like hair, it goes a really long way.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's like
do it. I mean, you get free wigs to play with.
I mean, honestly, it sounds like fun. Like, so I lived in Japan for a little bit, and the apartment we were in was like walking distance from this like, I'm still not sure how it stayed in business, like hair art studio basically, and like literally every week they had a different display of these crazy ass fucking wigs in the window.
So much fun.
And
That's
it was
like what I want to do is I still have a ton of wigs and I just don't cosplay that much anymore. So I'm just gonna start freestyling them.
Yeah.
And be
weird
like,
ass
whoever
fucking
wants
wigs.
them, it's $50 to $60 plus shipping.
Yeah, absolutely. Trying to get
Help me pay off my debts.
Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah.
We bought a house and I want to make a garden.
Congratulations.
Do you want to see it?
Yes.
There's just
I am actually listening. I just also want to make sure that I have my QR code pulled up for the Sheeprot page.
Oh shit, this is Sheeprot right now. Oh my god, it's 9, right?
Yeah. It's literally just, hey, people you talk to on the internet all the time, what if we did it in person? Like, it's not an actual panel. It's a meetup. I just want to have the QR code up so that if somebody walks in and they're like, what is this? I can be like, it's that.
That reminds me, oh, and I gotta probably head, no, I don't have to be at Dumpster Fireside Chats, I just have to be there afterwards.
I want to go to Dumpster Fireside Chats. I feel like I miss it every time.
You do. It's so gossip. It's gossip for now.
Sounds like a lot of fun. Sounds like a lot of fun. It's really just like I come to this convention, and I see my boyfriend, and we only see each other so we see each other at this con, and we see each other at Dragon Con. Dragon Con, I'm busy.
Yeah.
Busy. So it's like, this is the It's other than like, I got a whole ass life, like.
Yeah.
It's very much like it's a long distance, low commitment. I fucking adore you. not at Dragon Con. We'll hang out here.
Yeah.
So I always miss dumpster fireside chats, but this time I've been like,
It's also nice just spending time with them where we can.
yeah,
Save on a flight.
exactly.
I'm going to grab. I'm going to fill this up with wine.
Hell yeah. I
So
have.
I
This
can
is
be a little lit for.
alcoholic Jarritos.
Can I try?
Yeah. It's pineapple. I have a few more up in my room if you're so inclined. I have tamarind, tangerine, and fruit punch.
Well, are you gonna come to help?
Yes.
Good.
Do you want me to bring you one in hell? Okay.
I was about to say.
You got a flavor in mind?
Dealer's choice.
Okay.
Have a good panel.
You do.
When you're there, it's gonna be good.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna eat shit.
Oh yeah. Hey, also be really mean to him anytime he messes anything up. That's him. Yeah. Yeah. He's got it really good. You can be mean to him. He's fine. He can take it. Also, hi guys. Welcome to the Sheeprot meetup. It's not like a proper formal panel. It's a what if people that hung out on the internet hung out in person. I'm going to put up a QR code in case you guys aren't already involved, and then I'll talk about it a little bit more when there's more people here. Yeah. This one's lower alcohol. But I want to get the QR code up real quick. Oh, dark. I'm trying to pull up my little QR code situation. Hi. I don't know what happened actually. I'm trying to get the image to pull up. Right? I don't know, man. I think it was just because you were in there, and now it's going to get warm in here. Gosh. Oh my God, there's so many steps. Wow, no, God. I went to double check. No, so I have a real cute little image that's just like, Sheeprop, here's what Sheeprop is, and it's a QR code, and I just test scanned the QR code, and it doesn't work anymore, so I'm making a new QR code. It's literally, wow, I prepared too early, turns out. So we're just going, literally. Okay. Fuck yeah, absolutely. We're literally just hanging out. Absolutely. You know what? I can't get this QR code to work, and I can't. Yes. Honestly, I fully agree. I'd like to see this full screen, please. Yes.
Yeah, so I don't know. Is it your partner today, Justin?
Jason.
Jason.
Yeah.
We went up there with like 2 coupons each, and he just gave us 2 double drinks each.
Sounds about right.
Really chill.
Yup.
Way too chill. He's like, "You want me to just make you a double like everyone else?"
Yup. So, okay, how do I throw an image up on here? Is there... So they said that I could do it just via like a wireless connection as well off of my phone. It felt really silly to bring a laptop for one picture.
Can you like email it to whoever's?
I mean, happy to. William just said that there was a way to do it with this, and I'm just not.
I wonder if you want to go back there and just figure out how to send it to that laptop. It might be
Yeah.
easier if it's just gonna be one static image the whole time.
Is that the HDMI? Hey guys, are you ready to be like so wowed by this really amazing high effort presentation? I worked so hard on this, y'all. I cannot wait to show you the amazing work that I put forth for this presentation because wow, it's so good. Why? It won't zoom in. I don't want just this. I don't want just the iPhone screen. Oh no! Why can't I zooms? It's already like that. No. Do you have a computer I can send it to? Ah, okay. It's so not important because anybody that's here already kind of knows what it is. So, hey guys, I'm gonna get your attention for like 15 seconds, okay? Hey, hi, hello. If you are here, you're here for the Sheepop meetup. I don't know if you can read it because I cannot technology, but Sheepop's really cool. It started, I think, in maybe 2017 as a direct retaliation to like the RPF and sort of the bro internet prop like situation where if you happened to not be masked on the internet and you asked a question, you were immediately shamed into oblivion. Sheeprop is the opposite of that. If you've got something that you're curious about and you've never done it before, that's the place to ask your questions. If you are an industry professional and you've got something that you want to like ask about because you don't know or you just want to show off, like that's the place for that. We've got people from all ranges of experiences, all across the gender spectrum, and we really do just celebrate making. And so this is just kind of a space to hang out, and people that you've interacted with all year online, you can come and chat with. And if you haven't joined, then come and talk to me, and I'll tell you how to join. It is super, super easy. It really is just, are you part of a marginalized gender community? You want to talk about cool stuff on the internet and make things? Do the thing. So that's all. We're doing a little panel on Sunday. It's called True Cosplay Crimes, where we're going to talk about poor choices, either intentional or unintentional, that we've made as makers. And it's a lot of fun. And so this is just kind of a way for people to meet each other. So yeah, seeing as there's so many of us, wow. Come on, scooch on in. We're just here to chat. Let's talk about what we're making. And like, let's all do just like a little quick self-intro too. So I will start. Also, you're gonna get some nice like preview of master level costumes, because we said we'd let them set up while we were doing this, since we're low maintenance. But hi, I'm Brianna. I'm Battle Angel Cosplay. I joined Sheeprop in 2019. I've been cosplaying for an absurdly long time. I started going to Dragon Con when I was an actual child in 1994. Started making my own stuff when I was probably like 6 or 7, just like hand stitching sequins on and like helping my dad make stuff. And so I really couldn't tell you when I started making things, because I just kind of always have. Then I started going to Cosplay America in 2019, and it got me really heavily into fabrication, and now it's a very, very large chunk of who I am and what I do. So, oh yeah, Battle Angel Cosplay on the internet, but Brianna in real life. Yeah, Silk Gang! There's dozens of us. 1 dozen. We're doing the silk painting. So it's it's like the 3-day intensive like silk painting class. And it has to be 3 days, because it's like, it's very much like, do step 1, let it dry overnight. Do step 2, let it dry overnight. Do step 3, I don't know what it is. Do you have to MacGyver a giant steamer? Do you have to MacGyver a giant steamer? Okay. So I'm guessing you have to like hit it with steam like all at once? They've got a timer, and they have like a dedicated, if I remember right, they have like a dedicated separate, like it's like a camping like heating coil that they just put the bottle
do it with 2 phones, so we got double the pictures. All right. Look at all these smiling faces. Cheese! There you go, guys. That was mine and Brianna's.
Thank you. Kelly, do you want to run? No, it's all just images, yeah, so we're good. I thought about it, but I thought that might...
Pull it up real quick so I could see it back here. Just so we know what it's
Oh, what's your passcode, Kelly, if you don't mind?
364552. 364552. Yeah.
I'll let you. He just wants to test it to make sure it's good, but how does your thing work? What app do you use? Wait, say it again. Sorry.
Hi.
Afterwards. We have a thing. Are you gonna lick her? Oh.
I was, and then I was like, I'm wearing a mask.
Throw your mask.
Hold on, I have to get it. Hang on.
Huh.
I have to. I need my phone because I need my
These
internet.
are knots? They're tied into knots? What the fuck? I thought they were cars.
Let me make sure.
Alrighty. Hang on, let me turn my hotspot on so I have internet.
Did you knit this lace over
No, they're antiques, actually. Some people would have a problem with that, but I don't, because they were just sitting in someone's closet. Some people are like, how could you destroy a vintage item like that? I'm like, because people, yeah,
I
just
could pull it up on my
discard
phone too.
It's literally for distancing.
Let's see if it works.
Yes.
Oh,
I need to go
stop.
take, so I'm being nosy now. I need to go take these colored contacts out, or I will...
Oh shoot, I forgot I have mine in still too.
Hey, you can't feel that?
I can't. I don't know why he's having trouble getting our PowerPoint up and running. No.
Let me just pull it up from Instagram because I'm not finding
He's
it.
just not getting it
Yeah.
to work at all. Oh, he's got it. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Are you going to stay or are you leaving? Go eat your
That's room.
contacts. If I could, I
Yeah.
would, because I forgot. I don't like
Just
to
trying to get to it.
Okay.
Hang on. No, that's not what I want. Slides. There it is. Okay. There we go. Okay.
Enhance.
Okay. I think. It's loading. Hang on. I did after the fact. That's why it looks ugly now.
I have nervous energy, so I might stand.
That's fine. Oh my god, why is it not loading? Hang on. I mean, I just play. Into the meeting. No. Cancel. Play. You just
Present to external display.
no. It just it gets to loading and then it doesn't fucking work. Come on. I don't know. Is there a way to just That's a slide. I don't want to do that. I just want to play.
Do you want me to?
I'm just gonna click. We could just.
Do you want me to try my phone?
Because if I hit this, it doesn't let me present to. I don't understand how this works.
Just do it like this and just click on it.
Oh, here I can
Do
just.
you want me to try my phone or no?
You just slide it.
Yeah, I'll just slide it. We'll just go with
Are you
something like
sure?
this.
I have it on my
Yeah,
phone.
it's fine. Okay. I don't know
Because
why.
I can.
I see. I would get to that, and then it would just keep loading.
I think the service is really bad in here. Like I'm on LTE right now, not 5G.
Hang on. How do I get back to where it was? Okay, we'll just scroll.
All right. Well, we're gonna make do because we have like no signal in here.
Yeah. Okay.
Do we have mics? I don't know. Are we just gonna yell?
Hello. These work. Did you see that? Just bop.
Does this one work here? Yeah, this one works.
Gross.
Yeah, it works.
Okay.
Okay. All right, we got everybody good and ready to go?
Hi, everybody.
Hi, sorry my presentation isn't going full screen. I don't know why it's being dumb, so we're just going to scroll through. But welcome to Show and Tell Master Level Costumes. Let's start with we're just going to scroll up introduction slides. Hi, I'm EVL Cosplay. I'm from Southern Pennsylvania. I've been cosplaying for about 18 years. My day job is a video game developer. I love making competition costumes, and I recently got second overall for the C2E2 qualifier, which is why we're doing this. So I did that, and I have a couple best in show wins under my belt as well. So that's me.
Hi. Yeah, we didn't. There's nothing on me for the slides because I was so frantic trying to do my panels that I had zero brain power. So I'm just gonna say hi. I'm Sarcasm Hime. I have been cosplaying for 25 years. I have won a whole bunch of best in shows. With this costume, I won the New York Comic Con qualifier and then the U.S. National at C2E2. I embroidered it for 2 years. Do not recommend. I don't know what I was thinking.
And next.
Hi. Can you hear me? Okay. I'm Lunar Lynn. I'm from Phoenix, Arizona, so I came kind of far. I've been cosplaying for about 14 years. It's kind of blurry at this point. I've only been making my own costumes for about 10 of those years. I wanted it so badly, and now it's some kind of crazed hobby. I have a BFA in painting that I don't use. Well, I do use it, just not in a professional capacity. I love competitive and craftsmanship cosplay. That's like my favorite thing ever, and I love talking about it. I love talking shop with people. I love competing. I did this insane 11-person Sailor Moon musical group that won Best in Show at WonderCon in 2019 before the end times. Great time. And then I recently, was that last month?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wait, 2 months ago,
Yeah.
won the Chicago Regional at C2E2, and then I got to compete against Sarcasm Hime for the
It was kind of
US
a blur.
It was a blur. Yeah, I was
Because
like
the way
shaking.
that C2E2 does it, we're like, okay, we're doing the regionals. These people, everybody goes, and they're like, okay, you guys won. Okay, now get off the
Now go up
stage.
there and
Now
compete with
everybody
other
else
people,
gets on
yeah.
stage. Okay, now you won. Now get off the stage. We have a whole bunch of new people.
So in one night at C2, they picked the Chicago regional winner, which is what I got, and then whoever wins that goes up against all the other regional winners, of which she was the New York winner, and there were 2 other people. Whoever wins that then joins the international circuit, and everyone that flew in from a different country competes all on the same night for
Just
the
bam,
world
bam, bam,
champion
right after each
yeah.
other.
And it's a lot, so that was a whirlwind. Anyway, thanks for coming, by the way. It's really late, and I appreciate you guys coming.
Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
You go first.
Oh, I'm going first.
Yes,
Okay.
you are.
I wish I could. Is there a handheld? Does that work? Oh, so
Yeah.
I can like look at the slides.
Test, test. Yes. Okay, cool. Okay, so my Queen Amidala Red Throne Room gown, I have put her in a slideshow 2 other times in the last couple of years, and I finally get to say that she's done. It's always been like, she's not done yet. Okay, take it back. 1999, my mom and I bought the doll and like took it apart and kind of like remade a costume based on it. And ever since then, I was like, oh man, if I ever get good at it, I want to remake it as best I can. So I did it 25 years later. So it took me about 6 years. I started it in 2018. And I didn't work on it straight that whole time. I would like work on it for a few months, then I would shelve it, and then I would think I would get it done, and then I wouldn't, and I'd shelve it. So it took a long time, and it's okay if it takes a long time to make something, sort of. It's also kind of a burden. Anyway, so to research this, like the Rebel Legion has a lot of links for places to look at screen accuracy, which isn't always important when you're making a cosplay, but it was what I wanted. So I really wanted to try to replicate it as closely as I possibly could, within reason. I couldn't find some of the actual materials. Like they used all silks. I could not find the right silks, for example, but I made it work. I still used the same kind of weave fabric, it's just polyester. I used different thermoplastics. I used metallic embroidery thread, which was horrible. The lanterns I actually bought and learned how to vacuum form over a sculpted busk to get those. It's like a ladybug shape. There's some EVA foam. There's polymer clay. I use different casting materials, and lots of snaps. Okay, so this is kind of my process. Early on, I used Illustrator actually to, I took a picture of Natalie Portman in her costume, and she's 5'2", so she's 2 inches shorter than me, and I actually sized it up for a 5'4" person as best I could, and I used that to kind of scale everything mathematically, and then I took the lengths and widths, and I used trigonometry to get the circumference and the diameter for all the different tiers of the trumpet shape. And it's all to scale for me, so like people have been like, would you consider making and selling a pattern? And I was like, I can't. It wouldn't work for everybody. It just wouldn't work. So that alone took weeks, and I suffered over it. That wasn't even the mock-ups, but the mock-ups were a whole other thing. I think I'd touch on it in a minute. But I started with like the foundation garments with that in mind, building on top of that, because you have to think of the understructure in order to complete the rest of it. So it was just like this big, like I would like zone out at work thinking about how I'm gonna do stuff, but like for years. Okay, you can go ahead. Here's some of my mock-up craziness. Holy shit. What?
The sleeve.
Oh yeah, oh my God. So the dress wasn't the hard part necessarily. The hardest part was getting the trumpet shape to land correctly on the ground, because if you were even half an inch too high or half an inch too low, it didn't look good. That was really hard to get. It would either bunch or it would float up too high, and then the lanterns were swinging rather than laying against the hoop skirt, if that makes any sense. So that was kind of a pain to get down. I did like over 20 different mock-ups of the sleeve because it's really insanely tricky. It's like a wizard sleeve, but weird. And there are 24 panels in the dress, and there are 12 panels in each sleeve, like vertical panels, and between each panel is piping. So you had to make all those panels with the piping, and then I had to remake it again for the lining. It's like all that sewing just like took forever. So yeah. There's the dress. It has just like a yoke at the top that I just kind of drew on my form, and I just had to make sure where it connected to the panels was the right length, so it would land right on the ground. All I see is trauma in those pictures, so if you have any specific questions later, I'm happy to answer them.
I think all three of us see
I'm
trauma.
just like, oh God. Yeah, there's not much to say except oof. Okay, so this is my favorite part. The embroidery, I used Hatch to digitize it, and then I had to fiddle with the sizing because it was slightly smaller on Natalie Portman, and I sized it up just a little bit for myself, and I just had to mess with it until it looked in proportion, I guess. And I actually decided, instead of embroidering straight into the red fabric, I made appliques, because on the original, I don't know where they found, some of the stuff they found were literal just antiques at like a flea market that you'll never find another copy of again. So I just decided to try to fake it and make appliques, and I like the effect that it has. It looks really cool. There's actually, in the longest part of the tabard, in the very bottom, is a really heavy washer. I just dropped it in there because it kind of helps it hang with like a weight. So there's a literal weight in there, like a piece of metal. The very top collar, it's really hard to see in that picture, but there's, I think you say it vermicelli, but it's a squiggly pattern. And I tried to just kind of copy how they did it from the film version, but I hand stitched down like a silk cord, like a hand twisted silk cording in that pattern. So you can go up and look at it after, but that took forever and it hurt my neck and I had to go to a chiropractor. It was awful, but worth it. And something that's kind of weird about this costume that you don't see in the film is that it has a weird like faux hood in the back that there's like two different parts. There's an under collar that's the hood in the back, and then the top collar tucks into the hood. So it's got this just weird design. It's kind of, this specific costume is inspired by like Manchu and Chinese imperial fashion. So they had like things like fur trim, you kind of think of like Mongolia. And of course, like the red is very symbolic in Chinese culture. So I really love it. And I did try to do a bit of historical research to kind of honor that. Okay, you can go ahead. Oh man. Yeah, so I touched on how I did the lanterns. You can kind of see, I started with a flat image that I had perfectly scaled to the dress that was scaled to myself. And I used that to make like a crumpled up aluminum foil core. And then over that, I sculpted polymer clay to make it smooth. And I baked it and I sanded it. And I used that on a vacuum former, and I used PETG plastic. You just kind of heat it up till it starts sagging, and use welder's gloves when you're using melting plastic. It's very dangerous. And you just take it over, put it over the vacuum form, and it sucks the plastic down over that shape. And then with a saw, I just cut around. I left a lip that I could attach snaps to, and it snaps to the underside of the dress. And I used puck lights, because I don't know how to do actual like lighting, but they look really cool, and I was really happy with how it turned out. Yay. Oh, I should say, they're stained. They were just clear plastic. I stained them with a stained glass. It's a stain. It's kind of like a gel. You put it in the form and you kind of swish it around and cover the inside of the plastic. And it was too transparent, so I took my airbrush and I just kind of like spritzed the inside with like a pretty golden orange to kind of make it more opaque. And yeah. Oh God, okay. I don't want to take up too much time, but so here's my headdress. I want to say this was the worst part, because I love sewing, but like props and 3D things are a bit more challenging for me, and they're really intimidating, so I tend to leave them for last, and that's obviously a big problem. If you want to know more about that, come to Cosplay True Crimes on Sunday, and I will admit some things to you. Anyway, so the form of the hair, I call it the hair roll for lack of better terminology. It looks like, I don't know, crescent roll. It's pink insulation foam, which is very easy to carve, but it's also very easy to destroy. So you have to be careful and seal it really well before you do any type of painting or anything. Pink insulation foam does glue together with, I like using Gorilla Glue. Maybe some foam glues work, but that's the one that I have found is really, really strong, and it won't melt the foam at all. So, tip there. I did seal it, and then I chose to spray it in Plastidip. I'm not sure why. I think I was just like, everything else is Plastidip, so I just, I did end up painting it the color of the wefting, so if there were little gaps, you couldn't tell later on. The headdress itself, I suffered over what to make it out of for like years, and I decided to do a EVA foam base, and then I actually used a thermoplastic called Thibra. I don't know if I recommend it. It worked really well, but it's very finicky because it's sticky and it's so moldable. It melts instantly, almost to like silly, like really warm, silly putty. It's so easy. Like I live in Arizona, so I cannot leave this anywhere warm. It will melt, and that would be devastating. But I wanted it really soft because to get some of this texture that kind of like you see in the film, and I think they did something really similar. They use little metal findings, like little rectangles. You can get them on the internet, like really thin. I don't know what kind of metal it is, but
Usually brass, I think.
Yeah, probably just brass. I depending on where I place those, I would kind of bend them a little bit to contour them, but I would just kind of lightly heat up the Thibra and just kind of lay it in there, and it created this texture. I wish I could zoom in because I have an image somewhere in there, maybe it's later on, of what the texture looks like without all the gold leafing. It looks so weird, but it had the effect that I wanted. So I ended up doing all of that. The solid gold pieces underneath the red lace is actually just foam that I dremeled and sealed, and I used real 24-karat gold leafing because I just really thought it would give it like a richness that I really couldn't get with a paint. And there's kind of a learning curve. I don't know if I would do it again. You don't have to seal 24-karat gold leaf, but if you do, it will resist scuffing. So I did choose to do some sealing on the like little ear cover parts. But the silver leafing you have to seal or it will tarnish. But it does kind of like get rid of that luster. So pros and cons, but I'm happy with how it came out. Yeah. Is that it?
Yeah.
Yay,
That's it.
the end. If you guys have questions after, please ask me. I'd like to talk about it.
Do you want to go next? You want me to go next?
I don't know. I guess I can go.
All right. Do you want this?
Yeah. So as mentioned, we don't have slides for me, so I'm just going to talk. I made this stupid thing. It does not, I didn't bring the hoop because I didn't know we were doing like a whole display thing. So she's looking a little saggy. So please overlook that. Also, this dress form is not my body, so she doesn't exactly fit right. But anyways, so this is a replica of a piece of artwork drawn by Colleen Doran for the graphic novel Snow Glass Apples by Neil Gaiman. I had fallen in love with this art years ago, and this was kind of like a bucket list project. Hilariously, 4 years before I made this, I had just finished a giant embroidery project, and I was like, I'm never going to do anything that crazy again. Yeah. So the artwork is very like graphic and black and white lines and stuff, so I wanted to interpret it in just like mostly embellishments because I thought it would be cool. And then 2 years later. So most of this is actually a stretch. It's like a faux suede with a very slight stretch, and I chose that so that the sleeves specifically would be like, because they're very snug in the art, and so I wanted to be able to replicate that, but be able to have some movement. So the sleeves do not have a lining except at the wrist. And then this area here is underlined with a stabilizer, but then the bodice is fully flatlined. So all the areas, some of this is applique. So some of these pieces, they're tambour embroidered, then appliqued on top. Some of the embroidery is done directly onto the bodice. If I were going to do it again, I would do probably all of it as appliques and not embroider directly on the bodice, because doing any kind of heavy needlework onto something shrinks it slightly. So it fit perfectly on me before I did all that embroidery, and it fit slightly less perfectly after I was done. So lessons learned. But most of this is gold work or tambour embroidery. I do not know how many beads or supplies that I bought. I still have a lot left over. The skirt is flatlined with a cotton poly broadcloth something. I did not do a full lining because this thing is heavy enough as it is, and I have a hoop skirt and a petticoat underneath it. I had to extrapolate. I had to make up what the back looked like, because the art is just from the front, so I made up what the back looked like. And a lot of the fun of this costume was interpreting a 2D art and just kind of like making up what techniques I wanted to use, because I didn't want it to be just like one giant blob of embroidery. So a lot of this was okay, I have these black outlines that I did in couched cord, and then I'm like, I need to fill them in something. So I was just kind of vibing of like, okay, so this part I'm going to do, little silver beads, and the part next to it therefore cannot be little silver beads. When I need to put something else there, so that there was like a lot of visual texture going on. And so when you can come up and look, you can see there's like different things next to each other. It's all a similar color scheme, but I tried to put a lot of variety so that it would still read as interesting. And in the original art, she has her cape kind of sweeps in front of her, and there's this big red sweep in front of her. But in the art, she's like 9 feet tall, and I am not. So I decided to interpret that by making the cape lining red and making that thing that is in the front as the cape lining. So here's the cape lining. I embroidered the whole thing like a smart person. So that's the inside of the cape. Here's the outside of the cape. It's really heavy. And so for the cape motifs, so it's the faux suede, and then it's velvet. And for all the motifs, I basically drew them out on Photoshop, planned like how the layout of the cape was going to be, and then like printed out my pattern for all these appliques. So this is like a satin that I made these appliques out of. And so I painted the outlines of my appliques on the satin with a silver fabric paint so that it wouldn't fray. And then I just cut along those lines. So I didn't have to like turn anything under, because I knew I was going to be embroidering on top of those appliques. So for all the outlines, when you see it up close, you can see that on the outlines of all these appliques, I've couched cords to cover the edge. And so that basically secures the applique down and also covers the edging just to keep it neat. And it's one of my favorite things to do. I love couching cords as outlines. It makes everything look pretty. And so basically, this is all, I had, some of this, all of these motifs are from the art, but I had to move where they were because it's like one artwork where everything's kind of just going this way. So I was interpreting it. And the cape is, as mentioned, very heavy. So I actually have a harness that I wear underneath the bodice, and there's straps that come out through a hole in the front of the bodice. They go over my shoulders, and they hide underneath this neck thingy, and then they buckle on. The cape buckles on in the back so that I can take the cape off if it's too heavy. And the neck piece This, I had to make my own ermine because you can't find nice quality fake ermine anywhere. So it's a rabbit fur with little pieces of black fur sewn in. And I embroidered the back of the neck piece where no one would ever see it because I have a wig on when I wear this. Again, like a smart person. This has a Warbler's Cobra cast inside. It is a thermoplastic that basically, it's like a fusible interfacing, had a baby with Warbler. So you can fuse it to fabric, and so that's what's keeping this shape in here. It's very, very handy. And how are we on time? Are we good?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. My stupid hat. Okay. So this thing, I had to do a lot of brainstorming of how I was going to, because she has this like giant spiky halo. So I had to sort of interpret how I'm going to create a giant spiky halo. These are all, they're like wooden, like barbecue sticks. So, but I wanted it to be really stable. So, I'm just gonna yell. So, what's going on here is I made a skull cap out of phosphates, which is a felt that shrinks and hardens with heat. And so I have one of those wig heads that are like the fabric kind, the canvas kind, so they can take heat. So I basically shaped the phosphate onto that, and then made sure that it was going to fit my head, and then use that as the base. And so these spikies, actually, there's lace along the edge of the headpiece, and the lace has little holes in it because it's lace. So I ran the spikies through the holes of the lace, and then there's like a base under here that this is hiding, and so they're actually secured into the base, and then I covered this on the back. So they're secured lower than the point that they're attaching here. So this attachment point along the edge is basically securing them further up than just at the bottom. So if they were just at the bottom, they'd fall. So that was the plan, and it seems to be working really well. The other great thing about phosphate is because it's like a felt, you can sew right through it. So all of this embroidery was done through the phosphate. Oh, wow. So I basically just like painted it in the base color and then drew my pattern onto the phosphate and then embroidered straight onto it. I beaded these bezels, and yeah, some places I ran out of ideas for what to fill that area with, and I just like put some glue, gem tag glue down, and just like dumped some beads in. So yeah, when you run out of, and this is like surprisingly comfy. I can just pop it on.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
It's very light and very comfy. And the other one thing I ran into was in fact I had perfectly without the wig, and I realized that wig makes difference. So then I had to pop some Warbler on the inside, and like basically while it was still warm, like jam it onto my head with the wig and be like shake, shake, shake. So that was the last minute fix, and then my little heart. I will turn you on. Heart, I'm very fond of it. So this guy, she's holding a heart because she is the not so evil queen. Because in this story, Snow White is actually a vampire who's ravaging the kingdom. And it's from the point of view of the queen, how they deal with this vampire child. So she has someone take the heart, it doesn't stop her. She comes back. I wanted to have some kind of like cool glowing heart, so I sculpted a heart out of monster clay, and then I rotocast it in translucent resin. So this is my extremely low-tech solution. I'm sure there are fancier ways to do it, but not within my skill set. So I've got my little lights in here, and this is Wordless Transport, basically just to create a lid so that the lid can go on.
All right, and then I'm gonna go last. So I worked on my Zelda from Twilight Princess. I used a lot of different techniques on this. It's something I try to do with a lot of my costumes is I try to like show a variety of skills when I create something for a competition. So for Zelda, I started out with her undergarments. There's a corset, which is not on that dress form because it wouldn't fit that. So that's up here. Oh. Yeah, let me move this because otherwise I'm gonna smack it with my hands, to the top of my hands. And then there's also a petticoat underneath. The petticoat, I used a existing pattern for like the outer layer, and then I did a couple layers of organza underneath, just really simple, just so you get that A-line shape of the dress. So the dress itself, I patterned it entirely from scratch. I did the figured out how to do the inverted pleats, which that was an adventure. And it's actually two pieces. So the cream color dress underneath is completely separate than the purple top. I made them two separate pieces, so they're both fully lined. And for some of the details, like the trim at the bottom was done digitally on like my computer. Then I transferred it to Silk de Bioni, which was put on heat and bond, then cut out with the Cricut, then applied, then sewn down, then rhinestoned the edges to finish them instead of doing satin stitching because I hate satin stitching. I embroidered all of the appliques at the bottom by hand, so I think each one took me like 12 hours to do each. As I hate myself, but also because I love doing hand embroidery. And they're also beaded, but you can't really see, but when you get up close, you'll be able to see it, because I used some white beads to create some like dimension when you get up close. Then I did all the runes hand embroidered on it as well, and actually the dots on the runes are little seed beads instead of doing a stitch, because I'm like that. And then for like the closure in the back, I'm really happy. It actually has the white dress has a zipper underneath, and then it's all hook and eyes that close the back. And then you have the weird crisscross, because for Twilight Princess, there's no explanation other than she has just these crosses in the back for ties that don't have ends. So I had to hide them inside of the dress. So that was fun. Then I decided to embroider the gloves too. Because I hate myself as well. So I fully embroidered those. I drew out the pattern and I transferred it to some cotton that I had, did the satin stitching, and then I also beaded around them. And then I did rhinestones for the top of the gloves because I like sparkle. The tabard was gold work because I wanted to try a new technique, and that was my new technique for this costume. The gold work on this costume took almost as much time as all of the embroidered appliques at the bottom of the dress. It tells you the difference in time it takes to do gold work versus just regular old like embroidery. Yeah, this one in front looking at me because she knows, she understands. This one understands.
Yeah, especially the cut work. Because with like what she's doing here, it's a lot of cut work where you're cutting the little pieces of springy wire, and you have to cut them exactly the right length. So you have to measure them, and that takes so long.
It takes forever. So I actually did this tabard twice, because the first time I did the couching at the bottom, I messed it up. Thankfully, I had dyed a full yard of that Silk de Bioni. But to do the tabard, I actually drew it digitally first. So I pulled her references into my Procreate and was able to get a perfectly symmetrical pattern, which I then scaled and printed out until I got the size that I wanted, and then I transferred it to my fabric, and then I went from there. And then for like the raised areas, those are actually padded out with felt and fleece, and that's how I get that like raised dimension on it. So for all the accessories, the majority of them were sculpted in 3D because that's what I do for a living. So I know how to sculpt in 3D. So I don't use Blender or anything like that. I use Maya and ZBrush on my work computer because I have access to those programs. But so I did all of it sculpted. Everything is printed in resin. So I used my resin printer, and then I went ahead and did tons of sanding. Resin doesn't have as many lines as FDM, but you still have to sand the heck out of it. So I would usually sand it, then I use just the Bondo spot putty as what I use as my filler and any cleanup, and then I do some more sanding, and then I use some filler primer as well and more sanding. The earrings are one of my favorite accessories. I think you can see them over there. Are they somewhere over there? Somewhere? Where are they hiding? There they are. So the earrings, I did sculpt these as well, and they're actually cast in a flexible resin with a piece of wire in them, so you can actually bend them around your ear.
They're rubbery.
Yeah, they're like rubber, so it's like a flexible resin. And it's got just silver mica powder in it to color it, and then I just hung some beads on a chain to get the like red danglies that she has. So that was another new thing I taught myself how to do. So I had to make a mold, a silicone mold, and I cast it, the resin in the silicone mold. And I also did all of the gems as well, so they're all cast in resin. And the shoulders were just made out of foam. I used Camoe's pattern as a base, which I then modified because she has a pattern very similar to Zelda's shoulders, but it wasn't exactly what I wanted, so I used that as a starting point, made a paper mock-up until I was satisfied, and then I moved on to the actual foam, and then all of it is foam clay for all of the raised details. I sculpted all that by hand, except for the very tiny edging details. That is fabric paint, that little 3D fabric paint, a couple layers of that. So I created that little detail. The wig, the monster. So this is 2 wigs put together because Zelda has a lot of hair in this costume. She also has a really dumb hairstyle. It's really awful. So I actually cut apart an entire wig and put all those, I did not sew the wefts in, I glued them in. Which is totally a viable way to do it. Instead of hand stitching them in, they still stay just as well. You don't have to hand sew them, and a lot of people nowadays are using glue on everything in wigs, so why the heck not? And then I had to do this pull back at the back here, and it's a ponytail to nowhere, because it literally goes behind like her crown, and then it's like there's no hair hanging from like that ponytail where it's pulled back. So I literally had to pull the 2 sides back and glue it down and cut it. And then I hide it. Yeah, like if you want to see, you can see it's just a seam back there. And these are held on with magnets that are sewn into the wig. And I had to use some really strong magnets because this is so thick. Like just having enough strength to hold the 3D prints on, because resin prints are heavy, was a pain. And then the top part of the original wig is actually what these are. So like where the hairline was and everything, where it's not wefts anymore and it's all the plastic, I cut that all off and turned that into those and stitched those into the wig. And it's wrapped in ribbon and then more 3D prints for all the accessories to add more weight to it.
This thing is heavy.
Yeah, if you want to come up and hold it so you can see what kind of torture I go through, you can. I don't have it with me, but I did make her sword. I also 3D modeled this. It was in 8 pieces. I had to print it in 8 pieces. It all fit on my resin printer in one go, and I actually built it so each piece slotted together, and then I epoxied everything together, and then I filled and sanded it multiple times until I got it perfectly smooth, no visible breaks in it whatsoever, and then, prime painted, all that good stuff. It's in one piece, and the only way I can travel with it is by bringing a rifle case if I can't drive, so that stayed home. And then the cloak, which is back here, I'll bring it down, why not? Because you can see the sparkle, because Zelda wears this in like one scene at the beginning of the movie, or the game. It's fun. So all of this is appliqued on here. So I did this all digitally as well, and it's the same technique I used at the bottom of the dress for the pattern there, and then I rhinestoned all of it because it's dumb, and I like doing rhinestones. It's also made of velvet, yeah, and it gave me an epic cape drop at the show, so that was fun. I had my grandmama, it's me, Anastasia moment. For like I did little Chinese knots for the knotting on the front instead of me, so I wanted to show something else for that. I made the ties for it, and then the scarf as well. And the scarf actually just snaps in the front instead of completely tying around. So it's like seamless where it snaps and it makes it really easy to put on and take off, and then the edge is just some heat on for it. And that's the last thing I made for her. And then Lynn was kind enough to put some pictures of all of us at the crowns right there.
I just remember when you were talking about having to go to the chiropractor because of your costume. Yeah, I gave myself an RSI from all the embroidery. And when I went for physio, and then my physiotherapist is asking me, she's, like trying to get me to describe what it is I'm doing with my hands. And because I was having wrist pain, and I'm like, okay, well, I have this hand over here, and I have this hand over here, like this. And she's like, how long are you doing that for? I'm like, I don't know, like 5 hours at a time.
It's like, why?
Like, yeah, maybe don't do that.
Yeah, so if you all want to come up and take a look at our work, you're welcome to. We'll also answer any
Yes.
questions that you guys have. So.
Also, real quick, I forgot to mention, part of this competition is that you have to do insane build books. And I like went all out on mine, and I brought a couple copies if you want to glance through them. I am like super proud of this build book, so. Thanks, guys.
Because that's probably battery run. Yes. I'm tired.
I am too.
Oh, man, I just looked into those LED lights.
Oh, just ones I buy on like eBay or whatever.
They're so shiny.
Yeah, so these are black and silver. I think I bought them on eBay and Amazon. So. Yep. I'm just like shiny. Oh, I have so many rhinestones. I have literally like drawers of rhinestones at home. Okay. It is mood. It is mood. But like, yeah, for like a single scene from the game, and I was like, okay.
That's exactly what I would do.
Okay, let's do it.
I'm proud of you.
I like it when people are like, you're like, you never I don't remember Zelda wearing a cloak, and I'm like, did you play Twilight Princess? Excuse me.
In the first 5 minutes.
Yeah,
in the first 5 minutes.
Yeah.
In the opening scene.
Right.
Or the ending credits.
Yeah.
Or something.
Yeah.
What did you use to make your book? Oh, so I designed it in Canva, and then I used a company called Creativity, and they are awesome because there's different kinds of books you can choose from, and they also have all kinds of different papers, and they send you a sample pack. You can send them